Exactly.
Why would
That's
they
what
lie
Geppy
to
Get.
you?
Yeah, that's what Geppy Get is trying to show you. You know, he's going to show you some things you may or may not like or accept, but that's how they do it. It's all done in a studio. Okay, it's all done.
You don't even have any proof that it's done in a studio?
Oh, there is so much proof on the internet, and we have a lot of proof
Okay,
too here.
show me. Yeah, show me.
He's
I'd
reversing the
love to see
burden
it.
here. He has no proof that his videos, his movies that he's watched are a depiction of the real world. He's the one who has to substantiate that. You don't have to show him that they're not.
He just. I'll show you something. Oh yeah, there's the car that went to space. Do you know about the SpaceX Tesla car they claim to have sent to space?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's the studio was shot in.
Wait.
So I'll show you something else. If you see, look at this. Here's a rocket. Okay, here's a rocket. Okay, here's a rocket going to space. Do you see that mouse crawling across the rocket, around the rocket? Yeah. Yeah, you see that production studio up there? Yeah. You heard of Real Engine 5? Yeah. Take your time, man. Have a look. Have a good look.
Yeah, minute 50 after the hour. Check that GIF. It shows you how a NASA live stream from space is being made. For everything thing.
Yep. She's flat, folks.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine calling someone Hindu is being racist? Oh my god.
That's what's in the schools nowadays.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Did he leave the server?
Yeah, he left. He
Is it
said he's
Cyrus?
gonna come back.
Is it Cyrus? It's like the master of Indian accents.
I think,
Because
yeah.
he'd want to be in here right now. That was a
Well,
terrible accent.
what was he?
Battle mode also.
Bro, there is literally a reason for everything, is the last thing he wrote.
Mm.
Then he says, that is so
Everything
dumb.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to think that.
I think we got him. I think we got him, yeah. I think he probably is going through some shit right now. Who knows? Maybe he'll be back.
No, when we
What's
started shooting and photos, those are crashing to the globers. They start to see things, and it begins to worry them a lot,
exactly?
So they
right?
have
They
to
get
flee
scared a
off.
little bit.
They have to flee. Yeah. It's like the
They're terrified
flies.
of reality.
When the dump went dry, they are not interested anymore. When it gets dry.
Plus, there may have been a few things that research went into just during the conversation, right? And then it gets harder and harder to find the evidence.
Mm.
It's one at first is like, oh, the evidence is easy, right? I could just pull it up and show you guys all this evidence, and it's like, well, okay, where's it at?
It's all fun and games until the flat earthers start dropping memes.
Yeah, memes probably do work on the The younger, the better for the memes, I bet.
He never went outside Pakistani and he's asking about the edge of the world. Oh my god. But I'm not from Pakistan.
Yeah, I get
I'm
it.
from India.
They really want you
Yeah.
to think that everything has been figured out. Didn't you say that's what he said last, right? Everything has a...
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's no...
A
I
thing.
mean, the psychological damage of that, I couldn't even begin to...
Hmm.
That's gotta be, man.
He couldn't make any sense. Nothing he was speaking had any logic or coherency. And with that ozone talk that I had with him, I mean, it was wow. I knew he cannot perceive it. He couldn't. It was all happening while we were speaking. He was typing on the keyboard, searching, and then he read a few lines. He began to understand a little bit, and he saw that he was wrong, and then he was like correcting himself. Oh no, I said this, I said that. Let me tell you, let me imagine you.
Yeah, I bet as you pull things up that you think are going to be
Yeah.
proof, and you just skim
Yeah.
through them, and you're like, oh man,
Yeah.
this isn't good enough. And how many times are you going to do that?
Yeah, but from the very beginning of the
So,
conversation, I asked him, "Hey, what is the ozone layer?" Because you said these words, and he said, "I don't know." Then I started asking him, "Do you think it's a solid? Do you think it's liquid? Do you think it's transparent? Do you think it's a gas?" Yeah, it's a gas.
you were
A
completely
gas
sound.
which, yeah.
You were completely sound on the atoms and molecules. It made perfect
Mm.
sense to me.
Yeah, it's that simple. And it's the same like the analogy I made with the apples,
Oh, with the apples, right?
five apples of the same size from the same tree and same color, you take two on one side, three on the other side. Now those three will be lighter than the other two. Yeah. That was his claim at first in the beginning.
Reckoner, can you stop concern trolling, bro? Nobody wants the opinion of someone that can't figure out they're not on a ball.
Yeah, where is Reckoner?
Reconor, do you think we're some kind of fucking company that has a code of conduct and rules for behavior and harassment policies and all this shit, or else you're gonna get fired? Like, no, we're not any of
A
that.
profit,
I mean,
a profit agenda.
yeah, Reconor, I get frustrated, right? And I leave. I have to leave to reset, and then I come back. I leave to recover, and then I come back. All of us do this, and all you could do is sit there and talk shit about what we're doing. We're just fucking people trying to do our best to tell people that we're being lied to. And what are you doing? Sitting there fucking taking notes like a goddamn fucking analyst. What the fuck are you gonna do with that? You either join us or shut the fuck up and go, you know, talk about the globe or something. I don't know. We're here to tell people it's not a ball. Like, what do you expect? You expect professionalism like the fucking military? Is that what you expect? This isn't the military. We're just a
What do
bunch of
you
people.
expect? He's a horse, man.
Hey, expect
What do you
that Dan
expect from
doesn't
a horse?
tolerate stupidity, so
Here's the water horse. Now drink it, right? And what does the horse do? You guys always complain. Drink the water, horse.
I'm loving this roast, but real quick, got any idea or heard anything about the two Chinese balls of fire looking things and filters, some kind of like light filters to see what's going on behind all the brightness? Is that even possible?
What the two suns? What?
yeah, China's artificial suns.
Right.
Oh yeah.
They're so bright you can't make out what's going on, but if you could
I think
look
4
around
years.
some of it, maybe.
I haven't
I
seen
think
much
4.
footage on them. I've only seen the launch footage, though.
I think 4 years ago, I saw a video of an artificial moon, and it was like It was like in front of the carnival. You know that big wheel at the carnival. Like the guy that was taking the photo. I mean the thing, the video. Like it was in front of the carnival of the big wheel. I was like, is that supposed to be a moon? And now he's got a sun, eh? Interesting.
I just remembered something that proves their fake reality to someone, and it was the moons of Jupiter are visible through a telescope, and I'm pretty sure I've even seen that phenomenon myself. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's got I'm not even sure if it has a good image. Let's see.
Yeah, I was able to capture just a brief second of it. I couldn't see it with the naked eye. I had to use an enhancement with my cell phone camera, and even that wasn't able to. I wasn't able to use the manual focus at all to bring them back into view. But I see them for a brief second.
Do you know if there's any view of those alleged moons, which they're not?
I know nothing.
Similar to like what the other stars look like, the plasma looking deal. There's probably, I bet it's down here somewhere. Oh, okay, yeah. In the stars thing, Jupiter is in here, and it certainly looks really weird, but there is no moons or whatever they would be. Let's see. Yeah, the roast is better. I killed it, guys.
No, I think Rekanor killed it. You know, he fucking said some shit to that kid that was here, some Indian racist shit that might have pissed him off. I'm wondering, Rekanor, did he leave because of you, or did he leave because he figured out the Earth is not a ball?
Yeah, I don't think he figured that one out.
The picture
I
with
re-
the Tesla car freaked him out.
I think he left because most people only have one or two disorders, co-occurring disorders, but he has 3 or more. So
I really did think it was the bouncy. You know, when they were fixing their, their strings. I thought that was pretty powerful. So I hope it was because of Cogdis. I hope that's why he left, and not because of Rekanor.
Fairly might have been streaming.
Yeah, I left the server.
Who knows though?
He might have been banned. I'm too tired to check.
Well, the Indian accent guy, no, he wasn't banned. Just left.
So I found the Jupiter through the Nikon 1000, and it's basically just smaller looking plasma things next to it.
You gonna post it?
Oh, you want to see it?
Oh yeah.
It's say some lady's Nikon video. Oh, I could even post it right at the time. Actually, let's do that.
Who drew that? Get. Who drew that?
Yeah, that guy improved. He sent me that picture explaining me the difference between oxygen and ozone.
I mean, I get it.
So, what
My
was he
God.
trying to? Was he trying to assert that ozone is a container,
Yeah.
and ozone is like more separated and not even touching in his illustration? Wouldn't oxygen be a better container if that was the case?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
never taught about the container gases. The gases that behave like containers. And that you can
how long
insert
do you
one
think it took him
gas
to
in
write
one
those words
another.
on that?
It looks
It's
like
like
he
a mouse.
struggled, man. He did the
It
O and
took a
then the X, and
while.
then he forgot the spelling, you know, and then got
Yeah.
off like, yeah.
But guys, listen, that's exactly what we're dealing with, and it's not. It's almost not funny because so many people are stuck in this, having this amount of, I don't want to say education, but they have to this grade level of knowledge of their world, and that's about a third grade.
Yeah. Oh, and he sent me another picture. I will share
I
it
even
back
wrote
to
exactly
you.
like that when I was in third grade. So
In third grade? No way. In kindergarten.
exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
He wrote it with a mouse, though. It's pretty hard to write with a mouse.
Oh, is that what oxygen looks like?
Yeah, didn't you know? Bones?
Looks like oxygen needs to get its shit together.
Bit messy, bit ugly.
I know, man. Jeez.
Water.
Get with it. You're embarrassing the other molecules.
So what does the hydrogen look like? The same? Like bunch of circles? Bunch of circles next to a bunch of circles, right? Or you want to make hydrogen X? Let's just make it H. You know, is that what hydrogen looks like? Like an H? Come on, dude. It's just a model.
I need to see if a folder with all the drawings we've received from people. Like the Selenelian ones, they're the best. I'm sure he has them all saved and you get them from him.
Yeah. And with the
What is
Selenelian,
that?
how do they know that it's the sun refracted and not the moon? Or how do they know it's not that it's the moon refracted and not the sun? How it's again like they see the sun move from east to west, they see the moon move from east to west. So obviously the sun must be stationary because it does exactly what the moon does when the moon orbits us. It's like, how do they?
I like bringing up the dust that the fake astronauts kick around, and then how reflective that is down here, right?
Well, I was actually thinking about that now when you guys are chatting about it. In the full moon, we've got an intensity of how much light is being reflected, quote unquote reflected. But if you go and look at a moon over all the phases across the entire duration, you'll see that the moon has varying brightnesses every night, different illuminations. So did the moon's surface become more bright or less bright? How is it that one day it can reflect with such brightness that I can read a book, and the next day it's like half of that brightness? If it's the moon that's just reflecting the light and the sunlight is staying constant, we should have a constant illumination regardless of the phase. So that little sliver that's lit up should be just as bright as a moon, a full moon,
Or
because that little sliver should be reflecting equal proportion of light no matter what phase it's in.
or picture that sliver being a certain portion of it, right? That's facing more towards wherever the light's coming from and being reflected off of. And wouldn't you see some kind of maybe illumination or glow on that side? You know,
Yeah,
not necessarily
but
blasting from it, but like some kind of illumination from whatever side it's being reflected.
for example, if you look at the difference between waning and waxing, whether the moon is approaching full moon or whether it's approaching the new moon, there's a complete brightness change. So in the waning phase, when the moon is going from full back to new moon, uh, the intensity drops by at least 30 to 40%. So it goes from full moon, 100% illumination, to like 90% illumination, and the 90% is not even as bright as the full moon was 2 nights previously. So in that regard, most of the moon's surface is still reflecting light, but yet the actual intensity of that light varies. So how can the intensity of the light vary if the light source is remaining constant and the moon's surface is remaining constant? Then there should be no variance. And like you say, when men was supposedly standing on the moon, it should have been so bright that it would have blinded them, would have scarred their retinas.
Yeah, imagine it. I tried to get people to think about that, and they just can't seem to even think about the brightness of how it would be if it was up there.
It's like, it doesn't need to be bright when you're standing on it, and then it gets brighter somewhere between that point and the area. How?
Yeah, and then you got your good old footage, right? They're driving around on it and then kicking it around just like some sand, some dust.
So when you also look at all the moon phases, you'll see sometimes the moon has like a red glow. Sometimes it's like a bit of an orange glow.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's bright white. Sometimes, how do you get all these color variations? The sun is the sun and the moon surface is constant. It's got like a
Refraction.
polarized lens. I'm not sure if you've seen Cami Nodell's model where she takes 2 polarized lenses, like sunglasses that are polarized. And as you rotate the 2 polarized lenses on top of one another, they cancel out all the light and they become black, like the moon.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I've
saw
seen
that.
some
And it
experiment like
potentially
this.
creates the cycles.
So potentially it's just the way that the light is being observed through this polarization effect that actually gives us entirely the moon phase. And that the portion that's darkened is just the portion that's the light is coming in a way that our eyes receive it as cancelled light. It's amazing. As you start to look for other alternatives, how many alternatives there actually are.
That'd be easy to verify, no? I mean, if the cycle is created just by polarization, you should be able to reverse it and see the full moon.
I'm not sure about reversing it. The demonstration was you place two polarized lenses on top of one another, and as you rotate the top lens, it completely blacks out the first lens, like a cancellation of these two polarizations. Now, if that's already occurred and the light is now absent, how could you reverse that? If you added a third polarization, you would only make it darker. But there must technically be some way to unpolarize it then. So,
Yeah, there is a good video on this. Someone talking about sunglasses.
It's is it Kyle from? He has like Fly Earth University. Do you know the guy? Got a video on it, but I forget the channel name. So
No, I don't. It was actually someone outside the topic, outside that subject, just talking about polarized lenses.
yeah, I'm just trying to remember the channel so I can get the video and put it in the live stream for anyone that wants to see it. Does anyone know what that one's called? You know, the guy. I think he's called Kyle and does pretty concise videos in a kind of lesson format.
Oh,
And
I
his
think I know
channel
who
is
you're
like
talking about.
Fly Earth University or something like that.
Yeah.
Shoot, I don't know who it is. I saw another video by the same guy. I think it might be the same guy, but maybe this will ring a bell. He patched together a crude suit of like the darkest material that exists, like darkest to black that you can wear. And it looks creepy. It kind of looks like CGI as you walk around in it, but it's definitely real material. Does that ring a bell for anybody?
I
I
haven't
don't know.
seen that. Was that like talking about like some kind of black
I should be
bodysuit
able,
or something?
yeah, I should be able
Yeah.
to find that pretty easy if anyone's interested in
Yeah,
knowing.
find it. All I want to know is what
That's
do the
super cool.
blueberry and grape moons taste like in that picture? I think the blueberry might be better than the grape. The grape might be too much flavor. But then the rest tastes like dog shit. And blood. So anyway, speaking of the moon, there's a rumor out there that, how do I say this? The latest cell phone technology is being implemented in full as of right now, given some sources. Believe it or
I
not.
totally missed that first part. What was that?
A specific cell phone technology, the latest and greatest if you know what I mean, being put up everywhere, is about to be ramped up in full starting tonight. From a friend of a friend,
wow.
say. Could be nothing, could be something. But full moon tonight, and we all know how they like to do rituals.
Mm-hmm. What was that TV show where everybody like lost 7 minutes? It was like about flashbacks. The intro scene, first episode, was like just the whole world just passing out, basically. Something like that's gonna happen when they turn this thing on full blast. You know, it's gonna interact with the V's probably.
Well, it's rumored that the technology has already been slowly being turned up, and that's why people are being affected by stuff.
Right.
Slow boil. Remember, guys, they always do the slow boil. They're never going to pull the big trigger.
Yeah, I've heard that from a reliable source.
Yeah,
So
you'll know
just-
something big's on its way once they start giving up on this current narrative.
Well, yeah, I mean, most of these narratives are getting destroyed left and right no matter what they do, so, I mean, they're going to have to do something. They're going to stop pulling their punches real soon, so just stay safe, everybody, and take care of you and your family.
Yeah, I mean, their narratives are getting destroyed left and right since they began, you know, first day. But it's once they give up on it that you got to pay attention, you know.
Exactly. Like right before 7-Eleven was a part-time job, one newscaster on like the daily, or some newscaster on a morning show said, and it's a quiet day here across America. Almost too quiet. He like says it as a whisper. And then like 15 minutes later.
Yeah, there was some weird stuff on TV that day.
Yeah.
It's not Action Labs, by the way. No, the guy I'm talking about is a flat earther.
Right. That was separated it. This guy's got some decent information. I think he might be the guy that did the polarized lenses.
Yeah, I think I saw something from him on it.
But either way, this dark material, man, it's no joke. I mean, he made that crude looking thing himself. Imagine like what's already being done with that kind of colors. I mean, that's awesome. Totally just saw that moon color thing. I don't know why it took me so long to realize what was happening there. That's incredible.
Blue moon.
Oh yeah, yesterday I saw a guy recording the moon, and there's actually a bunch of wolves howling during it. It was a pretty cool video. He was somewhere out in the woods.
Yeah, it's called the Wolf Moon.
Right. That's why I thought it was interesting.
Oh.
There does seem to be certain levels of what's the word? Portrayals of wolves being, I don't know, more powerful than they actually appear to be through art and other means. Anyone know the record time for like globe to flat, just to make it simple?
What do you mean?
Like someone that reversed their thinking that quickly and like kind of announced it, and we're,
You mean how long it took someone to transition?
Sure.
15 minutes.
No way, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I've seen it about that quick too. Yeah.
Wow. Do you remember any kind of details about?
Well, it only took me like an hour because I actually just gave it honest thought. I was like, oh, well, hold on. Sounds stupid, but a lot of this stuff did before I found out about it. So hang on. And then I just, critically thought, here we are.
I had somebody.
Yeah, the 15 minutes wasn't me. It was Cyrus. He was talking about it earlier. For me, yeah, it wasn't long. Day two, maybe. It's like seeing Building 7. When it makes sense, it makes sense. It's not you can do about it.
Well, I was gonna say I had the veil come down for many other things, and then right, and then flat Earth just fit right in, and it was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I'm
it's hard
surprised
to
how
tell
fast
when
I.
that happened, just because I had already been, on the side of things.
It was so weird too. I didn't even care about flat Earth. I was mega into all the conspiracies,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Right.
just every time I saw flat Earth, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that one. I'm serious. Every time
No,
I
I
do
hear you. Yeah,
research, and then finally,
yeah. Right.
someone in a video I was watching said that it's about like the North Pole and the center of the creation disk, and we need to escape and all this stuff. And so then I actually started looking into like old maps and all kinds of stuff. Got the Sammy
Right.
Robotham book,
Yeah.
and then I was like, okay, well, shit, it's flat.
Yeah, I guess in some way, well, this is a small connection, but in some way, people like Martin Liedtke really helped with this kind of thing
Mm-hmm.
because he had so many map things and pictures through really old books.
Oh yeah.
So he's the master of the 1,000-year-old to like 100-year-old kind of text.
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah, same.
When you're new and you've got your head about you and you hear the arguments, they make sense immediately. You're like, okay, there's no curvature. Shit, we can't be on a ball. But, on top of that, as soon as you start seeing all the footage of just the fakery with anything to do with space,
Mhm.
you're like, you immediately know if you've had your head into paying attention to anything for any amount of time, you immediately recognize the pattern. It's like, oh, okay, they do this with everything else, and they're doing this with space. They're
Right.
obviously hiding something. You don't need to fake things when you're in
and
truth. You just tell it.
I have to add, you start realizing like the invention, like why a television was invented, and why Hollywood exists, and then all the occult and all the secret society, blah blah blah, right? And just so many factors, and you're like, oh man, how deep does it go? So really, this subject just, I mean, it really is just perfect. It makes so much sense. And the logic, it seems like if you have logic, it's gonna make sense. So I don't know, maybe it happens 50-50. I haven't been here long enough to tell.
You're right, and it's important to remember that entertainment is a symptom of propaganda. Just the fact that you find Netflix entertaining, that just helps the medicine go down when they want to propagandize you into believing these narratives.
You
Yeah.
you said
Yep.
medicine go down made me think of Mary Poppins. I wonder if they're gonna redo Mary Poppins and she's gonna have to show her V pass, at the door before she's hired as a nanny.
I think they already did remake that movie into some woke shit. Yeah.
Yeah, do with everything. I'm amazed with the Globers how they are so blasé with lies. Like there's people that come in here, they don't know anything about flat Earth, but they know the moon landing's nonsense.
Well, there's not even
And
like a side of good and evil in a lot of people's minds. That's what it feels like.
yeah, but it's
Yeah.
like they just treat it so lightly. It's like, oh yeah, they just this huge lie with huge ramifications, and no big deal. We'll just go back to trusting them. It's like you're insane.
Yeah, there's
It's like
so many.
all these people that come in here, like I swear to God, I bet they've been cheated on by every single girlfriend if they've had one. You know, they seem to be the most gullible people in existence.
Well, I hear nowadays that they're at the level where they wouldn't even care, right? Like, oh,
Well,
she's
no,
not,
I mean,
whatever.
we're at the level now where men want other men to fuck their girlfriends. So yeah, I doubt they
Oh,
would
there you
care.
go. Exactly. I didn't even think about that. You're right.
Cucks.
In fact, I guess they're paying. They're paying to have it happen, maybe. Oh man. No, I
I,
just
I
I don't know.
found
I
that
just
video, by the way. I
go ahead, go ahead.
posted it. It's Kyle Adams. You should give that a watch if you haven't seen it.
I haven't. Yeah, let me check that out. Did you post that?
Yeah, it's just up
Oh,
a bit.
I see it. Yep.
24 past the hour.
Yeah, interesting thing about that video. I was looking for it too. You beat me by a minute. I went and found it on Common Sense, the Common Sense Science, Bob's 24/7 Discord, and I went on there, and he was saying that the moon, there's this moon photography that they do in that or that they show in that video. And Bob is saying that it's looming and that there's a distortion in the horns and in the image of the moon as it's going down in this time lapse image. And he's saying that it's looming. And I'm like, well, it makes that straight line. So my conjecture was that you're just observing that through more atmospheres. So it's like at the top of the photo, you're observing less atmospheres, and you have a clearer picture. As it goes further, you're observing through more. His conjecture was that that was the looming, that was the refraction, and that was bending the light up, causing the image to refract and get smaller from the bottom. But I'm like, to me, I mean, he didn't prove it. That sounded like the goofiest thing when it's just as simple as the bottom picture of that moon is you're seeing it through more atmosphere.
Is that in regards to the Selenelian image?
Yeah, it's the moon. I'm gonna
At like 7 minutes in the video. 7:15.
yeah, that's exactly the picture. I'm gonna screen cap it and put it in the chat.
You know, the first thing that comes to mind seeing this kind of video, it's like makes so much sense to me, but I already know what I can already think about, like what people would say. It's like you have no, they'd be like, you have no idea the factors of the things that far from us and all that nonsense, right? Even though tests like this, I mean, this kind of information is spot on. Yeah, those are good. I saw another one similar to the one you just posted earlier about the sun and its size if you really follow it. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, to me that it just doesn't make sense that the bottom moon in that image is being refracted up. It just is like it's like just like you see a lighthouse from farther away. It's obscured. It looks smaller. Like that's all that it seems to be happening. I don't see any looming, any refraction going on.
Yeah, I mean, of course it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make sense for the Globers, but it has to be that way for them, else it can't work. And their ball falls apart.
Yeah, it really is a glass house at this point.
It shattered a long time ago, man. They're just standing around the shards, not wanting to leave.
Right. Picking up a few of them here and there, like, what about these? This shard, look.
What Mark had posted earlier about Bernays, the nephew of Bernays being the CEO of Netflix, the original CEO of Netflix, is very interesting. It goes into that, help the medicine go down, propaganda, the entertainment is just the byproduct. It's a happy coincidence that people find propaganda entertaining.
I find the phenomenon of comedians telling truth as jokes and people, rolling over laughing at it, like, really interesting. That seems to be the only, like, I know no comedian out there is actually telling, like, really hard hitting truth. Certainly no flat earth comedians out there. But, like, look at, like, Bill Hicks, everything about government. He was telling it right to people's face, screaming it at people's faces. And yeah, they just laughed, and once the show was over, went back about their business. It's really
Right.
strange. George Carlin as well, So he was just told people how it was, pointed out all the ridiculous things that they partake in life, these weird things we do in society, weird ways of thinking about things, and yeah, it just it's strange that people can they can hear it in comedic form, but if you tell them it in a serious form to engage them, it triggers them.
Yeah, what really got me into the flat earth, I've been alternative cosmologies for a decade, but then just the picture painting comedy hour, the comedy routine of what is his, whatever that guy's name is, picture painting guy. That was just the most funniest comedy routine that I'd ever seen in my entire life up until that point. And there's no going back from that. They put reality into your comedy, and then they put your propaganda and your narratives into the news. That everything's inverted with how they want you
Absolutely.
to put the lines.
Yeah, it's just lies in the media and truth in the movies, right? Or the lies in the news media.
Yeah, that's how it is. It's really hard for people to see that for whatever reason. The news is so trusted. Weird.
And space station. Chug it.
Yeah, of
You know,
course,
it's
there's all you've
crazy.
got cognitive dissonance in there, but something stranger is going on. It's deeper, just
It is.
no
No,
way
it
to
is. It is.
articulate it really.
Well, some people talk, about a few of the things that we've heard of, like MK Ultra, right? I mean, that's one thing that we know of that's doing something. It's hard to know the details. And I'm sure it goes on, like with all the subliminals we've seen forever. Who knows what all the music we've listened to has done. There's could be hidden things we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Anything we do know
Goes
about
on and
is
on.
just the surface level anyway.
Right.
I thought that was Joshua in that video you posted. Thought that was Elijah in that video you posted, Joshua. That is cool though. It does look like he's found a place they would use to fake Mars.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
he saved that. Yeah, it's a really good find, man.
See, this is why I like Facebook sometimes.
Don't say that ever again in your entire life.
Sometimes?
Facebook.
For as many fly earthers are out in the open, there's millions more in the closet, and they're still doing their own little research, and that's where posting it on Facebook or
Yeah.
TikTok. So yeah, I hear you,
Yep.
Josh.
Since I started going hardcore, streaming the ladies' night and all that, and a bunch of flat Earth stuff on my Facebook, I've noticed like I haven't added anybody new. I've noticed like at least 6 different people have like gotten turned on to the idea, and it makes sense with the Great Deception. The deception that's all around us.
Yeah,
That
that's true.
everything we know is a lie, even history.
Right. That would be nice to know
Especially
everything that's
history.
real in history.
That's why I say it's always best to start with the common ground and then eventually slide it to them and just propose it to them and let them digest it and go through the research. And then you see them start like posting stuff on their own page with getting like people they've known forever, like fighting with them. And it's
Yeah,
just like,
yeah. Good luck with all that, right? Jeez.
yeah, it's like, just join the server, it's a lot better.
Oh, it's nice that you posted that cognitive dissonance thing. I've been wondering what the actual definition is. Yeah, that makes sense.
Bob Ross says, beauty is everywhere.
And it makes me think of the wands made of holly, the wood of the holly, just waving them around, creating the cognitive dissonance that easily, just waving them around. Except in this case, you don't have to be in person. And there's a lot of talk of giants in somewhere in history, and people will immediately throw that idea out, but easily believe in giant lizards.
Yeah, Robert Zepper has a really good alternative anthropology channel. Their, I think, second to latest video, I think it's one they did last week, was talking about a lot of the archaeological finds when they would dig up some of these old Indian burial mounds, and the sort of bones that were found in there, large skulls and of the such. But that stuff is so against mainstream and crazy, and they talk about how to suggest that people were here in the Americas before the land bridge supposedly opened up, is racist, and it became racist to talk about our history, our ancient past. So everything that we're taught is all being skirted and guided. Yeah, it's all being, you're being kept in line.
Yeah, it comes down to control, I guess.
I think if we were to ever really find out just how much of our reality is manufactured, it would even take people like us back. We would take a step back.
That's what I'm trying to achieve. You know, basically be I don't know. Actually, I don't know if this connects. Before the tree of knowledge, is that what it's called? Like what would it be like before that? If that makes any sense. Exposure to
I haven't answered that. Tree of
what's that?
non-knowledge. What would be before the tree of knowledge?
Right.
I don't know. Go Gem Pandas. You'll find it there.
What is that? Something pandas?
Yeah, I'm saying whatever the world looked like before the tree of knowledge. You'll probably get an answer for that in Gem Pandas server. There's no knowledge over there, so.
Gotcha. That's not a thing I recognized. One thing I haven't done ever is explore like different Discord channels where people talk about stuff. This is the first one. Usually any of my Discord use is just with a few friends.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're just really into actively debating the Glovers, there's really no reason to go over to their servers, because just look at any YouTube comment section, you'll find it's the same fallacious, faulty logic
Well,
in
you wouldn't
every
have anything in common with
argument.
those people anyway.
So there's no, yeah, as far as positive engagement, there's nothing to be found in that regard. But just
Like,
going
for
over there
example,
and being there and maybe getting some of the audience, to hear you and come over
right,
here,
good
yeah,
point.
definitely worthwhile in that regard.
what was I thinking? Oh, use of things like TikTok, I imagine, is really low in this kind of group compared to the average.
Yeah, I don't use any social media, so
There you
I
go.
think most people in here are like that.
I bet it's pretty similar to at least me and you.
I know, like Crit, he's big on that stuff, and I think Joshua, you just said you're doing more of that stuff. No,
Doing what?
being a bit more active on social media platforms, trying to spread stuff around.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring people to the server so they can have a discussion about,
Well, that's a
current
lot
events
different.
and other things.
That's a lot different than using TikTok for like, watching some complete nonsense videos. That's what I was talking about.
Right, but see, what I try to do is I try to stream the conversation. But the thing is when people start attacking people and doing ad hoc and just doing the childish things, it goes for bad radio. So that's essentially what
Right.
it is. So that's why I really only do it on ladies' night or perhaps after hours where
Okay.
I have time to sit down and have a conversation and try to direct the way the conversation goes and keep it from going into that negativity. But I don't have control over anyone. So
Yeah.
Jenny as well. I know she does TikTok, but she says she has to make a new account every couple months, I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not bad for spreading the word, but using it for, I don't know, I guess call it your weird entertainment if you were doing that. I've seen some of what like algorithms and TikTok can produce, and you get stuck in pretty disgusting themes.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
did you get the token?
What was that, Joshua?
Because I'm playing Call of Duty right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't played any of the new ones, but
Yeah,
buddies are playing them.
Jaron Lanier, he's a liberal, but he's been around Silicon Valley since Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and he's that big dreaded guy who's telling people to delete their social media. And he if you listen to his talks, he goes into detail about the sort of algorithms, and then it's just keeping you engaged, and it's keeping everybody fighting each other because it makes the tech oligarchy more money because you're more engaged with it. And I've had multiple social medias deleted, and looking back on now, it's the best thing that happened to me, because I was like, wow, I was spending an hour or two on it a day, scrolling nonsense, learning nothing, doing nothing, arguing with people for no reason and to benefit nobody. And and I sort of got my life back when they deleted my accounts for me. Wow, like, thank you for doing that. And it sort of released me, and instead of me like jumping to go make another account, I was just like, let me give it a break for a second. And that was that was the best thing. I still have one. I'll go on it. I spend 10 minutes on it, maybe every couple of days. And, they gave me my life back, basically. And I think people lose sight of like how much time they actually do waste on those platforms, especially Instagram or Facebook.
I haven't used any of them yet.
Yeah, it seems if you were getting accounts deleted, you were probably on the verge of taking your own life back soon enough anyway.
Yeah, it was fun, but it goes to like that what Jared Lanier was talking about, is it's just keeping you engaged, whether you think that you're fighting the man, or at the end of it, you're just coddling the teat of the tech oligarch, regardless of what your beliefs are.
Yeah, I mean that's the name of the game. They just have to keep people engaged. As soon as that engagement starts to fail, that's when revolutions happen.
Right.
And yeah, social media is the crown jewel, man.
I haven't dug deep into what's his name? Zach Hubbard. He goes into basically the Coliseum sports, right? NBA, NFL, and the Major League Baseball League. And he goes into them and proves that multiple times the numbers line up in too strange of a way, right? And it gives away that.
Well, like
You know.
gematria.
Yeah, exactly.
Let
These
them eat
sports
cake.
they're basically rigged, I don't know to what level and to what extent it goes, but at least multiple of the sports got referees, right? They wear the black and white, and we obviously know where that goes.
Well, I remember listening to someone talking about that and saying that they need to cycle through who wins championships constantly because they need to give every portion of the support, every different team's supporters a chance to feel that victory and partake in it and be kind of what's the word, pacified,
Mm-hmm.
or appeased. Yeah, appeased.
Right.
So.
But then again, I mean, think about the other way. Even when you're not appeased, they're still winning because when you're losing, you're pissed off. I've seen it already in the last couple weeks. People just really angry just because of their team.
Yeah, I mean, well, you see it with the two-party system. It's one in, one out. Every 4 years or 8 years, whatever. But they give both sides a chance to blame the other and all that.
Yeah, it goes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say with that, it just they want you to identify within groups, within paradigms that they create for you. So if your team didn't win, then it's the other team. So you're conflicted with your neighbor because they had an alternative team that they believed in, and it's all the while that everything's being manipulated. And nobody, these people that are mad about it, they're not the ones throwing the pass, they're not the ones shooting the shot, but yet you would think that they are, the way that they get so excited about it.
I don't know why this connected really well for me just now, but you brought up protesters. It made me think of protesters, right? And like there in no way can it get anything done with the way their system is set up. Like even if say legislation's put out or something like that, I mean, would that be enough? I mean, what would it prove? What would it change? Has legislation ever been changed? Can anyone verify that? I mean, I've never done any protesting, but I mean, who are you protesting against? Who's paying attention? Who you say you do it in by like one bank or something like that. You go in front of a bank. I mean,
Yeah, look at what Occupy Wall Street did. It closed down all the small banks, and now all the major banks. There's 6 major banks that own everything. In 2008, pre-economic crisis, there was I think 40 something banks, a lot of smaller banks, but they didn't have the liquidity to float everybody's accounts, so they had to sell out to the bigger banks. And so that's what the protest did. The people, you know, against these big banks, all it did was, facilitate the conquering of these big banks. And then we look at what's happened now. Small mom and pop businesses going out of business. Who's making the money? Large, big corporations, Walmart, Amazon, these. And so people protesting does nothing. Non-compliance is the key. To say no, thank you for your services is the real protest.
Right. And
Yeah.
potentially, I'm
No,
going
you
to
go,
just
Sean.
say something small, boycotting, and then go ahead. Boycotting certain
I
businesses
think
could be
the
pretty easy.
establishment really enjoys when they see people protesting, because
No doubt.
they're almost more lost fundamentally than the NPCs just sitting at home going along with the narrative, because they've actually woke up. They've not like been drawn in by the hypnotic spell, of the narrative and all the propaganda. They know something's wrong. They know they need to do something, and they are putting their energy towards it. But they've put it towards it in such a pointless manner that it will achieve nothing. And I think the establishment loves that, because yeah, they're expending their energy and it's going to do nothing. They're not a threat. So kind of worse, because I mean, a normie still has, they can still wake up and put their energy towards change in an actual effective manner. So they're still more of a wild card to the elites than these protesters, because the protesters have already made the conclusion is that this is how they're going to affect change, by standing outside buildings fucking shouting at walls. You know what I mean? So
Right.
yeah. I mean, not to say that when there's like what, it's like 1 million people march in London
That's
in
big. I've never
2021,
been near anything like that.
probably a little bit worried about that. It could suddenly break out into something else at any moment. So
Well, that's what they did in the Summer of Love. They wanted that peaceful protest while they're burning down your cities. Then it's getting everybody upset, and all it's doing is shutting down small businesses, helping Amazon grow. They set it up.
yeah, but I mean, look at like what was the only like protest gathering that happened that actually destroyed anything was Black Lives Matter. They just, as you were saying, they just destroyed small businesses, and
Yeah, they destroyed their own minority-based sort of communities. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
yeah,
Is there
it's
anyone
insane.
that lives in a city right now? A city like the size of LA or anything like that, San Francisco?
I'm near Atlanta, Georgia,
Okay.
and yeah, I mean, it's a little different here in the Bible Belt than it is sort of the rest of the country and the rest of the world.
Yeah, I can only speculate. I don't go to LA, but it's someone was saying, someone involved in the police there was saying that I think he said, "Have you seen the movie The Purge?" Oh man, I don't think he's joking. He said it's The Purge 365. I don't know if anyone
Yep, that
has
was
any
that was
experience doing
predictive
that.
programming. Well, yeah, early on in the friend gets shot in the chest and died, and yeah, people have just gone insane.
Yeah. That's just like your opinion, man.
I wish.
No, I know you're right about that.
Yeah, it's the Hegelian dialectic, you know? It's just classic divide and conquer. Nothing new.
Yes, the rate it works is pretty well known by who it matters to. And at this point, I guess they do have the whatever type of computers. What do they call them? Quantum something computers. Who knows what those things do, right?
Yeah, it seems all computers are quanta, though. So, yeah, I've done a little research, and I guess it's they stack the wafers in the quantum computer. They have like it's a little cube instead of it being like a flat thing. It's interesting. It's, you know, not gonna save humanity by any means.
Well, I bet they're already being used for things like fake articles, right? You can search anything under the sun, anything, any topic, and there's going to be fake articles on it. You know, I bet computers like that are the
Just like
things
flat
that
Earth.
control these types of things. What's that?
Yeah, no, precisely. They know your algorithms already. That little troll from earlier came back. Yeah, no, similar to flat Earth, but why you be here upset about it is more what we're talking about, little guy. You ever find out that gas doesn't go down? Is that what you went and researched? Heavier particles don't float up. Did you go figure that out, buddy?
लागलं तर मला सांगा बरं का. हं? बाहेर लागलं तर सांगा म्हटलं. कधी काय चिवडा मग थोडंसं सुसू केली ह्याने. कुठे शिष्य पण केली. कुठे शिष्य मी काढून टाकल्या आणि सुसूवरती ते टाकलंय. त्यामुळेच भुंकत होता वाटतं ते एवढा. हो का.
Go on mute. Improved spur.
Hey,
Go
can you
on
mute your
mute.
mic, please?
I guess he's got to go on server mute.
Explore over a well. Yeah, there's one. It's one in.
So, no measured curvature. How about that? We wouldn't expect to see curvature on a ball. Really?
Keep hearing about this. You don't measure the water, you measure the bottom of the ocean or something like that.
What?
I've heard it in the last few days. I hear it keep coming up.
It never ceases to amaze. Yeah, still water. I mean, there's waves, but I mean, there's still water, and there's relatively flat land. And the biggest problem is that there's hundreds and thousands of miles with using a sextant, because you have to think about if you found your location using a flat line, and there's a radius of your circle of equal altitude, well, there's a diameter, or is that the right term? Yeah, there's a diameter of that line, so the other side of that radius is also flat. And that's hundreds of flat miles. And Pascal's principles, obviously these people don't know about, established natural laws. Pascal's principles is the, water maintaining a level despite the shape of the container. The surface of it is flat.
Well, I always see you guys getting into the battle of, they don't know their own story. So then it's like, okay, well, where do you go from here?
Yeah, that's mostly the battle. It's always catching them up on what they think they believe in. And then because all the time they'll say, well, it says who? You'll correct them. You'll tell them what their science says. And then they ask you, well, who says that? It's like, that's your claim. Did you forget?
What science? The thing is that they confuse believing and knowing. They think those two are the same thing.
I've been
And
trying to figure
also
out how they
they
accomplish that.
confuse science with pseudoscience.
Right.
Correct.
And use both like they mean the same thing.
Yeah, they use them interchangeably. I was saying like something like Pascal, like water level, that is science. And but yeah, then they also interject their pseudoscience within that as well, not natural established laws.
Listen, you don't got to get salty just because we're. Just join us on this side, and then you'll be right too.
Being right is awesome.
Science rules.
Yeah, but homework rules.
There's only one truth. People act like it's not important.
Well, which truth is that?
The one to continue to search for. You don't know it,
right? Yeah, that one, the one there.
If you think you know it, then that's where the problem comes in.
Exactly. How could you be so arrogant as to think there are answers?
Glad that guy told us that they got an answer for everything, though.
Which one?
There you
go.
Which
the
guy?
The one that thought heavier apples go up.
Oh, right. He started saying apples instead of atoms. I remember that. That was awesome. Yeah, he was fun. He just left too. You guys were saying something about, I don't remember, but then he comes in out of nowhere and goes, like flat earth, and then leaves. Okay. Yes, just like flat earth. Whatever it was.
We were talking about the metaverse and simulacra, simulacrum, and
you mean like the Mars Volta record?
Hopefully not.
Oh, Wax in the Simulacrum. Hold on. I'll put the song in the voice text. Keep talking.
You guys don't believe in gravity?
That guy didn't even have a definitive answer for when he has to go to bed.
Yeah, I think that was his mom scolding him, telling him.
It was certainly his mom.
Chat.
I could just hear it in her voice. No, actually, I think they were laughing about something.
Yeah, he was like, I'm talking to them about flat earth, and she's like, get off the goddamn phone.
What a stupid
Go clean your room.
What a stupid thing to waste.
And brush your teeth.
Pay good money for that internet, motherfucker. We're not going to be talking to any infidels.
Oh, yeah. That brings up something somewhat interesting. What's the word? Is a specific word. The something of Aquarius, the age of Aquarius, right?
Uh-huh.
It has something to do with communication in a big way. And aren't we already here? I mean, look what we're doing, right? Wouldn't that be proof that we made it to the age of Aquarius?
Sure.
I mean,
There's a
here we are.
constructive communication, though.
I haven't been here that long. I'd say so.
Well, I just mean like the age would affect the entire world, and certainly we're more connected than ever, as far as we know.
Oh, right, yeah.
So, yeah, we here on this server, it's totally constructive, absolutely. But the rest of the
Right.
world, not so much.
Rest of the world.
Twitter and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, these tools, they're tools, so they can be used for bad and good. Educate, or you can be indoctrinate.
That's right. Hezbollah, Adam? Are you there? Is that the guy we were talking to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Bye.
He dipped.
Hi and bye.
He was 16. It said so in his bio.
Why come in if you don't want to get called out? It's like if you knew. Or get a listening pass,
Don't be sitting in a chat room being a loser. Go get a girl in that car and drive. You just turned 16. Do it.
No.
Then
First,
come
learn
back.
how to drive. First, learn how to drive, and then invite the girl. Don't do it before learning how to drive.
Yeah, preferably learn how to use a blinker before driving a girl around, please, and thank you.
And tell her to use one too.
Also, the passing lane is the left lane, so get out of my way, please and thank you.
Yeah, I do 80 in the left lane.
Yeah, and they can enjoy
Oh,
the nice view of the flat horizon from Makeout Ridge,
Oh, Makeout Ridge, man. See, we didn't have one of those because every time one of those would start up, it'd be one couple. And then next weekend, it'd be 17 couples.
Yeah.
And then 17 cops.
Sometimes, yeah. Depends on where you were. So, but even cops were cool. They'd like hang out for an hour.
It'd be the couple.
And then we'd all leave.
They would sneak some peeks, and they're good.
I mean, yeah. Cops are people. They're people too.
It was their Ridge before it was the kids,
Yeah. Yep.
But why would they smurf?
Smurfing ain't easy.
we do have a member that is called Smurf, and every time he joins, he smurfs the whole conversation. I get a little bit annoyed. Smurf.
I'm smurf with that.
You've already said his name over 3 times. He probably heard it.
He kind of speaks like Don't
It's
Pet
like-
It, but like he kind of speaks
It's
like
like
Don't
the fucking
Pet His
flat
little
Earth
brother.
It's a flat, man. Haven't you really heard it kind of flat?
That's pretty good.
I know I heard. I know we've been talking about flat Earth in here for a while. Someone knows me.
Right.
I think I nailed it.
That was pretty good, man. That was good. I'm not going to do any better. I won't butcher it. That one's yours.
I don't think I said man enough, actually. He's a little old school. I'm going to keep up the man. Like, who else? Flat Earth Dude. A lot of man.
Yeah, I think cut the shit once a bit. Don't pet it a lot.
Yeah. No. Astronauts.
Hang on.
He's getting in the character. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, let it, release it. Don't.
Okay.
I mean,
Release your inner pedit.
NASA's Mars rover held together by zip ties. It's real good engineering, and today get to ride it all the way to space and then destroy that technology.
he actually
Yeah,
looks like he looks like Gargamesh.
Yeah, Gargamel, yeah.
Gargamel, yeah.
Oh, that brings up a good point.
Station.
Witsit was
Space
talking
station.
about.
I
Like-
won't go back to the space station. It scares me up there. Sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
It was basically like I don't even know what to call it. AI cyborg type things with, crazy mask technology or whatever it is.
It's
But,
more like a behavioral pattern that is being induced and introduced. How do you say? Indoctrinized. It's like this pattern that it has to be, repeated and repeated and repeated. That's why they promote it so much, just for people to follow. It's very broad because the whole octopus system is built in so many layers, but it's all fundamentally built on on the real thing. But like when they push the globe, it's basically they made a movie and they say, "Hey, this movie is real. The other ones are fiction, but this one that we're showing you, it's the same thing. People believe in that movie, but not on the other ones." NASA, Disney, Hollywood.
do people come in here talking about I don't know, levels of calculus and whatever deep levels of math and astrophysics nonsense? I haven't heard it yet.
Not even fucking Matthew speaks about proper math. He's a fucking professor of it, so.
There's been many people in here that speak about the the pi, the fingerprint, that there's a numerology that has a lot, the fundamentals, the way we build and things are kind of expressed into existence. You can see the kind of numerology fingerprint on everything, patterns, ratios.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And you can put that to numbers in a way, but it's, with the numbers you can kind of, with the real numbers, the numbers that you can actually observe in reality, those patterns. But then there is the fantasy side of that they give you numbers explaining something that you don't see anywhere, like spinning globes. They give you this fake numerology, this fake map of math that is based on a fantasy. And it's very complicated.
Right, I get you. Yeah.
And they
Yeah, I can
have
see
a
that
language
now.
for it. They have
A lot of people have a lot
words
of time with that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, that's all I had. Yeah. So
They have like
time seeing
they they even have like a language, right? They put words, make stories about definitions of those words and what those words mean, like gravity, the warping and bending of space time. Yeah. They got black holes, they got explanations for that. So it's like a
I guess
build up.
it's not very simple. You're right. It is pretty complicated, and it adds to the lie in some way. It's just gigantic.
There's been so many different renditions all over the world of this one GIF. Look at this. This is the name of the GIF. Peep the cat, rave cat, cat, party, party, cat GIF.
Is that the one? Do I have to click on the link?
No, he deleted the link. Thank heavens.
Oh, it's still there.
Oh, right. Yeah, that rave cat got popular for a minute.
Cats are awesome. I love cats.
Me too. Mine's running around right now. I have to leave the deck open so he can just roam freely otherwise. That's right. Hey. Why do you talk to me? Zeus, why do you talk? Okay.
Kitty cat. I did click on the link. Let's see what's going on.
Me too. Just one of those raver cat ones.
I don't see anything yet. Is this a scam?
No.
All I see is blackness. Now I see the tenor, but it didn't load up. Let me open it in another browser. The internet is broken, guys. Anyways, I don't need to see that.
No, you really don't. You really don't need to see that at all. In fact, it might just annoy you. I'm serious, man. That's the internet these days. You know, my grandma the other day, she said something along the lines of, did you know that 14-year-olds on Instagram, shit, she said 9 or something. We were talking about kids doing shit that even adults shouldn't be doing, but
Yeah, I've heard a bunch about that. Like, it's common for
so like she was saying, like, sorry,
Right.
I had to kick my cat. She was saying about, like, you know, Insta famous, but like all it is the girls sticking their butts out and taking pictures, and they're making tens of millions of dollars, more than CEOs. And like she just figured it out, right? We've known about that forever. And I had to like try to field that topic at dinner. It was really strange. I had to watch my tongue.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just weird to talk to my grandma about that. Also because I actually thought she already knew about that kind of stuff, but apparently, you know, she doesn't have social media, never has. So, and then she only hears about Twitter and Facebook about from the news.
Yeah, that generation, they can't conceive of such things, man. So when they discover it, yeah, they're
Yeah, I
taken
mean,
aback.
imagine being born in the late 1930s.
Yeah.
And then you're here now looking at this shit.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
No way.
Fucking progress, man. Progress.
Sure. I think we did a great job of, at best, standing still. We haven't progressed at all.
Imagine, like, because, you know, they're obviously under the illusion that all their labor went to building all this, you know, and they contributed. So imagine, like, fuck, man, my entire life for this shit. You know, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of comfort and convenience, but people are fucking degenerates now.
Well, there's a lot of good people and a lot of good work done out there. Not everything is, you know, as bad as it's painted in that fantasy side of things.
That is true.
Time will tell.
I mean, it's just got to
time
feel a bit
doesn't say anything.
disappointing somewhat, you know.
Yeah.
Because
there's
everybody
a lot of
lives
disappointment.
everybody lives their life under the idea that, you know, they're contributing to a better world that they probably won't be around to see, you know. but it's pretty objectively not better, you know, besides the technological advancement, which is just technology, you know. It's meaningless at the end of the day. It's about the conscious level of humanity that's plummeted.
That's a good point. And, you know, the majority doesn't even realize that that matters.
They don't see the big picture they're a part of, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No, people do change and people do better. People do learn and experience because there is fundamentals of everything. It's not like, I mean, what is the end goal of what these people are trying to do? Keep the control in a long-term basis because this is it's
Right.
been done for a long time. So it's a process that we're in, I guess.
But I mean, like, we know they've had control for as long as you know. It's not they have it, you know. They control it. They own it. It's about stripping every individual of their soul, essentially, their purity, you know, for lack of better words. You know, 'cause they've got control. That's done a long time ago. You know, they're just refining their methods, you know, but they have it, you know.
Ooh.
You're right there, Glat.
Excuse me.
Lifting or something.
No, sorry, I just cleaned up my cat's litter box.
Yeah, that takes some work for sure. You just gotta keep doing it so it doesn't get too messy.
Yeah, I breathed some shit in. Not shit. I don't think it's shit.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah, it probably was.
At least a couple particles, you know. Why do the shit particles not just contain the other shit particles? You know what I mean? It's like,
So there's litter boxes that you can put specific sand and it will attach to the releases of the cat, you know, the putty and the water. And you just gotta shake the litter box a little bit, just move it around, like vibrate it like a little bit, and all the poop and the liquid
It
will
rises
just
to the top.
rises to the top and easier.
Yeah, for sure.
wow,
It's a good
what
extra.
principle that's
it's a
based
good-
on.
It's it was first used in gold digging. The method. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. In fact, gold's heavier, so it would not rise.
Yeah, and it can be used inside the house with a litter box.
Relative density, you know.
Yeah. Did you say baking soda? What did you say? I'm so sorry. Gemsy.
You can add baking soda to the litter box. You can add it. It will help.
I thought that's what you said.
But
I wasn't paying attention.
I'm just thinking about what I've seen because I don't take care of the litter box in this house, but I've seen the you know the people doing it, and that's what they say. I've seen it.
Hold on. Who are the people doing it? Who are the people that clean your litter box for you, Gemsy?
Not my litter box, the cat's litter box. So let's say the mother of the cat, but because she says that's her baby, the cat is her baby. So his mother, she cleans it.
The cat?
So your mother-in-law?
No, a cousin. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay,
Got
right.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then there you go.
she takes care of that. Or the
My cat likes to watch when I do it. He's like, "That came out of me, Dad," and I'm like, "Yep."
There'll be more for you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
dude. No shit.
I did that.
He'll fill it up in 36 hours. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
It's
You got a
crazy.
fat cat, man. You're feeding him too much.
He's a kitty. No, he's eating a lot.
Ah, okay.
For the next like 6 months, he eats like. Yeah, I just let him graze on whatever he wants. He's starting to get sick of tuna, and that's kind of pissing me off.
Yeah, my cat, if I'm not entertaining him, he comfort eats. He gets bored and he eats.
Right. Yeah.
So I need to entertain him. He's about 2 years old. He's still good weight though. He's not overweight or anything. He burns it off. Playing with him all the time.
So yeah, glad flow. And instead of kicking him when he gets close to you, just hug
Zeus?
him. Hug the
I
cat.
don't. I don't really kick him. I use my foot to gently move him from where he is to where he should be.
Yeah. Cool. Good kitty. And he's supervising you, cleaning the stuff.
Yep, the whole time.
Like, get it done right, Dad.
He's your god, man.
And I'm looking in his eyes when I'm doing it, and he's just like, "Yep, you're cleaning my shit up right now. Yep, there it is. You're doing that.
You got it.
Yeah. Look what you're doing. All right, I'm gonna go run around for a sec. No, you know what? I'll just stare at you. Laser pointers too. Laser pointers are the bee's knees with this guy. And it's really cool because it if I ever need him to calm down instantly, it's just laser pointer. He'll tire himself out in like 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe tops. He'll be just wrecked. Then he'll fall right asleep.
Same with mine. He goes ape shit with laser pointers, man.
Yeah, they're a win. I met one cat once, only one cat ever, that didn't respond at all to the laser pointer, and they said it's because he was desensitized from it. He just didn't. They did it so much he doesn't care about it anymore.
Mine, he loves
your
little
cat's just
foil
retarded.
balls as well. He'll play like a dog, You can go in the corridor or something and just throw it there. He'll go and get it and he'll bring it back and everything.
That's awesome.
Great. Yeah, he loves it, man. So it's just fucking every so often I have to clean up just like fucking 10, 20 foil balls that are sitting around the house somewhere, corners. Just keep making new ones.
Wow.
One thing you can always count on here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is that sometimes in the wee hours of the morning, we start talking about cats. And for those of you who are cat lovers, because there's a lot of them out there, I'm sure you can relate to the words we're saying.
I was more of a dog person for most of my life. Probably still am, but certainly do love cats too.
Have you guys seen videos of of the volcano in Tonga, in that area?
Actually, no, I haven't looked into it yet.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Rocks fell from rocks rain from the sky.
What?
Damn, man.
From the sky? Because
What
of the
was the
volcano,
radius?
right?
The explosion, yeah, the explosion.
It was
Crazy.
a huge explosion, but
When was this?
There you go. I shared
Okay.
a link. Let me see if you get it.
I'm in the middle of a heated Counter-Strike battle right now. But I will
Pause
check it. Yeah, if you want to DM me, that would be you treating me like royalty, and I really appreciate it. I don't deserve you.
some cretin in the YouTube chat earlier was like, "Oh, see, the Tonga explosion proofs around the globe because the shockwave was registered all around the globe," and it's like, oh, this is the same as
see-
that stupid fucking,
Shockwave?
all the nuclear testing, and they
heavy
claimed that
shockwave.
the other side of the world detect is like that can happen on a flat Earth as well.
It's
In
funny
fact,
because
a shockwave can't do what a shockwave does on a curved surface.
Yeah, it's the same dumb shit.
does that looks like a sphere to you?
And they were like,
No.
"Oh, how did they get all the imagery so quick if it's not from satellites? Well, fucking high altitude
Are you kidding?
satellite balloons."
Yeah. Okay. So those listening, I love this argument for the balloon, the Satelloons. So if you're going to take a picture or film the surface of the Earth, would you want to do it 2, 3, 4 miles up, or 500, 600, 700 miles up? Which would give you a better, clearer picture?
You know what I noticed though? I looked at the clip, like on any media article you find on this. You just look at the quick clip that's supposed to be the satellite imagery, and it's always only like 3 to 4 seconds long. It's like, why is it only 3 to 4 seconds? Why is there not like you're just watching it for the next few hours? I mean, this is a massive event. You would do that, and it's probably because that explosion is going to disrupt the positioning of that balloon, and they're not going to obviously show you that.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause it is going to reach whatever altitude they're at. What is it, 70 miles up? I don't know, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I guess I don't even know if they would care, but
Because
maybe.
if it is a balloon, that shockwave's traveling upwards as well. And it will.
Yeah.
It will.
You see how
reach
flat it is at the top?
So they.
You see how flat it looks at the top, the explosion?
Let me look.
It looks like a table. Just messing. Oh, so Bong was here, and he's from Samoa, and Tonga is next to Fiji, and then Samoa at the north. But he lives in Australia. Bro, those videos.
Yeah, it just looks like it kind of flattens out. But what's that implying then? That they do have something sitting in the fucking firmament, taking imagery? If it's flattening out against something, and they're still above it, I don't know.
I will, if they have that footage that is that high. I've seen some photographs that are really high up. So it's possible, high altitude balloons, or maybe something up there attached to the layer above? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listening to a lot of heroes speaking Glue
They call
Busters,
it
he implies.
geostationary. They call it geostationary. So it's an equipment that is stationary on a spot. It's gotta be holding from something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or is it floating up above? There's no air that is moving it at a certain altitude. It's just floating there without moving.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say. Can't really substantiate it, but it's safe to say that they are up to something up there.
Observations of everything.
Yeah, that's why the Vatican has all those observatories, right? Even one in America, I hear.
So, like, what's the death toll from this? Like, as far as the islands were right next to it?
That's what I'm
Because,
wondering.
I mean, that seems like it would just wipe out everything. You know, you remember that explosion that happened in Beirut? What was that? Was that in 2020? Forget.
That
You
was
know,
crazy.
that caused some
This is
fucking
magnitudes
destruction.
bigger than
Yeah, this
Beirut.
is magnitudes bigger. That's what I'm saying. It's like, are
And
them
the video that I
islands
saw,
just fucking totally wiped
they
out now?
show they show footage of places 180 miles away, and we're talking about, well, let me hear that again. Let me make sure. He said 100 and something miles, and he's showing footage of rocks falling from the sky. I mean, on the floor already. And the tsunami, yeah. Wow, the tsunami did a lot of damage too. Wow, that's crazy. So 100 and something miles, the tsunami caused a lot of damage.
But what's interesting now is, will they, the same way that with people dying from a car accident, but then they get tested and then they get said to be dying with something, will they separate out the people that died with tsunami versus died from tsunami?
I never thought about that flyer.
I think he said kilometers. It's probably like 80 kilometers or something. Wow.
Yeah, it's laughable, especially with that whole illness thing that we're facing at the moment. They've come out and said it's with and not from, that the people are dying with it and not from it. But yet, as soon as they need to, they always say, but we've had this many million deaths from, and then make their hypothesis from that. But in the next breath, they say, no, well, it's died with.
Yeah, there's even like mainstream came out and they've already admitted themselves, you know. They went back, looked at the numbers, like 70% of all of 2020 was with, you know.
Precisely.
You know, it was like, yeah, 70% had like at least two major comorbidities. But
Yeah, and morbid means death. So, like, two reasons why
terminal.
you should have died. This is now the third reason, if that's even a reason. But having just one reason that could kill you, a single comorbidity would be adequate to kill you. You don't need something else on top of it. But the word comorbidity is often like having a stone in your shoe. You know, you're living your life, everything's fine. It's just the slight annoyance.
Just a little bit of a hassle, you know.
It's like life-threatening diabetes or life-threatening heart illness.
I'll tell you what, man. I almost died from a staph infection. It was a brachial cleft cyst that got infected in my neck. And it was infected with staph. It got into an open wound of mine, and it set up shop in a cyst in my neck. So it dodged my heart, brain, and lungs. Now, where was I going to go with this? I don't know.
That will block some
no,
your
here.
flow.
So hold on. I had to have surgery to have it taken out. Emergency surgery. They took it out. But while it was in me, because 2 or 3 weeks went by, my neck was swelling up, and I didn't get it taken care of, and I was, in denial about it. I was like, maybe I just pulled or whatever, and it just got worse, and it hurt. Like, I could barely move my neck left to right. By the time I got to surgery, it hurt so bad. So they took it out, and then I had to be on antibiotics with I had a bag hooked up, plugged into my body with antibiotics in it. It was an antibiotic drip that I had to change. And then, but anyway, in that process, it ate up a bunch of nerves in my body, mostly on the right side and next to my neck. So if I like shrug, you can see there's like a lot of muscle missing and different stuff happening over there on the right side than on the left side. And I've had to live with that my whole life. And it's a lot of pain, especially spinal pain. And it's harder to work out. Like I really have to focus on my posture. I've hurt myself quite a bit since the surgery because I just wasn't standing right, and I was going like I had before, and the nerves aren't there next to the spine or the muscles in a lot of spots. So I have to work around that. But yeah, it is. It's not just like a small pebble. It's like a wound on your elbow that won't stop bleeding. That's more what it's like. But it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? It really, really fucking sucks.
Yeah, that does suck, man. Sorry.
And it gave me carpal tunnel, but I don't really know if that's what gave it to me or not. But it is on that side. And what he had to do in my neck was cut a lot of tendon out, and so my shoulder tries to make up for it, right? And be like, oh, there's a void there, and he's trying to use that area. So I need to put some muscle on there, but some of the nerves aren't gonna ever come back. So it's pretty crazy. And if I want to, I can make my chest like pop and click and do all sorts of nasty sounds.
It's always a silver lining, right?
Well, it humbled me out for sure. It really, when that happened, it definitely humbled me out.
You still got use of your arm, like full movement.
I mean, yeah. Well, I could have 2 weeks. One of the doctors said, he was like, I'm surprised that thing didn't blow already. But yeah, 2 weeks tops, and that would have been sepsis. And I mean, if that thing burst open inside of my body, there's no amount of even rapid surgery right away. There was so much fluid in there. It was like a golf ball size.
You would have been
I've been done.
Yeah, done.
Yeah.
But it would have been the flu that killed you, obviously.
No, because this was
If it was
2008.
No,
This
if it was last year, you know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he was young back then.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if it was in the last years, obviously, it wouldn't have been that massive.
Hey, bro, God bless you for making it, passing it. I've been there. I did. I also got a bad infection too, and yeah, they're dangerous.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you made it through. I gave mine to myself, though. I was being a dummy. I guess I'll tell the story. I'll make it quick. I'll try. I forgot to pay the power bill at my apartment, and I was laying in bed with my girlfriend, and we were just kind of chatting and talking and looking up at the ceiling fan, and the power gets shut off. And because I hadn't paid it for almost 3 months, and I just didn't give a shit. And I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I'll pay it when they turn it off for some dumb shit. Being real stupid. And so I was mad because they timed it wrong when they shut the power off. They couldn't have shut it off in like an hour. So I got pissed. Anyway, so I reached back and broke the window behind both of us. Now, thankfully, glass didn't get on her or me, or it was double pane, so it just kind of fell inside the window. But that night, I was trying to put T-shirts and towels into that pane to kind of block the heat from coming in because it was so fucking hot that summer. Anyway, so as I'm doing that, I hear, right? And I'm like, what was that? That didn't sound like towel. That didn't sound like shirt. So I just kind of pulled my arm back to see what was going on. And then in the corner of my eye, I see this wound in my arm. It looks, and it's not bleeding at all. I can see the muscles, I can see the fat, and it's about half the size of half the length of a pencil. Okay, that's about how long it is, maybe a little longer. And I was like opening it and closing it, and it like barely hurt. I was like, what the fuck is this? But anyway, it was bad. It cut through a lot of skin.
The glass?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mention that part. Yeah, it was the broken glass on the window. Because I was just shoving shirts in there, you know what I mean? And it got me. And because I was being stupid. So that night, we go to the emergency clinic, and they patched me up, but they gave me a bad stitch. So it popped open in the middle of the night, and I think that's when it got infected. I woke up with blood everywhere. And then,
Wow.
So I had to go to the actual emergency room this time, and they stitched me up, and that's that. But I didn't take antibiotics at that point. I was just like, yeah, just patch me up, fucking disinfect the site, and don't worry about it. But, you know, it was such a deep cut that bacteria got way, way in there. And so they just sewed bacteria into my fucking wound. And they didn't know they were doing it. You know what I mean? Like, this can happen, and everybody could still be doing their job perfectly, and shit like this can still happen. So where was I? Anyway, so I'm working out one day, and my neck, I go to sit up, and my neck on my right side, it was like, ooh, that's, you know what I mean? Everybody's got that moment where you're like, that's probably not good.
That's
Nope.
nope. That's not getting better by itself. Yeah.
Exactly. And so I thought I pulled a muscle because I was lifting heavy that day, and I was angry. And yep. So 2-3 weeks went by after that pain. And it grew as it. I mean, if you came up to me and saw me during that time period, people were like, "What the fuck's on your neck, dude?" For like 3 weeks, and I was like, "I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it hurts. Yeah, I don't know what it is." Fucking dumbass. So I did it to myself. That's the moral of the story. I waited too long for the neck thing to start getting it checked out, and it almost killed me. And then. And at that point, I had I think I was going to start competing bodybuilding and such. And so I was really focused on my physique. And so it took me down a couple pegs because now I can't properly use my right side. I mean, if you're trying to build your body in a specific way, I don't have the nerve structure for it anymore. I wouldn't be able to put the muscles where the muscles need to go. So that's why it was a blow to the ego. But I deserved it, and I did. Because I got really lucky, and now I've had so many chances.
For not paying your fucking electricity.
All it was the fucking electricity. What a dumbass.
But I look at that as like a metaphor about avoiding truth. You know,
Right.
We've all had that thing that we leave too long because we don't want to accept what it really is. Kind of like the flat earth truth. And you watch some of these guys trying to avoid it, and they'll live with that little thing on the neck for as long as they can until they have to be confronted with the truth. And yet when we do find out the truth, we often wish that we'd gone and sought out the truth earlier, that more could have been done to prevent it, you know?
Hindsight. Yeah.
But Glad, you said you cut your arm, and then you said there was a growth on the neck. How did that...
So the infection entered my left arm, and over time it made its way up my arm, and it attacked nerves is what it did. Not only it destroyed muscle and nerves. It was crazy.
Was it lymph glands, like front of your neck?
It wasn't glandular. It wasn't glandular, but maybe it used the glands to move, but I didn't have, like, my glands weren't even swollen anywhere. That's why I didn't think I was sick. Okay. I didn't have fever, no cough, no nothing. Not throwing up. It was just a big growth on my fucking side of my neck. So anyway, it entered my left arm and ended up infecting a cyst on the right part of my neck. So it moved its way through up my arm, past my heart, past my lungs, and just set up shop right on my neck there.
See, you're meant to be here. There's a purpose for you.
Yeah, man. It was
that cyst was well placed.
To get you out of, like, I don't know. Like
that's what I'm saying, guys.
Pretty heavy into
I shouldn't be here.
bodybuilding, your physique and that, and a bit superficial, you know.
Yep.
So yeah. So maybe
I got what I deserve, bro, and it's perfect. It's a good lesson, right? And I'm glad I survived it to be able to live through the lesson and make the lesson true. Make it,
yeah, bro, because you're
make some meat and potatoes out of it.
Being right here than just benching, so not spreading any kind of truth.
You're right, exactly. Oh man, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, it's just still shit you had to go through that, though. Of course.
I'm very cool with it now, dude, because I figured out a way to be happy with it. You know what I mean? It is what it is, and it's not like it's not even a handicap. It's a mere hindrance, right? It's a first world problem. It really, really is. I'm still fully functional. I look symmetrical, even though I'm not. It's because of my posture, but yeah. I needed that lesson. Yeah.
Hey, you know what's cool?
What's that?
These guys I'm playing Call of Duty with. I got you guys like on my phone while I'm playing Call of Duty. That's supposed to be on my phone on the computer. Right?
Nice.
And so I'm like, so you guys are like talking about stuff and flat smacking these guys, right? And one of them's Nigerian. He goes, of course, they don't teach us that it's a ball here. So did you hear that? In Africa,
Shit.
they teach flat Earth.
Wow. I love it.
And then this other guy, kind of sounds like Cyrus. I think it is Cyrus. But I'm like, I go, okay, guys, I'm gonna play this the favorite talk show 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And they're like, oh, my favorite.
Oh shit, that's funny. Yeah, get them in here, invite them.
That's what I'm trying to
man.
do. I'm flat smacking everyone that I can.
Let's look that up. How about Nigeria?
Hmm?
Need to go
I
and
know
find
he's over.
some citation reference for Nigeria teaching flat Earth. That'd be good. Good to have to post.
Well, they don't teach the ball Earth. They barely like have a good like system.
Honestly, I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. Trying to prepare the curriculum to be completely honest about the shape of the place. So many things just left unknown. People would be like, "This is bullshit. You can't even answer half the fucking questions."
Yeah, but I mean, millions of people will be running out of school to explore and find out.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Yeah.
But it would be interesting to find a curriculum, that doesn't have anything to do with, current lamestream zombie cultist a polyothic religion, They're not supposed to be teaching religion, but that's all they do in school is teach you fucking a polyothic religion.
Have you seen this
you call
about?
it a polyotomy, huh?
What do you think about these guys, Joshua? You as well. The stationary satellite that they say they took a picture of the volcano. They took a photograph of the volcano or a video. I guess it was a video. And this thing is supposed to be around 35,000 kilometers away. That is
You want to know a little secret?
yeah.
All they have to do is shoot a couple thousand kilovolts into the air, and they can map out what's on the ground beneath them based off of the echo return. It's a weird thing, right?
Mhm.
So this is what HARP is doing by doing not megawatts, but gigawatts. So perhaps that's all these images are, is just the water vapor deposition over, the field that HARP is picking up, and there's a couple different stations, and maybe that's what these satellites are. But that one thing that you saw going off, yeah, it wasn't that big. For it to be that size, come on now.
You think they knew it was coming because they have footage
I think it
directly
was
over it, like
Poseidon.
directly over it.
I think that
Yeah.
was the
What are the
Poseidon
chances?
missile torpedo that went off.
Hmm.
Do you hear about that?
No.
Russia has a super torpedo called the Poseidon, and maybe we're trying to create something, or the Ally Pack or whatever is trying to create something as a countermeasure, and it went haywire, right? Basically, it's the largest known nuclear payload ever, and it's delivered via torpedo, like specifically designed to create a tsunami.
Yeah. This kind of sounds like that, dude. Wow.
So some people are sitting there saying you can see an object fall into the water before the thing explodes. But it ripped Tonga apart. Like you saw a little bit of an atoll there, and then like this big mound pop up overnight, and then just wash away to nothing again. It's
But
like an
wait,
instant volcano
there's
that went to
something
nothing.
because look at this footage. To cause something like this, I don't think Arthur. Do you think, oh my God, Arthur, bro? Look at this amount of dirt that went up in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the explosion they said could be heard all the way to New Zealand.
Yeah, over 1,000 miles away.
Bro, this is a lot of dirt.
He can't get over it. Shit.
They
What
have to
was
tell you that 3 people died, but they also tell you in the video that there's like they can
Oh.
reach people and like I don't know, it's like
Yeah, there's no infrastructure at Tonga. Those people are hurting. Those people's world just ended. They're in survival mode now.
bro, you see that dirt falling from the sky? Those are tons and tons of dirt falling on whatever is near that dirt that is falling. Done.
Hold on, I gotta check it. Wow. Yeah. Lightning. I don't know. That doesn't look like too much more than other volcano pictures I've seen.
Phew. Let me see. Let me compare it now that you mentioned that. That's pretty cool. Volcano footage. Yeah, I've seen some cool ones. When you look at the volcano footage, it's pretty cool. Time lapse.
It's the most violent thing that happens on Earth.
That
Isn't that crazy?
first footage in the video doesn't honestly look that immense. Because I hadn't seen that. I'd only seen what they're claiming is the satellite imagery. And it looked like an absolutely massive explosion.
Yeah, because that's the dirt that you're looking from the ground, and you're looking at a cloud of dirt going up, and the heavier is, the lighter is at top, and the heavier is falling.
Yeah.
You see that brown dark dirt that is going up.
Pyroclastic flow or whatever.
That looks like deep dirt that is coming out of the ground.
Are you guys talking about the video 40 minutes past the hour?
3 minutes after the hour. I'm looking at Todd's.
Yeah,
video.
40 minutes. I shared it.
Oh, okay, we're looking at different videos, James.
Yeah, of course, there's a bunch of videos. Yeah, I only watched that short one. So, yeah. Do your own research, guys. Do your own research. I'm just looking at the images and, thinking about it.
No, I'm just feeling like there may be an inconsistency between like helicopter footage and satellite footage,
Mm-hmm.
Because
But remember the
that is
perspective, because
barely
the
big as the island it's on,
mm-hmm. Yeah.
But how do you guys describe or explain volcanoes on a flat Earth? Huh?
Well, you put a lot of chemicals on top of each other, and chemicals reaction happen. When you put a lot of chemical in your body and you get a pimple, there you go.
Yeah,
That can only happen if it's spinning and there's a molten iron core. And then the lava is in chambers in the molten iron core and then all the way up through the mantle. And then through the spinning, that causes enough friction that causes that pimple. It's the only explanation.
Have you ever put your hand on an oven when it's on really hot?
Yes. Yes, I do
Yeah,
that
you put
often.
your hand, you put that inside lava, cooking everything.
Yeah, that's something I've never quite understood. How How can below the surface be like 10,000 degrees molten lava, and then I touch the ground and the ground's ice cold?
And then you build your house next to the volcano and wonder why is there lava in the living room.
George Carlin. I was laughed so much at that part.
Well, it's like Nancy Pelosi's just bought a house in Florida. So she's fucked up California and bought a house on the ocean. Literally, like, you can walk out her front door straight onto the beach. But she's the one pushing the whole climate change, global warming, sea levels rising. But yet she's gone and bought something like at sea level in Florida.
Well, I want to know how much CO2 this explosion just released into the
Can you say
atmosphere.
climate hoax? If Pelosi and Obama are buying islands, especially Biden, they have a fucking island where the highest peak on that island's like, what, a 400-foot rock? I mean, come on now. The American people is stupid, but not all of us are stupid.
Do you watch JP Sears? That red-headed guy who like always does tongue-in-cheek stuff? Awaken with JP?
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper, but he's funny.
Yeah, he did one about Pelosi, I think it was last week or this week, where he said she's presently earning, I think, $200,000 a year with a Congress salary. And then her net worth now is worth $120 million. And she's been caught insider trading, whereby she puts through the legislation that causes that company to skyrocket while she's holding shares in that company. So her net worth being $120 million, JP Sears then took her salary and divided that to see how many years she would have to work and put her entire salary towards savings to generate 120 million. The answer came out at 536 years. But then there's also taxation on the 200 grand that she's getting paid of about 40% once you add your sales tax and all that. Then it works out to over 1,000 years at her present salary to be at her net worth.
I suspect
Nothing to see here.
human sacrifices on Pelosi Island and adrenochrome production.
Yeah, I suspect it pays very well.
Yeah, what does a man gain if he gains the entire world but loses his soul?
Not a
I
damn
agree
thing.
with you on JP though. I'm glad he is totally a gatekeeper, man. He was putting millions of people onto questioning the whole 2020 narrative, and nothing happened to his channel. Even if he's going to say, "Oh, I didn't lose my channel because it was just satire," it's like, yeah, bullshit, man. They were way too serious about this thing that they were going to let you just run because you're going to claim it's satire, you know?
Yeah, that puzzled me too. Because if you actually look at the words he says in the video, it's satirical, but he's still saying what other people have had their channels removed for.
Yeah. It's probably it's just false leaders. Need to get people in following their people.
Well, he released a video yesterday, and after a couple of hours, it had 2 million views. And I was thinking, like, imagine or remember the days when if you were a flat earther and you created something that was decent, it would spread like wildfire. You would get 100,000 or 200,000 views pretty quickly if it was decent content. But nowadays, the same like you say, how does someone who should be suppressed gain 2 million views in 12 hours if he's really against the mainstream narrative?
Yeah, because it's what he says, people still believe in it, and that's what they want. As long as people are clamoring around in confusion about something that's fundamentally not real, they're happy. They don't care which side you pick. You can keep bickering between yourselves so long as you believe the fake premise.
Well, these people believe the moon landing in space. Of course, they'll buy climate change.
It's funny, they were saying that these millennials and the Generation Z are the ones that are going to be like the ones driving this whole climate change agenda. And then they started doing, I think it was on Tucker Carlson, he was doing some interviews, or someone was doing interviews on the street, a woman. And then she would ask the people, do you think climate change is real? And they're all like, yeah. We've got to stop flying. We've got to stop eating meat, all of this stuff. So then at the end of the questionnaire, they say, all right, so will you sign here that you agree to give up for the rest of your life any flights, any meat, using a vehicle to travel? And all these kids are like, no, well, I can maybe agree to one out of the three, or suddenly they're like, no, actually, don't worry. So they're all vocal as long as someone has to change their life. But if you have to change your life, well, then that's a bit inconvenient.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the liberal mindset is all about.
Sorry.
Like
You watch them run. Yeah. Just watching them run when it gets to the crux, like, okay, so now make your declaration and sign your oath. Oh, no, actually,
Yeah, I mean, they all crumble when it comes crunch time, They have no conviction. It's just all virtue signaling.
Yeah, and that virtue signaling is actually, it's inaction posing as action. So if I'm virtue signaling and telling you that I've got a bigger heart than you, and I care about people more than you, and I care about the world more than you, it allows my subconscious to feel like I've done something. But it's inaction posing as action, that whole virtue signaling.
Yeah, it's just complaining at the end of the day, and complaining never achieved anything. So, but it keeps you in the same spot, spinning your wheels, and that's what they love to have people doing.
Where are you from, obvious? UK?
Scotland, yeah.
Scotland.
You're in South Africa? Or is it Australia?
Yeah. South Africa.
South Africa, yeah. How is it over there now? Is it crazy?
Yeah, it's, the media always sensationalizes everything. I would say our biggest saving grace is the incompetence of our government. So they are unable to even enforce some of these things which the rest of the world is managing to enforce. And then we've got a massive uneducated population, which they use to steer the next election. So I think in South Africa at the moment, there's about 60 million people, 2 million are white and 58 million are black. And the 58 million, I would say at least 90% of them don't even have a grade 1 education. Then with all the money that's been allocated towards trying to uplift the country, the government was going and dumping textbooks in rivers so that the textbooks wouldn't get to the schools, because keeping the population dumbed down allows them to make one promise at the next election, and then they all line up to get their free T-shirt and they vote for whichever African dictator is raising his hand that year. And then nothing changes and they go on stealing all the money out of the system anyway. But the fact that they're so incompetent and that there's already a mistrust, the African population just doesn't trust an instruction from a government because we've gone through apartheid. that there's always this pushback. On the actual ground level, like nothing's changed. Business as usual. People, you got to wear a mask to enter a store, but if it's on your chin or halfway down, no one's really moaning. So it's that you can kind of hide in the incompetence level.
Yeah.
My wife is Dutch, and my kids they've all got Dutch passports. So we were thinking about coming through to Holland, but then when this whole COVID thing landed, it was like,
yeah, it's mad there too.
and to me, it's about what you need to do to be able to get on the flight to head that way in the first place. So that's not even allowed. That I'm not even going to entertain. So, but yeah, the rain this year has been insane. We've had almost non-stop rain for our whole summer. We've never had this amount of overcast weather. Generally, our summers are 35 to 40 degrees. You don't touch a jersey for a month or 2 months. You wouldn't even touch. You're wearing a vest, if anything. And this year, like now, it looks more like, like a Scotland. Everything's super green, and it's just been raining nonstop. There's definitely a weather disruption.
Yeah,
That's
there's
going
something
on.
going on. Yeah, I mean the climate is being changed. It's just what the fuck is doing it, and it's them with their weather control.
But also the arrogance of humans to think that we know all the
Manipulation.
variables.
Yeah, humans are so arrogant to think they actually have an effect on anything at all. Give it 150 years and the house that you live in, without you constantly giving maintenance to it and living in it and cleaning it and making sure it's kept up with, will be completely turned back to the nature that it was previously. Nature will take hold.
Yeah, I mean it's just if you do believe in God and design, it's just insulting, to think that such a construct would be designed so perfectly, so harmonious, but he would, or it, or whatever, would forget to account for the human factor, and let us tear it apart. It's like I don't really think. I think with focused effort, as the elites might be doing, with their weather manipulation, maybe you can break some stuff that way. But as far as our day-to-day life, the common person, we don't have any real influence on this world. The cycles of it, and it's self-repairing nature. But they gotta keep people terrified, thinking, oh shit, it's my plastic bags and fucking plastic straws gonna bring about, the end times.
Up in Newtown.
Have they tried, putting some kind of blame on it yet?
I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they will.
Wow.
You still watching the videos of the explosion, Shamsy?
I learned something. If the, I don't know how to say it, but a 2 feet tsunami could become a 10-foot tsunami because of topography. If the flow can go into a deeper towards a higher. It goes up, then down. They could get higher. Depending on the topography, yeah. That's why they have a lot of towns marked as flood areas. The water always recedes, right? Go back to its level. Look at these photographs. This one looks kind of cool. Looks like it's from an airplane. See how it's flowing downwards to one side. The shadow that made between the sun and the floor. They call it a caldera. Caldera. Caldera in Spanish, it's like a burning or yeah, cooking. We cook with the caldera. Cocinar. Caldera. Caliente. Calor.
They call Yellowstone the caldera.
I was thinking about that when they say caldera too. Yellowstone is probably a bigger caldera because they show
Yeah, it
they
seems
show images
massive.
of this one. Look at this caldera, the one that they said it came from. Where is it?
Been an awful lot of tidal waves in the past 20 years, huh?
Tidal waves. Look, the low pressure to high pressure. They said this is when it happened. They call it volcanic blast. Parentheses, pressure increase.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at something. Where did I saw it? Oh, right here. I found it. Can't take screenshots. Okay. Gonna have to. Route 33. Hmm. Look at the caldera. It's like a spot on Earth that a lot of pressure is being released from, huh?
Shit.
Why didn't I see? No, another coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidence. I try.
So it happened around 6 or something, right? That's what they said. Let me look again. Around 6:30, something like that. Or, around 7. But that's okay. So it was turning into nighttime when it happened. Obviously, they're showing that curvature there, but what I mean is the time, day and night, near that time when it's changing, high pressure, low pressure, or vice versa, whatever it is. But still, that event is some high pressure being released. Volcanic ash composition.
What happened?
Let me make it clean. Where's Joshua?
Nowhere. What's up?
Look at the composition of the volcanic ash. Quartz, tridymite, cristobalite. We don't speak often about these ones. Kaolin group mineral, alunite, anhydrite, gypsum. Some of these ones are difficult to pronounce. Pyro, pyropylite, muscovite.
Pyrophyllite, muscovite, which is God damn it, uh, asbestos, chlorite, right? Feldspar, which is an iron, biotite and rutite, garnet, pyrite, and schmectite.
Wow. Can you use this to?
What
Can
is
you
all
use
that?
this? All this stuff together? Will this make?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I guess you can use some of it. I mean, the garnet can be useful as an abrasive, and the feldspar with the gypsum makes with the kaolin minerals also makes a good one with the alunite. All of them put together, right? The terrestrialite will break down in the presence of water. And the only thing that might pose a problem is the pyrites. But what happens is possibly it has something to do with some of these minerals might have something to do with the secret of hydraulic cement, the secret that the Romans took from the Thracians.
Interesting. Can you feed soil with it? Can you make soil better for plant grow and that kind of stuff? Any of this?
My
You'll probably make a good battery with this material too. I don't know. So this explosion was ranked around 4 in some scale. Look at the description. Yes, effusive. They have effusive, gentle, explosive, catastrophic, cataclysm. Then that's 4. Then 5 is paroxysmic. 6 is colossal. 7 super colossal. And then I guess there's an 8 mega colossal. So there are bigger explosions that have been recorded in the past, but this one it's decently big. It's big, but well, super colossal. It says 5000 BC, Mount Masama, Kai Caldera, Cerro Blanco, Santorini, Taupo, 946. Mount St. Helens was no, category 5 on the explosion, part of seismic. "1991 Mount Pinatubo", that's one of the recent colossal ones. 1991, we definitely had footage. Mount Pinatubo. Pinatubo. "1991". There's documentaries about it. Wow. This one is huge.
Oh, let's go.
Oh.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black if I ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sabro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I get that. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well, I
take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
I'm in the shadows in her office. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
You're full of shit.
Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staged part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger, we're ramping in on Earth.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Hi, Roger. Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Cyprel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cyprel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
a
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Cyprel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Cyprel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We'd ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear on the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's
Well,
very extraordinary, one of a kind,
Okay.
behind the scenes type
Yeah.
of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
Of what?
of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we were seeing. Thank you very much. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth. Roger, the ATC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, did you copy, over? You copied, Charlie. Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over. Okay, how do you read me now? Right, you're 5 by now. Coastline. Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
Discussing their
What is your proposition that we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you
Here
did.
they discussed that these
I know for a
television
fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know
not
for a fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct, and
believes.
you'll see this tape
They were
proves that.
first
Okay, well,
screened and
I'm not interested
for playback later.
in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera
illusion
off,
with
please.
the window.
Sunlight from entering the
Turn the
space
camera off.
through the other windows. As
You're
to
full of
not
shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? And
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my
the reason
reaction?
this was done.
I know for a
is so
fact
that
That's slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
Is,
It
if
is
you
You ought to be ashamed of
if you read the
yourself.
document that I have in here, you'll find that it's
this
not.
is a view of Earth from
That this is a
distance
personal
out of the
plea to do what is
spacecraft.
right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you'll want to see.
Is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't
Outside
believe
of
that?
which it is completely
No, I do
filled
not.
with the Earth
Well,
in low
then we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
This is where you were using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when
That
to
is why
speak.
they wanted the interior.
You believe in UFOs?
No, I
You
do
believe
not.
we've been visited by? Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact we've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and it's dated by an atomic clock look at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact that it didn't. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this tape was never used.
Why don't you try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronaut...
But you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this tape.
Okay, we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window that's shot to make it look like...
Look, you can manufacture all you want with these things.
This is straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
You know that it isn't.
To that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
you give me your business card?
It's all in there. It's all in there.
Not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front of
You're
the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz. How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just
That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get
you tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We pay.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Solicit
You like that?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program that's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turned off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to
Get
God
away
on the
from
Bible
me.
that you
Get
walked
away
on the
from
moon.
home, okay?
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future, and if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon
but you won't,
go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
oh, yeah, sure.
Pop that one out.
Is that? Can I get the check that one? Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yes, click it again.
Yeah, we can edit this that way. We don't have to worry about doing that. So we can.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth. Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this? So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems
I think
to
it's
be.
shot a little bit halfway to the moon. Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks
what you're looking
right.
at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front
Now
of
I
it.
thought that was the arm of God moving
Right.
across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that
I
out.
suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There
About
it is
like
again,
that.
130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it was pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That, I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that
the
back
moon.
again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No. We have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see it. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. And as an independent producer...
Okay, we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
It's up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
Don't you start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slam door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided. With all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gon' send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet. Yeah. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images. Yeah, thanking your highnesses. Yeah. For paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
to the real people and having an open and honest discussion with them. That's not what's happening. It's manipulative propaganda is what we're seeing. The same old methods, the same old tools. I expect fucking nothing less. Science. How do we prove things to each other? How do we prove objective facts to each other? Right? Never mind invoking fallacies and appealing to authority and all that nonsense. How do we as human beings prove things that are objectively true to each other? Right? We demonstrate them. We demonstrate our claims in the reality with practical demonstration. Right? So anybody who's making any claims to any substance, right, they have to have practical demonstration. If they cannot provide practical demonstrations, they either do not fully understand the substance that they are investigating and reporting on, or they're lying. It's as simple as that, people. There is no long-winded debate and pseudo-intellectuals in shirts and ties with the right mannerisms who don't swear and talk like that with a very browbeaten attitude, yes. Right? That doesn't fucking count either. Practical demonstrations of all your claims, and if you cannot demonstrate them physically, you either don't know enough about it or you're a liar.
Think that there's a conspiracy.
I think there is a conspiracy.
That'd be a very impressive one. That's the scale of it. I tend to believe that large scale can only be an emergent phenomena.
Really? I find this so fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I always see you as like a logic and love drive your soul. You're very logical. You're relentless. You got a lot of love in your heart. I believe that if you would review the video, where is it from? Dubai or Abu Dhabi, of the mysterious hit on the hotel guest. You ever seen this thing?
No.
Oh,
what happened?
It's the assassination in 2010, 10 years ago, of Mahmoud al-Mabou, something like that, in Dubai, where I believe 26 separate individuals on multiple teams are shown converging, coming in from all over the world on false passports, pretending to be tennis players or, business people or vacationers. And all of these teams have different functions, and they murder this guy in his hotel room. And the Dubai, I guess, chief of police or security officer was so angered that he put together this amazing video that says, we can completely detail what you did. We caught you on closed circuit TV. We don't know exactly who you are because your disguises and your false passports. But yeah, 26 people converged to kill one. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe after COINTELPRO and Operation Paperclip and Operation Mockingbird, I don't know whether I should even bring up Rex 84. To not believe in conspiracies is an idiocy.
So you have a sense that evil can be as competent or more competent.
First of all, when evil wants to operate at scale, it needs to make sure that people don't try to figure out evil. When evil operates at scale,
yes,
from first principles, you have to realize that evil must not want it investigated.
That's correct.
The most efficient way to keep yourself from being investigated, if you are an evil institutional player who needs to do this repeatedly, is to invest in a world in which no one can afford to say the word conspiracy. You will notice that there is a special radioactivity around the word conspiracy.
Yeah.
We have provable conspiracies. We have admitted to conspiracies. You have been invited to conspiracies. There is no shortage. Conspiracies are everywhere. Some of them are mundane. Some of them are like price-fixing cartels, or trade groups are generally speaking conspiracies. So the first thing you have to realize is that all of us are in a mimetic complex where you can be taken off the chessboard by saying conspiracy theorist. Good, done. It's like a one-line proof. We don't have to listen to Lex. He said he was a conspiracy theorist on this show. Okay. That is partially distorting our conversation. If you want to ask me about Jeffrey Epstein, you have to agree with me that that is a logical description of what you would have to have if you wanted to commit conspiracies, is that you have to make sure that people are dissuaded from investigating them.
That I'm not trolling, I do not seek conflict. What I seek is complete understanding of what you're trying to preach and what you're trying to tell me. Now, I myself am a skeptical person. So when people tell me the information I haven't met or haven't checked by myself, I obviously start to question it. I questioned round Earth first and foremost, and now I'm trying to question your beliefs and your ideologies when it comes to flat Earth.
Sure. Well,
yes.
let's
So
start. Have you met any flat earthers yet, or are we the first ones you've come across?
Discussed. I think you're the first one I tried to discuss with. Others were just blatantly ignoring me. Met, yes, I've met them. They're not very I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm not
usually
biased.
a friendly bunch in here.
Yeah.
So basically, what we talk about here, and the boys will jump in after me, is that we've got proof that the Earth isn't curved. We've got observations that show us that the Earth isn't curved. So, which guy wants to jump in? Go for it.
I got it. Hey, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Not a ball, but an egg-shaped. You know, like, yeah.
An ellipsoid, oblate spheroid.
Egg-shaped.
Are you aware that what she just said is the case? That every observation that we ever find shows that there is no curvature. That we've disproven the claim of curvature deduced on the radius that they say.
Okay, but how would you do that?
All right, go ahead and do it. Have you ever heard of the black? Have you ever heard of the black swan?
No.
Have you seen the videos of the Nikon P900 guys?
No.
Go and check out some of the. You probably trouble finding some, but look at the P900 infrared, and there's no way they can film that far into the distance and still see mountains like 400 miles away.
Just look at the picture that was posted in chat right now.
Too far. Yeah, can you?
Which one?
5 feet observer height.
But in which channel?
Let me walk them through it. So, Arcade, do you see where Livestream 1, where you at? Right above it, there's a Livestream 1 voice text that goes along with this. Click that.
Okay, yes.
Do you see the picture that's posted, the one that says bye-bye ball?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so basically, you know there is a circumference, they tell us, of 24,901 miles, right? And with that, we get the radius, which is 3,959 miles, okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's what they tell us. Now, with that, we can deduce what should be the geometric horizon, meaning where the ball Earth should go down and away from you, right? Because it's the geometry of the ellipse. Okay, so we factor in the radius of 3,959 miles with the observer height, and then we can deduce how far it should be. Now, this observation was taken at 1 foot. In this little meme here, we've actually given the given you, the globe Earth, 5 feet. Okay, and so when you factor in 5 feet, what the geometric horizon should be is no further than 2.73 miles. Okay, so that means that we should see a horizon of the physical Earth bulge at no further than 2.73 miles. As you can see in this image, we have 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 9 miles, and there's a horizon behind it. Okay, so there is no geometric horizon between us and 3 miles, but in fact there's a horizon beyond 9 miles, thus disproving the claim of curvature based on the metrics they gave us. You follow?
Yes, but at the same time, one question arises: when you're looking at the picture of a ball-shaped Earth from space, you are. Well, I mean, I'm only assuming. I'm not for sure, but I mean, what I've seen people say is that those pictures are fake. How are you certain that this image is not artificially shot or anything?
Because it comes from a video.
Exactly. This is a still shot from a video, and there's more than one.
Can you see the JPEG up there?
Yeah, it's being replicated. Black swans are everywhere these days, so.
We call this a black swan because it's the death knell for the globe. It's pictures like this. It's a black swan photo.
So how many pictures from space, have you actually seen that you can confirm how they were taken?
Well, yes. Well, I also wonder
how did you confirm? Like, did you see a person with a camera go up there or something and single shot?
Well, considering there are satellites, it would be.
That's not what we're talking about.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We just want to keep on the topic of Black Swan real quick so he gets to 100% before we move on to that. Go ahead, Woods or Jedi.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say evening, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Crypto.
Hello.
Doing well.
Okay, so
I just heard satellites, so I'm sure this is an interesting conversation.
We're trying to talk about oil rigs, buddy, but yeah, satellites. But yeah, if you want to go back to the Black Swan, buddy, that'd be awesome.
Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, but look, his counter argument for the curve was pictures from space. So we have
that doesn't work though, man.
No. That wasn't my counter. What I said was, what I asked. Right.
I heard you. You asked, how can we prove this is legitimate? Okay, we told you that it's actually from a video. I'm pretty sure the video has actually been posted right here. Okay, so there's a video where this. Exactly. So this dude zooms in from a video from his 1 foot observer height from the beach. He zooms all the way in, and then we took a still shot of the video. And there's more than one video. Okay, so this is provable that it's authentic.
It's ground level.
Right. So now that we've established that it's authentic, do you know of a counter argument to the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
I would only assume no. To be honest, I do not know if it's a definite kind of counter argument, but if I don't know, someone could say that the distance is legitimately just not enough when we consider the size of Earth. We could say that it's not enough. You know.
Well, this is what. Hold on. This is what we're applying the mathematical model to. So, according to the mathematical model of a ball, given the dimensions that we are given, then the horizon must be a countable distance away, dependent on the observer's elevation. Now, that works out for this particular image to about 1.23 miles away. That's where the geometric physical sagittare of the Earth should be. Now, as you can see, the horizon is past the second oil rig, and the oil rig is only there as a distance marker. So the horizon is plus 9.41 miles away. Geometrically, according to the mathematics of a sphere, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. So it's 10 times further away than it should be, according to the math of the ball. So it either completely disproves radius or puts us on a planet the size of Jupiter.
I see. That's interesting.
And before, sorry, just going to make the other point as well. When we brought this to you about 2 minutes ago, you said the images from space. This is a picture that's been taken down here on Earth, on the floor, something that you can go out and validate for yourself. Every single image, long-distance observation, you, the individual, can prove this to yourself. I doubt you can go to space and take a picture of the Earth.
Right. So very simply, we've proven, it's very provable and verifiable that NASA's not a very reliable source. The government lies. So what we've done is we've taken it into our own hands where we can go repeat and replicate and observe these things ourselves. Right. All right. It's not 1930. Get a computer. Why are you on a typewriter?
Right.
So are you understanding though are you understanding the geometry of the Earth is not really debatable. It necessitates there be a geometric horizon, and it necessitates a certain distance because of the imposed radius that they give us. That's what they tell us that the Earth is. And so if they've been to space and all this other stuff, they should know exactly what it is, right? So this is the numbers that we've been given. And Arwen, I'm about to come through the computer. All right.
Oh my God! Use some grease on them keys, bro.
He's playing Socket Rocket. All right.
Yeah, you can unmute him when he comes back.
I've done it.
Sounds like a Dell computer.
I enjoyed that.
At the same time, I don't want to seem ignorant, and I don't want to seem like a person who is ignoring all of your arguments. But I would like to say two things, and also I would like to say once again that I'm by no means trying to disrespect anyone here, but I would like to see the mathematical what do you call it? The problem, the solution itself. Yeah. Can we see that?
Well, to find the distance of the horizon on the ball, it's 1.22 times the square root of your height above the ball. You want to see the derivation of the formula or whatever?
Yes.
And
this is an approximation.
Listen, you can get
it on Wikipedia.
You can get that from any survey book, civil engineering book, the geometric horizon and the distance to it. This isn't a flat Earth concept. It's taught in civil engineering, survey, geodetic survey, astronomical survey.
I am a software engineer. I don't do much of the civil engineering, but I understand your notion.
It's 1.22 times the square root of the height in feet above the surface to give an output of the number of miles to the horizon. So if you're 5 feet above the surface, the square root of 5 is like between 2 and 3 times 1.22 gives you a horizon for 5 feet. That's like 2 to 3 miles out with that math alone. And so if it's 10 miles out, you're going to need a bigger Earth because the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the height reduces down in the formula to 1.22 times the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth that you're talking about times the height in feet above the Earth divided by 5,280 feet for a mile. That's where the derivation comes from. I could point you to the Wikipedia page that goes through the derivation. It's something from the secant cosecant formula that's used to it's basically right triangle.
Here, Wizard Slayer posted the mathematical equation for the argument for the black swan as presented by Quantum Eraser.
And I guess it's important to maybe...
You can look up the formula. Hold up. You can look up the formula and make sure the equation is in proper context, if you wish.
Right. And also, just so you know, what the black swan means is if you make the claim all swans are white, but then we go find a black swan, well, that disproves that all swans are right. So this is the globe Earth's black swan. This cannot exist for the Earth to be the globe they tell us that it is. So it's a death blow to the globe.
Right, and it's based on modus tollens. If P, then Q. So if Earth is a radius sphere, then the equation for the horizon, if no radius square, no horizon, no geometric horizon, then no P. Earth isn't a radius sphere.
If you're looking for more information on like these type of measurements, like the black swan one is not presented to you right now, but there's another one that's more in depth too. That is a laser test. If you want, we can discuss that as soon as you guys are done with the black swan. I'll go into the FD core laser test.
It's under the Wikipedia entry for horizon. Go under distance to horizon for geometric modeling. It goes over the derivation in there.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're understanding the implications of this here?
Being you're a software engineer, accredited sources should be part of your repertoire, right?
True.
There you go. So I'll assume that you have a good quality of research, as if I know what academia requires.
It's a big problem,
I would try to create it. Yeah, right. Never mind.
No, you finished. I just wanted to add on that the black swan image is just compounding our argument that we've had for the last 5 years, and that argument is we see too far. The ball Earth has a prediction. We're on a curved surface, so things at distance should descend beyond the horizon, so we can't see them anymore. Flat Earth claim number 1, we see far too far. Long distance observations prove that there is no sphericity to the ball.
Right.
Actually, also, if you're looking to simulate this, someone's actually simulated it with Walter Bisland's software. So I can provide that link as well.
Right.
Please do.
Presets for flat Earth, globe Earth, everything is in there.
Yeah, the black swan argument, though, is the modus tollens. So the black swan is the fact that we show through the modus tollens that it doesn't have a radius or circumference. There'll be people who argue that, though.
This is a black swan. It shouldn't exist, but it does. All swans should supposedly be white. Well, back then, before they went to Asia anyway and saw black swans. It just disproves the globe.
That's a premise based on the modus tollens. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Then another question, if you don't mind. Why would the government?
Before you carry on, I'm just interested to know.
We can only guess at that.
The curiosity is killing me because I can't work out if you've got Swedish, Dutch, or Bavarian accent.
Neither.
Please tell me. Where's your accent from?
You tell me.
Well, it's not English. There's
Maybe.
definitely a lot of Dutch in there.
Maybe.
So you've definitely lived in Holland, but I don't know that you've lived there your whole life.
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't lived in Holland.
You haven't lived in Holland?
No.
Not sure about that. Where's your accent from, anyway?
Well, I'm Russian. Truth be told.
I I don't believe that for a second.
Я русский, я серьезно, я тебе говорю, я русский. Я
I
знаю
didn't say
русский
you
язык.
can't speak Russian.
Well, I'm telling you I'm Russian. Why else would I speak Russian? That fluently.
Lots of people speak languages for lots of reasons.
Oh, right, okay, so why would
Whatever.
I learn?
I was just curious. It doesn't matter really. Carry on.
Yeah, it really don't matter.
No.
What was your question?
Sounds
You said,
pretty
you said you had a
Russian to me.
question. You said you had
Yeah,
a question.
well, my question is, why would government and why would NASA, why would government pay so much for NASA to lie? Plus, if that's the case, then why would they send, or even try to create those fucking fake experiments in 1979 and 1982?
Okay,
Based off of their record
Hold up,
of
not
lying.
5 people at once. We can only guess at that, but people offer you a million guesses if you ask that.
Yeah,
we
you
can-
need
so
to
what-
study
we can
the
only
liar.
guess.
You need to study the liar to see what motivates him to lie. A lot of times, the adept liar will seemingly lie to gain control over the truth process. They'll tell little fibs to see what you'll buy, and then they'll work up and formulate their lies to better deceive you. But there are many other reasons we can speculate. Bad, incorrect maps have the potential to hide land with resources, people, and Lord knows what behind a bad map. That's number one. Number two, NASA may be getting money for nothing. Maybe they, went up there, found out that the space was not all that it was cracked up to be, / there was a firmament up there keeping them from going that far, like some of the flat earth models appear to say, and they just kept on getting money for nothing. Maybe they're taking that money and redirecting it toward black projects, breakaway civilizations, weapons development, technology development, something else other than just pure space rocketry. The rockets appear to go up and curve to avoid hitting them.
Cinematography.
Yeah.
Hollywood.
And very simply,
they lead
very
that
simply,
shit. They build it. They make the rules. How
Very
it's
simply,
supposed to
that's
be.
a speculative question. We do talk about that, right? But what we want to do first, if we're just being intellectually honest or responsible, is we're going to establish what we can prove or what is observable and we have evidence for. We're going to establish that, and then we'll go from there. So you can't reverse engineer it. Like if I can't figure out why they would lie, well then I'm going to just ignore the evidence. So right now we're presenting you with the evidence that disproves the globe Earth, and then you can go into the speculation of why they would lie.
Why is such a complicated
Hold on.
question?
I posted the simulator for you so you can play around with that and ask questions as you see fit.
And why is such a difficult question? Because you need to know what motivates the liar. People are different. Different things motivate them, number one. And number two, they have to be honest enough to confess what's motivating them. When you're dealing with things like deep evil, sometimes they'll hide the reasons that motivate them to be what they are so deep inside themselves, they can't even tell you what motivates them. And so it's up to you from afar to just, see how their behavior is consistently motivated. But, based off the way most governments and organizations, operate, money, avoiding embarrassment, or hiding something else usually are the go-tos.
So can we stick to that? We need some kind of concession or something with the actual evidence, right? We can't just skip past it. It's just dishonest.
What we need to do also is look at the claims. So first of all, we're told that we live on a ball. Okay, so we're looking for the ball at the moment. We're looking for it with observations and measurements. We still don't find any curvature, primarily over water. Second claim that this begging the question, shape of the Earth is moving, it's spinning and it's going in a direction around the sun. And the third claim is that we're going through space, which is a vacuum. And then the fourth bit will be gravity that keeps it all together. So we're looking for a ball that spins in space because of gravity. Those four claims must be proven some way or another. But unfortunately, all flat earthers here will agree with me that there is no ball, there is no movement, there is no space, and gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist?
No. Not in the way that you probably think that it does, i.e. the Earth is a ball sitting in space and gravity is either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things, being as there's two, there's not one, those two things have never been scientifically proven, and one of them's a concept.
Yeah, gravity's a theory, that's right.
Right, very true. And again, my man, can I just get you to, I know it's probably a lot, right? Can you just concede that this evidence here doesn't jive with the ball Earth claims of curvature? Can we get some honesty in here so we?
Well, truth be told, Well, truth be told, I'm still trying to figure things out and see through for myself. Your words and your affirmations, that's dandy, and I'm thankful, but I have to be absolutely 100% certain that what you're trying to tell me is true, and that comes from my own personal observations, what suits my own, not really suits, but what I understand within what I jive with in
Well, that's
conjunction
cool.
with
That's
my
cool.
comprehension.
We encourage that, right? We don't want you just to believe us or whatever. But would you concede that if the math is correct, that
Then
we
yes.
told you? Yeah.
Then yes.
Okay. Well, I assure you it is, bro. But I encourage you to double check it. But yeah, so there you see why we're all here, because the math is correct, and we have observations like this where it's literally a death blow. It can't exist. It can't exist on the ball Earth.
So I'm gonna drop I want you to take a look at real quick. This is another one of our best evidences for the flat Earth, or for at least disproving WGS84 model, right? Which is the blade.
Before you go into that real quick, can I just say one more thing about the simulator? So what they've tried to do is recreate the situation where they could have the horizon block the image. And so they have that in video. Now, this calculator is not made by flat earthers. This calculator is made by someone by the name of Mick West. And the globe earthers use that to pretty much try to prove that you could recreate the image on a globe earth in a simulator. But the link that I gave to you pretty much shows what they use as proof of a geometric Earth. They're using planar geometry, and that's why you can tick the flat Earth option. Well, the flat Earth option is already applied with the simulator preset that's in the link that I gave you. But you can still play around with it, and the point is that it's possible. We see this way because this is exactly the way the reality works. They've hijacked what perspective is and called it Earth curve. So yeah, go ahead, Jose. I didn't want to take up too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the FB core real quick. So do you see what I just posted? It's Ether 9000 bot posted something that says FB core experiment description final version. Do you see that link?
Yes.
I want you to click on that link and just save it. So you don't have to review it right now, but I'm going to give you a quick summary about it. Just save that link because that's the information that supports another flat Earth observation, in my opinion. So what these people set out to do was they went to do a bunch of laser tests over large bodies of water, right? Because the globe Earth model predicts that the most easiest place to measure some type of curvature would have to be over water, right? Since everything's getting pulled to the center of mass by gravity. So these people set out to Lake Issel, which is measurement 7, the one I'm discussing right now. That measurement was done in Lake Issel. I believe I forget exactly where that is, but it's called Lake Issel. Anyways, so what they did was they put a laser, right, that is sitting about 2 meters of elevation above the sea level. And this laser is a 0.08 millirad. The millirad allows you to, pretty much calculate the spread of the beam, how much that beam will spread out through its distance. And at the longest distance target they had was about 25 miles. So the spread of that beam would probably go to 3 meters of width. So, all that's calculated in the PDF I sent you. Now, what these people set out to do is try to measure the WGS84 model for its accuracy, right? If it's even predictable, right? Now, they had a target that was 1.5 meters of elevation being shot by a target of 2 meters of elevation. And what they did was they did a horizontal pan, right? They had 3 targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers, 41 kilometers being the 25-mile distance one. And they were managed to actually do a horizontal pan and align all those targets with the laser. Now, the globe Earth model predicts that the shortest target that can observe the laser on a line of sight would have to be sitting at 90 meters of elevation. But these people are at 1.5 meters. So these 7 measurements show that the WGS84 model fails with predictions, and they actually aren't measuring anything close to the curvature what they should be measuring. It's very similar to the Black Swan in some ways, because if we were to actually apply what the radius would have to be for the observations to work, it's ridiculous. It makes the planet like 10 times bigger. So this is that's where it's relevant, right? So we know that the math of the globe of that's hidden cement, that 24,901 miles circumference with the radius of 3,959 is broken. It's destroyed. And if the circumference changes, you have to understand something. If it gets bigger or smaller, everything falls apart. Your gravity model falls apart. Your 15 degrees per hour fall apart. Everything of the model falls apart with just changing the circumference. So that's why it's like the most damning, nail in the coffin for the globe Earth, in my opinion.
The planets, the moon, size changes.
Direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles would be impossible if the surface between the laser and the target was curved. What Jose is pointing out is that after 25 miles, the curvature is over 90 meters, but the target is only 1.5 meters in height. So there is direct line of sight between the laser and the target, a physical impossibility on a curved surface.
And sorry to interrupt you guys. And also, the American Navy have this weapon they call the railgun. Now, that weapon fires a projectile, leaving the muzzle at Mach 7, hitting a target at over 120 miles away, hitting it, obliterating it at Mach 5. Now, that would be completely impossible within that distance, because there should be 2 miles of curvature, roughly, between the two, that distance. So,
Yes.
The railgun.
So Jin's pointed that out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it a little bit clearer. Long distance observations, we see too far. Measurements over distances of water, we measure no curve. The practical use, as in the militaries that Jin's just pointed out, is evident. The practical use of a flat stationary Earth is always relevant. You'd expect militaries of the world to use a curved surface if there was one. To their technology, if there was a curved surface, they wouldn't waste our fucking time. So long distance observations are practical measurements over distances of water, and the practical use of a level plane is in effect always. 3 things are demonstratively true, which they are, then the Earth can in no way be a spherical object.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't see a target at 120 miles or more, not from your position. To observe a target that's 120 miles away, line of sight targeting, that's just an impossibility on a globe of the dimensions that we are given, 24,901 miles in circumference. Ugh.
What we've also got down at the bottom of the Discord server is a place called Additional Information. It's alphabetized A through to Z. There's a bit called Long Distance Observations or Observations. In there, there's observations that are done from about 1 inch, 2 inches above the surface of the water. And there are also ones that are using infrared cameras that go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface.
Yeah.
That's flat Earth claim number 1, mate. We see too far. And you said earlier you would have to see it yourself, right? Now, where do you see the curvature of the Earth? When do you ever see a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I myself don't. But neither do I see its flatness, because I do not see its edges. I had to travel.
Hold on. You can't see edges, right? Because flatness is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to shape. We also don't know the limitations, if there is any, because it could be infinite. We don't know the limitations to our environment, right? So we're talking about the description of a surface at the moment. So long distance observations and primarily measurements over water show that the Earth is most definitely a level topographical plane.
Yeah, that's what we observe. That's what we experience. Yeah, we don't see the curvature. We do not experience this curvature that's supposed to be this globe that we're living on. And a true story here in Japan. Back in 2017, 3 Japanese hikers who tried for 25 years to get a picture of Mount Fuji from a mountain in the Fukushima area succeeded in 2017. And they were very proud of the fact that they were able to take a picture of Mount Fuji after 25 years of trying, and it made big news, okay? Now, unbeknownst to them, they were proving that the Earth was flat. That was not mentioned in the article because everybody thinks we're on a globe. And I only knew of this event from my Japanese student, who is actually an English teacher herself. And she pointed it out to me thinking that this is proving the globe. I said, no, it is not proving the globe. It is proving that we can see long distances. 180 miles should be 4 miles of curvature.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Thanks, Elio. Is anybody awake, or am I the only one?
We're here. I didn't recognize Helio's voice at first and thought he had gotten some super professional voiceover. And I realized it was Helio.
I know, he seems to be involved in everything, doesn't he?
How is everyone else this morning?
I don't know, it's dead today, I guess. I guess we'll have to listen to music.
Indio's in here. How's it dead?
No, I don't think he's in here. I think that was just the end of the recording.
All right.
Darn it, now I'm just by myself. Doggone it. Where's everybody at? Where are you? Where you at, Indio? What's up? You gonna play a video again? I guess I could talk to myself, but that wouldn't be any fun now, would it?
How does this channel get promoted and found? You know?
How does it get promoted and found? By YouTube, I think mostly, but word of mouth, that kind of thing.
Maybe. Yeah, I was wondering where I came from. The Flat Earth app. That's how I got there.
Well, right on.
Yes. I don't know how these. I don't know how everybody else gets there.
Yeah, I think I found it just like an ad. Somebody told me about it, and I went. They sent me an invitation.
Oh, nice.
So it's working on.
Yeah, I think it needs maybe some more promotion to the Globers.
Yeah, really, right? I don't know. We had a few good conversations in here the last couple nights or the last couple days.
Oh, for sure. But it sounded like a decent amount of them were already kind of like well researched or half convinced coming in.
Yeah, it would be nice to get someone that's just really intelligent and that could be turned. You know what I mean? So that I don't know. I guess we all wish that, right? Is the perfect person to come along and listen to us, but
yeah, like fresh off of the never even heard the Earth is flat.
Right. I know I've got a friend of mine that I really want to, like, I've told him about flat Earth, but he just rejects it, of course. So I've always wanted to, get my mindset right and be able to, talk to him and answer a lot of questions that because he always asks a lot of questions like, well, what about this? What about this? And I never can remember the answer. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe even it's hard. I can't get them to look at the stuff I send them. They will never look at it.
Yeah, I pretty much, separated myself from most of my family because of that. I sent them all stuff and they kept getting mad at me. So.
Oh yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, a lot of the family that I have are just cousins and stuff, and they all live out in Missouri, and so it's not like I lost much. I love my family. Don't get me wrong, but it kind of bothers me that they do that.
Yeah, I kind of lost. No, I didn't lose anything really, but so I didn't lose anything. I wouldn't say at all because I had a pretty full on debate with them, out loud. It's pretty easy stuff from the beginning on, right? And then, but now when I say to them something like, "Well, there's no proof of airborne anything," I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because you're going to show me facts and proof, and I don't want to see it. So it's I can make things up now probably just to scare them. Yeah.
Right. I think sharing is the part that really makes it frustrating. I got really frustrated at first. I really bothered me a lot that people didn't want to hear what I had to say. But over time, I kind of just got to where it's like, well, what's the big deal? If they don't want to hear it, then what can I do? There's not much I can do about it.
Yeah. they'll admit that they're waiting. That they, it's about the consensus. They'll admit it. They'll say, "Listen, when everybody else, then I'll get on board." But I just, I got to live in this system, so I'm going to stay here. That's all right. And so I have like not a theory, but that we all know it's flat. Like you know it is, no matter what. Like it's not even that hard to tell somebody that. And once you get past 60 to 120 seconds, they're just like, yeah, I know it is, but I gotta live in this construct. So I'm definitely not as well versed as a lot of these guys. I guess it comes down to memory. I mean, their memory is just amazing, where they remember the numbers and the figures, and I would have to
Right.
reference.
Yeah. Some people are really good at that. Yeah. I used to write stuff down all the time and keep notes. That helped me a little bit, but like the mind isn't what it used to be. I'm 48 years old, so it's not like I can memorize things like I used to when I was a kid.
Yeah. You can do like I'm coming up with like a strategy. I have like a 6-step Google search so I say, all right, well, I say simple searches we can do. Okay, what's the highest elevated continent in the world? And I go, oh wow, yeah. And I go, okay, how do you hang a picture on the wall and make sure it's straight? Oh yeah, with a level in water. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. And then I don't know. I got to add to those steps, but real simple stuff. It's just so simple, basic.
Looks like we have a person that's not VC verified yet. I don't know if there's anybody in here that can help them, but if you go up to the there's a chat room at the top. It says VC check-in. If you go in there and wait, hopefully somebody will come by and they'll verify you. I can't do it, or I would.
Silver Flat Earth can do check-ins. Test. Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just going to say, is he in here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying you
Oh,
are
yeah,
allowed
you're.
to
I
do
see him in there.
check-ins.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
You just got to ask somebody to. Yeah, you just got to ask somebody to give the role. But so if you do a check-in, when you go in there, they'll be muted. But you'll have the power to unmute them in the voice check-in.
Okay, I see. Maybe we could go over that sometime when we're not, whatever, you could help me out with that. I don't know a lot about Discord, so I don't want to screw things up.
Oh, you can't. Don't worry about that. You can't screw anything up.
Well, I just got promoted to silver, so I'm kind of like trying to stay on the right track. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Listen, it's not like that. It's not like you just do what you think is the right thing, and then you won't have a problem. I guess we put a lot of trust in people. Try not to micromanage everything.
Right. Yeah, I hear you.
And growing itself anyway. So what was your name?
Must have find a wrench or find a weech or something like that. It's on the list.
All right.
Yeah, if you can hear us, you can move up to the VC check-in, and India will check you in and get you to where you can speak on the channel.
I unmuted him.
All right, you there? Maybe not. Maybe he's just listening. You can come in and talk to us. We'll answer questions or whatever you want. It's up to you, of course, but. All right, then. Well, Andy, you got bot control or?
Yeah, of course.
If you've got it, I don't know if you've got it, but QE did a little thing last night. I don't know if you could pull it up and play it or something. So we're not just dead here. It's up to you, of course.
Was it in here on his channel?
I'm pretty sure it was in here because he came in last night and he was doing something and he played a video and then something else. So I'm assuming he was taping for a show. But it was kind of interesting. That's why I said.
Well, I'll go check on his channel. Play it out of here, so it's like 12 hours. I would have to find it and flip it and shit. That's not possible at the moment.
Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. Speaking of Helio, where's he at? I didn't see him last night. Of course, I didn't stay up late, but.
Well, QE did stream something 20 hours ago, so I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Well, anything but dead air. I mean, unless somebody comes in and wants to talk, I mean, I don't see anybody, and must have tried a reach or whatever that is. He doesn't seem like he wants to talk, so I just figured.
Well, I'm not talking because everywhere I go, it's a racket, man. I keep trying to go down a side street to avoid construction, and I'm banging on shit, and it doesn't matter. Like, there's construction everywhere. I can't avoid it.
Yeah, I have that problem. There's people that drive through my neighborhood crazy, and it, like, always jumps in when I'm talking.
Well, it's like I'm in a city, so like no matter like I don't know if you heard that a minute ago, that fucking thing backing up. So I turn, like I'm gonna go down this side street, oh, more construction. Like, okay, I'm gonna turn again. Garbage truck, gonna turn, just can't avoid it. There's always some racket going on. Yeah, like there's homeless people sleeping right across from the construction site with their jackhammer, and I have no idea how they're sleeping.
Me neither.
Like literally jackhammering across the street. How are you sleeping through that, buddy? But you and that other guy were talking about like memorizing, facts or whatever. That's more important, at least in my opinion. More important to know how to think and how to prove things than it is to like know the facts. Because if you know how to do a logical progression, then it doesn't matter what the facts are. You'll arrive at the truth, and that's how we're trying to figure out. The facts are unimportant. I mean, they are, but I mean, they're not the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think personality is probably the biggest thing that's a help anyway, because the more civilized you are and the more logical you sound, the more likely people will listen to you and hear what you have to say.
I mean, if you make an argument that's logically sound, there is no argument against it, right?
Yeah, but they always play that why would they lie and all that other stuff. I hate when they dodge like that. I mean, I get it. I get why they do it, but it just freaks me. It's like, really?
That's literally just changing the subject because that's not even Okay, so that's not even the right question to even answer the question. What's the shape of the Earth? So we answer that with like what human beings do, or why they would do it, or why they wouldn't do it. That's silly, man.
Yeah, it is pretty meaningless. I mean,
you don't build a
I don't know.
bridge that way, do you?
No.
Oh, how long do we want this bridge to be? Do we want it to be flat, curved? Oh, let's ask some people. Let's ask some people how they feel about it.
Yeah, there you go.
But that question in and of itself reveals a lot about them more than anything. Like
Yeah,
their
that's
state, like the state of like what their, it kind of reveals like what their foundation is for believing the globe, and and that tells me it's completely sociological. It has nothing to do with the evidence. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with anything. But I'm trying to fit in, trying to fit into the hierarchy, and I don't want to go down the social economic ladder. So I'm going to just parrot what everybody else says, so I won't be punished.
Yeah, that seems to be a fear of a lot of people. Fear of retribution and all that. I don't worry about that too much because I don't have a career. I'm disabled. But at the same time, I understand that my wife has to deal with all of it. And she's a normie, so that makes it difficult. But I don't know. I just keep hoping that eventually you know, she'll hear the right words and she'll do some of the research. It seems like that's what I can't get her to do is actually look it up, figure it out. I guess it's my approach. I get a little cocky sometimes, and I kind of, I'm just not real nice about my information. And I drop info and stuff like that, but I do it in kind of a snide way, and I guess I gotta stop doing that. I got a silly question. Whenever you're talking to people online, like flat earthers or whatever, is it okay if you know their name to call them by their name, or is that kind of like a rude thing to do?
It would depend on the person how they feel about it.
Right. Well, like BattleMod, he never says anything about it, but I notice that some people are like, they just kind of like, like they don't want people to know. I just want to make sure that I'm not doing that on people and having that's all.
Well, BattleMod, I always call him his name. That's kind of like a habit I have. I don't like calling people nicknames. Actually, I don't even like calling them their abbreviated names, and that's like in real life. I don't like. It's just like a thing I have. Like I got friends that got nicknames, right? So my friend, I'll just say his name, Justin McHugh. Everyone calls him JQ, but I call him Justin, and he gets pissed off because the only person that says that to him is his mother. So,
right, but you knew him as Justin before he had the title, right?
It's just a thing. It's just a thing. I always call people their proper names. It's just a hat. Like I don't know. It's just a habit I've always had.
Well, it is easier to remember a regular name. Trying to remember something that somebody just made up when they started Discord is a little more difficult to remember. But yeah, I completely agree with you. And you can't call someone by their name, then you don't. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's almost like I feel like I'm being rude by not calling them by the title,
I mean, that ask you why would they lie? It's a fair question, but the fact that they feel compelled to ask it should be telling them something. Like, okay, they ask, why would they lie? They go, how's this? There's this gigantic conspiracy. I've been told the globe is based upon facts and science and yada, yada, yada. But the first thing that comes to their mind is the social element, right? Well, why isn't the first thing that comes to your mind the actual evidence? Why is it the social element? Why isn't like, yeah, the Earth's a globe because they went and measured curvature in 1852 using this, that, and the other thing. Why isn't that the first thing that comes to your mind? Why is it something else? Why is it people? Science isn't about people. It's about the experiment. It's about the data, not about how people feel about things or the social order. That's part of the grand trick, right? So this is a sophisticated bullshit story. And, there's lots of elements to it, like little propaganda tactics. One being they tell you it's a science question, right? Super smart scientists figured out the Earth was a ball, yada, yada, yada. Well, turns out it's not even a scientific question because science deals with phenomenon and theories, and what the shape of something isn't even a scientific question. Why are we hearing it so long that science proves the Earth's a ball? Doesn't even make sense.
You're right, it doesn't.
I mean,
but,
there's so many of these like little teeny intellectual flaws, right? These logical flaws. And it's amazing, like, that people don't see them, right? We see them because we rejected the concept, but I don't understand why, but just like normally, like in the normal.
You're breaking up a little bit.
I'm just saying that when we're a child, we don't. Why do I have to be 40 something years old, pushing 50, before I figure out that the whole thing's a bullshit story?
Yeah.
Would you want them to invest these same scientists invest their time and their experiments into the flat Earth and figuring out how that works instead?
I have no problem. Well, the thing is, I know that there's a difference between having a mathematical model that describes how things work, and you can presuppose any geometry or non-geometry or four-dimensional space or 20-dimensional space. I know that those things aren't physically real. Like using them for whatever practical purpose we use them for. But it's a far cry from saying this is reality. Because you can have multiple models that describe the same thing, and picking which one is actually physically real is just an arbitrary choice, right? A philosophical choice. I have a problem with them spending $10 billion on a telescope that is going to do what exactly?
Yeah, me too. Like, what gets me the most about NASA is that they just blow all this money, and where does they don't have nothing to show for it, really.
But even if you believe the globe model, what utility is it to humanity?
Right. You don't spin your stuff or space time your stuff to make it work.
Well, they're just trying to. They're not saying what their real goal is. I mean, they do, but people don't catch on. The real goal is to give us a new creation story, right?
Yeah, like a ball or a wheel is a great invention. Like it's got tons of practical uses. I guess I don't know. You could take a ball, and bearings and wheel. It's a great. That's practical. But as far as it,
what has space exploration? Let's assume we're Globers and we believe the heliocentric model and all the modern cosmology. We believe it all. What is this? How has it served mankind as a whole? Like, what have we discovered in space or in space flight or spaceships, which has helped anybody do anything ever?
Right. And then the whole enigma of the perpetual machine, because it has to work in space, and then people are giving up on the search for free energy because over something that's, it's a big deterrent.
Back in 2020, it's called the Mexican beer germ. There's the lab leak that it leaked from a lab. So, like, one of the top oncologists, most cited oncologists in the world said, yes, this is definitely a lab leak. There's no way this thing formed in nature, yada, yada, yada. So they attacked him, all sorts of stuff. So he finally got something published, and he said, this is the end of science since the time of Copernicus and Galileo. And so when they ask, like, why does it matter? Like, the idea that the Earth's a globe penetrates everything. This guy can't even talk about the Mexican beer germ without referencing the heliocentric model through Galileo and Copernicus. Like, you can't get away from it. No matter where you go, you can't get away from this globe concept. It's like a mental disorder.
Yeah, it is really. I guess that's all they have really to cling to. So I guess they cling to what they have.
Well, I say it's the foundation of Western civilization. It really is. It is this is why it triggers people so bad. It's literally the foundation of Western civilization. The Enlightenment and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it gets me on the whole germ and discovery suppression as well, with the terrain, theory is side by side, and then you can really see it happening. History repeating in all sorts of science aspects, where and how silly it is. Really, how you would think that they have this great experiment, this great knowledge on how they track something down, when really all they're doing is correlating. You've heard of contact tracing. That's their grand experiment. That's it. You're sick. He's sick. We figured it out. It's like, and it's nuts. That's as far as it goes. That's as deep as they've gotten into it, and it goes no deeper. And it's nuts when you realize that's their grand experiment.
CDC admitted yesterday that meth don't work.
Yeah, and then you would say, I mean, they do admit it in tons of their articles. They say, well, until somebody presents some other option, this is what we have to go on. And then you see people present options on, maybe it's the water, maybe it's your environment, something in your environment, and then they shut them down and destroy them. It's, well, does anybody else have any other options? Maybe it's, you're also doxxed. Anybody else? Nope. We all agree. It's definitely, and then you say, okay, well, they've done the lab experiment. 3 hours is the longest it can, something can survive, and 0 degrees. But okay, so then how, if it's 4,000 miles from here to Africa, what did it go straight up to the cold? It made a beeline and traveled 5,000 miles an hour. Then is what you're saying? Because how am I feeling? I don't feel well, and he doesn't feel well. So. And they say it has to be it, because nobody else has presented any other arguments. But tons of people have, and they get suppressed hard. Yeah. And there's plenty of those examples. Tesla and Edison, well, present something, Tesla. Okay, let me show you. Watch, I light this whole world up. Oh, nope. Chicago burns down. Anybody else? Titanic sinks. Anybody else? No? All right. Yeah, it's dangerous.
I'm here. I just dropped my kid off at school.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a shot. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not against to keep talking. I'm just saying, just when I'm driving, I don't like to pay too much attention to the damn phone. So.
Yeah, so then I get kind of discouraged with the whole, scientism, right? And then versus then I'm anti-science. I just hate science. I hate brains, and I hate. Uh, yeah, sure, I do. When you show me your evidence of something from 2,500 years ago, one time, non-repeatable trick, and
some you can't even verify the person exists, right?
yes, and then. But I'm anti-science. I kind of am. I mean, not really. I just, if it was up to me, I just followed the letter too strong. I would say, so. Even with the law, then you watch people found guilty. Well, it's like, well, where's your proof? And the proof that they were guilty is not what I would consider guilty. I would, at my standard, I would need to see them on video with, 10 different unrelated witnesses. Nobody would be in jail probably if it was up to me, but.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, but I was like, man, I would really require a lot more than this for somebody's life to be on the line,
Yeah, I know too much about how policing is done and things like that I would know better. Yeah. Well, you would.
Yeah, but the odds are they did it. I mean, the odds are they did it, but it all comes down. That is what it actually. And then how likable are you? What else could it have been? And then unless somebody has an alternative theory, then that's it. And it's amazing that your life depends on that. So you need character witnesses. You need to show that people love you and that you're a good person. It's nuts. That's what it all comes. That all comes into play, and it's strongly comes into play. And the evidence almost doesn't matter. So anyway, so my point is anyway, you can
that's
correlate.
The problem, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
you can
just
correlate
convincing the jury.
Yeah, you can correlate that to every single aspect now, like globe, disease, guilt of So
yeah, really. Yeah, you'd think if they were going to attack something in the world that actually kills people a lot of people, you'd think they would have picked something besides the common cold, right? It's like so dumb. I mean, yeah, 30,000 to 100,000 people die every year from flu or cold related reasons, but they're usually people that are already, they're already weak from whatever. Not that I'm a doctor or anything, I'm not trying to give my advice, I'm just saying, in general, this stuff doesn't make logical sense. So to me, it's like until you start sounding logical and stuff matches up together, I'm not going to get involved with it. I'm staying completely clear. I'm not going to be a guinea pig and all that. It's just when they test it out and they know it's all safe and everything, maybe I'll consider it. The problem is.
Yeah, there's no need for you to put anything else in, but there is alternative theories. That's the thing, and they censor them. So even
why would they do that if they have all this information and they got all this proof that they've got this, the viruses are, and all that? You would think they just show it and would beat around the bush. They beat around the bush, and that tells me they're lying. Period. That's all I need to know. And I don't care why they're lying. All I care about is that they are, and all I wanted to find out is how they do it, so I can avoid it. So it doesn't affect me.
I don't even know if they're lying exactly, or if it's just that that's what I'm saying. It comes down to, are they lying, or is it just that what they're using as proof being the correlation of one thing and another thing, and they just draw that conclusion and they have nowhere else to go. And
I think how it works is they just kind of pass the information down that this is what they're going to do. And then each individual person that's in charge just does it their own way. That's probably why we have some states that are resisting and all this and that, because they've got, it's a matter of, they put it out there, and then people, they kind of threaten people a little bit, and then everybody just kind of falls into line, right? Isn't that how it usually works, like at work and whatever?
Oh yeah, there's real life repercussions but it gets away from, in both people. It gets away from if it's true or not. It's just to the point to where it's just yeah. It's not about. It wouldn't be about. It's hard. It's hard to get it. It's difficult to get into.
That's all right. It happens. Stuttering is easy to do when you're trying to remember something you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm trying to back my car up into a tight spot at the same time. But
we'll do one thing at a time. Damn it.
But yeah, it gets to the point where it's no longer there's it's like it's doing more harm than good to resist, because people are I don't know, tearing things down, stealing things. So then it gets to the point where, that's what I was kind of saying. And then it got to the point where who even cares? Don't worry about it. Just don't hurt people because we didn't realize it, or maybe they did realize, whatever, that this would happen. That I know this is a touchy subject to talk about on here. That's why I'm going around words, but yeah, then it becomes more impactful in that way. The whole toilet paper shortage was a serious thing, meaning, that's going to be more harmful when it wasn't just toilet paper. It's
I honestly don't understand why everybody did that. I mean, you can wipe your butt lots of different ways, right?
Yeah, but it was all
just wash your butt,
Yeah, but it was more about that would transfer over to now there's no ibuprofen, now there's no antibiotics, now there's no, it was like a gateway thing, but yeah, that's a real thing that people do. They will hoard, and then that becomes super dangerous, like real life. Like, my thing is that I think that more people got really harmed by the lack of care, because then people quit and didn't come in, and so that
gave a lot of lazy people an excuse not to go to work.
Yeah, and then that harmed a lot of people. Then you couldn't have proper care. You couldn't have it all got taken away in like a domino effect, and that I think was more harmful.
And then they replace it with free money that our kids have to pay back, or someone does. That kind of stuff pisses me off, is when it ends up hurting the common dude. The person who works his butt off and doesn't get much and fights for his insurance and premiums and stuff like that. Like, those are the kind of people that all this stuff hurts. That's what bothers me. It's just stepping on a little guy. It's like, why? What's the point of that?
Oh, you should hear what they are going to do in the Netherlands. We just had a new government, and their agreement, right? The government agreement. So they're going to spend 25 billion euros on nitrogen, the nitrogen problem. It's what they call, because apparently factories, they spill nitrogen, and that falls down onto our nature, and that would kill our nature. But this is only happening in the Netherlands, right? The rest of the Europe doesn't have a nitrogen problem, only us. So they're going to spend 25 billion euros. I don't know on what. And they're going to steal $2.5 billion from the elderly to do so. Clown world.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Who gets the shaft is the problem. Like, they don't even consider.
Have you ever heard of a nitrogen problem? Have you ever heard of it?
No, not yet, but
no, it's only in the Netherlands, because we labeled our some places, some pieces of nature. We labeled them as a specific place, which is nutrient deficient. They say. So if the nitrogen falls down on that specific place, the nature will die, quote unquote. But that would never happen, of course, because it's just a bureaucratic thing now. Because we label pieces of nature that way, so we need to do something against the nitrogen pollution it's ridiculous. It's only in the Netherlands because, yeah.
It sounds to me like it's always against the people. It's just always some way to screw you out of whatever.
Yeah.
It's the same thing
And-
here in America. It's just different, yeah.
And in the same breath, they're gonna disown farmers because they tell you, oh, all these cows and pigs, they emit so much nitrogen that we need to cut down the farmers, and so we're gonna disown them. We're gonna take away their land so they can't expand anymore. That's literally that's going to happen.
Well, when it comes to cattle, I've done some research on the cattle problem, and that is a problem because it poisons lakes and rivers. But it's not really because that's the problem. It's because the people who run these places and that are in charge of them just spill. They just destroy things. They dump toxic stuff in the rivers and whatever, and they're doing wrong things. But then they turn around and blame it on the common man. It's like, how is it my fault that some company's screwing up? Let them deal with it.
Well, I do believe that farmers in the Netherlands have the best, they want the best treatment for their animals, right? They love their animals. So I don't know. So this whole, I don't think they're dumping shit in nature. That's not what we do. So it's, they already have these massive restrictions on what their cattle can emit, right, or shit out. So they need to dispose of it in a proper way. So that's not the problem. It's the problem is that these cows, they fart, right, and that then this nitrogen pollution, which it's just a bureaucratic thing. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just a thing they made up in the Netherlands. It's ridiculous.
No, they talk about it over here too. They just haven't done anything. They just haven't made laws or anything yet. I just think it's kind of dumb. If that was a problem, why wouldn't it have been a problem years ago? I don't get it.
It isn't a problem. It isn't. It is
Right,
a bureaucratic thing they made up because they named specific pieces of nature a specific way, right? If you call it a forest, then this whole nitrogen quote unquote problem is not there. But because we called it, I don't know the exact word, but yeah, it's ridiculous. Just give it another name and the problem is gone.
So what I'm waiting to see is since the CDC, CDC is on record to say masks don't work. I want to know.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Why do we
Senator
bother
Rand
wearing?
Paul, so Senator Rand Paul went he got banned from Twitter for saying masks don't work. He got banned from YouTube. He said, "Are they going to come to my office, apologize, and kiss my ass?" So he's quoted as saying this. So now it's public knowledge, right? It's out there in the open, public knowledge. Masks don't work. Are they going to start rolling back all these ordinances? Because around here, any building you go into, you need a mask. So
I don't wear one.
You can't go on public
They don't bother me with
transportation
that.
without a mask.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't.
So
wear
are they going to start rolling this shit back? Are they going
Yes.
to get rid of it? See, this is the test. Now we're at
Yes.
now we're at where the rubber meets the road. Are they going to roll it back?
Yes, the UK today, Boris Johnson announced that they're going to stop everything. So the COVID pass, the masks, the mandates, the 6-foot rule, everything is going to stop next Tuesday. Everything.
Oh, next Tuesday?
Next
Virus
Tuesday.
expires next.
I've heard that. I've heard that
You
before.
gotta make it even. First, they even put a date on it. Jeez.
Well, so the COVID passes will be next Tuesday, but as of tomorrow, the mask mandates are gone in the UK. So they're going to stop everything. Everything.
Yeah, but on
They
Tuesday.
might be doing it
because
just to
Tuesday-
bring out a report and claim that
wait
now
until
everybody's getting.
Tuesday. It's not safe until Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. But it's something, right? So this is the first country that said we're going to stop everything. Well, in Europe then. In Europe.
Oh, Sweden, they never started anything, so.
Yeah, they did have some masks and some COVID passes, but yes, they were mild. in Sweden. But so today, Boris said we're going to stop everything. People can work. They don't have to work at home anymore. They can travel. Masks mandates are gone at schools, public place, everywhere. So
Yeah, now everybody's going to get pissed off because they can't work from home.
yeah.
Damn it! I like that. That's probably why they put that out there. You know, is to make people like it to get you used to it.
Amazon loves people working. Best thing that ever happened to Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amazon made out good because I started ordering a lot of stuff online, like Walmart and stuff.
I'd really like to see like what Amazon's growth revenue.
I'm sure they made an extra $1 billion last year and the year before.
I don't even care what they make. I mean, gross revenue, like how many orders. Like, that's
You're roboting a little bit.
I said people basically barricaded themselves in their house like a bunch of weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
How embarrassing.
Telling you, 20 years, this is going to be an embarrassment to the government. I mean, they should be embarrassed now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm wondering, like, when all these lawsuits come through from all these people that lost their businesses and things for no reason at all, except that they just made up rules, right? I'd sue the crap out of them.
Oh yeah, that's
especially if my small business went down because of it. That would be a good enough reason for me.
Oh, there were many lawsuits in the Netherlands, and the judges just say, well, we have this, it's called an outbreak management team, which holds so the same people for 2 years now, right? But so this team,
unelected bureaucrats.
Yes, unelected.
Maybe we should put video cameras on every single government employee so we can track everything they do. That might make them on.
Yeah, but the judge just said, well, we have this outbreak management team. Those are the experts. They know what's good for you, and the government is allowed to follow these people because it's it's an emergency. So whatever you say to the judge, they will just point to this outbreak management team and say, well, those are the experts. The government is allowed to follow them. So no, I'm gonna revoke your lawsuit. That happened like 3-4 times now. And then
yeah, but they can't hide from that forever, though. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, especially out here, you know, like in America.
And then the judge said, so the lawyers they came with different experts, you know, with look at what these people are seeing, and this Nobel Prize winner and this and this. So then the judge will just say, well, I'm not here to do a battle of the experts, right? We have to trust that these people in the outbreak management team are capable enough to advise the government, and the government has to it can follow these advices. So no, your lawsuit is being revoked. That's just what they do. It's ridiculous.
So let me get this straight. You have a team of experts take over basically the public policy of an entire country.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not elected.
Not elected, no.
Yep.
Okay, so I have an idea.
Not even like
let's invent the science, right? We'll invent the science. We'll invent some peer-reviewed journals. We'll peer review ourselves. We'll say nobody else is an expert. Only we can understand it, and this is extremely dangerous for public health. And you have to do what we say because you know we're the experts. Let's do that. Like,
I think that
why have a standing army? Yeah, why have a standing army? You don't need an army to take over a country. Just be an expert. And say what we can understand what we're talking about, and just take shit over.
Right.
Hey, we can launch this off of flat Earth, man. The globe is dangerous. It's a dangerous idea.
Yeah. And the best part, well, the most, it's not the best part. It's just ridiculous. These people are in that team for 2 years now. There's no how do you say it? Relation, right? So there's no new people. So it's just the same people all over again. And then those people go onto talk shows and talk about how dangerous it is and we need to do this and we need to do that. So they're not only advising the government, but also bringing the propaganda to the talk shows, right? It's just, and these people are allowed to do this for 2 years now without some new people entering the team, right? With new perspectives. No, that's not allowed. It's just the same old people doing the same shit 2 years now. Now that the whole card house is crumbling down, because it is, right? It's all crumbling down. They can't keep this up any longer now.
22 minus 19 is 4 years.
Sorry?
22, 20, right? So 22, 21, not 20, 19. That's 4 years, not 2.
Well, if we
Well,
go,
yeah, it started in March, so you figure it's close. Yeah, but
yeah. Well, okay. So this team was created in March 2020, I guess. So it's basically 2 years. But okay, it doesn't matter. My point was that these people are still the same people, right? And now that yeah, and now this whole card house is crumbling down, and they know they're still pushing it. They're still saying. So we have this new government, and the new minister of health said, "Well, I've ordered a research for the use of the pass on work in non-essential stores and yada yada yada." So this research came out yesterday. It's from the Technical University in Delft. It's a big place, and they said in their research, well, these passes are not working anymore because we have this new variant, and it's not working anymore because people are getting sick. Even though they are vaccinated 3 times, they're still getting sick. They still can give it to other people. So this pass don't work. It doesn't work. And by implementing it, you won't gain anything other than polarization and divide of the people. So it don't work.
exactly.
Our government still says, well, yeah, well, we have this research now, but we still are going to keep it on the back burner. But because you never know, maybe new variants will come, and we're still going to keep this, and we still want to use it. So even though their own science, right, their own people will tell them it doesn't work, they're still going to say, yeah, we're gonna still keep it, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the same as the mask thing. That's literally the same as the mask thing. Here's something else CDC finally admitted. 75% of the Mexican beer germ deaths were where people with 4 or more comorbidities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw
So 75%. 4 or more, dude. You're a sick motherfucker. You got 4 comorbidities, man. Right? You're going to die anyway. You're just going to happen to have coronavirus. Right? So, like, all the things that we've been saying that people are getting kicked up with Twitter, YouTube, all these places, now the CDC is saying it. Now what?
Yeah. So there was a
the CDC.
There was this
the
revelation.
CDC has been saying that, haven't they? Like from the very beginning, I saw the mask thing that they said the mask doesn't work. Washing hands and masks don't work.
Yeah,
that was from the very beginning.
They said a lot of things. They said it doesn't. You can't catch it airborne. They said it doesn't last on surfaces more than 90 seconds. Like all sorts of stuff. Like they've said it all.
Mm-hmm.
I've argued with people on Twitter literally quoting the CDC, and they'll show me like a newspaper article with some expert saying something contrary to what the CDC says, and like, here, this is my proof. The New York Times.
Yeah, they've got an answer for everything.
The comorbidities thing, they've been saying that forever also, since before there ever was a jab or anything. But
before there was even one case in the United States, they were saying it, because remember how it was in Spain? Spain did a thing, and 95% of the deaths were 3 or more comorbidities. 95%.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, it's been on the CDC site for well over a year, like since before the jab, and so that was for everybody. Now that got forgotten by, well, if it was ever known by most people, and now they're saying the reason the people who took the jab, some of them are still dying. Now they're the ones who have 4 or more comorbidities. Now it counts. It's like, oh yeah, well, it's only for them.
Right, yeah.
Suddenly
they just slap the one hand and they use the other hand.
So here's the other thing. If you have coronavirus and you die within 2 weeks of a positive test, you're counted as a corona death. But it's 72 hours for the vaccine. If you die if it's beyond 72 hours, you didn't die from the vaccine.
That's much horse crap.
Yeah, so funny story about the masks, right? So our new Minister of Health said we need to limit the spread. So we highly recommend wearing medical FFFP2 masks even outdoors. So beforehand, they told us it's illegal to wear those FFFP2 masks because there was a shortage. So you can't wear them. You need to wear the blue masks. And now they are telling us we need to wear the quote unquote medical masks even outdoors. So what we're doing 2 years?
How about deep sea diving? You need to wear it if you're underwater.
Yeah,
it's almost like they want everyone to get it, even though they're vaccinated. It's like they're doing it on purpose, almost.
I feel like it makes more sense to a glober because you think things are open and you can get here. But when you realize you're in a contained system, it doesn't make even like the slightest bit of sense to make that jump. So it does help realizing where you are in this conversation.
Well,
yeah, it's definitely a hook that you can pull people in with, for sure.
Anyway, I'm so glad that the UK is stopping everything, right? Hopefully that the rest of Europe will look at them and then say, I hope that people will recognize, okay, so this card house is now totally fell down and let's get back to work again. Let's do the thing we were always doing, right? Just normal, hopefully.
Kazakhstan, they keep on trying to say it was because of gas prices or whatever, but it's not. Kazakhstan pretty much went to war with their government and chased them out of town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you heard it, but today Boris Johnson announced that they're going to stop with everything. So the testing, the masks, the COVID passes, everything. It's all going to stop in the UK.
Yeah, actually, on a Max Egan Crowhouse video, I heard a rumor of that yesterday, that they were going to do that. And now Boris, you're saying today, did say it. So that's interesting.
Yeah, he said it in the House of Commons or whatever they call it there. So the government. But yeah, I'm hopefully, because France is a big place for Le Révolution, right? So they how do you say this? They approved the use of the COVID pass for non-essential places, like I think it were stores and stuff like that. So yeah. So in France, they are still ramping up.
Yeah, it's funny. Like like you just said, what's happening there in the UK, they're getting rid of it. Just today on the news in the city of Milwaukee, they're bringing back the mask mandate, and they openly admit that they can't enforce it. They don't have the resources to do it. But if an establishment doesn't enforce it themselves, and they get enough complaints, then the health department will pay a visit, and it'll go on their record when they try to get relicensed.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what they did in the Netherlands too. You get a fine like €5,000 if there are people inside with no masks or not complying to the 6-foot rule.
They're saying there's not even going to be any fines or anything like that, like because they know they can't legally do this. They can't mandate it. It's just a threat. It's coercion. It's a threat of losing your business license if you don't fucking enforce it.
Yeah, just like the globe, you get. It's not the government reinforcing it; it's the people reinforcing it, and then that's the trick.
But yeah, they're and also so whatever mask that is you're talking about. I don't know. Like I know a lot of people around the United States, all of a sudden their virtue signal is to wear the KN95s now, right? The N95. So like, oh, your mask doesn't do anything, but mine does a whole lot.
Your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Yeah.
Clown world, man. I'm just wondering when they're gonna when are they gonna roll this back? Now that it's official that they don't work, when are they gonna get rid of the ordinances? When am I gonna stop seeing signs? When are they gonna stop making my son wear it in school? Like, when is this? Now that they know, how long are they gonna keep up the charade? We're gonna find out what their real motivation is. We're really gonna find out now.
Well, we've already seen it. Like it's like you guys said, this stuff has been.
I know, but now to be undeniable though. They had plausible deniability before. Now they don't have any.
I mean, what right? Roger was saying about how. Oh shoot.
The passport, them not working.
Yeah, and then the reason being, it's just we know it doesn't work, but it causes division of the people. Well, that's how you know it's working. That's its real fucking goal. It's always it's about causing division and shit like that. It's about control and division. It has nothing to do with health. Period.
I think they wanted to. I think so. How do you reshape civil society? Like they were saying, this Great Reset thing, right? You cause chaos, and then people demand order out of the chaos, right? And then you can reshape it into whatever order you want. Especially when, so they've supplicated people and cowed them enough that they'll just accept anything. They've already accepted contradictions right in their face and act on it. It's not like these are mental contradictions. These are contradictions that they are actually playing out in their own real lives. I mean, dude, it's bizarre to me.
Yeah, the contradiction that when you are healthy, right? You're a healthy human being. You don't have any symptoms, but you still can be sick, right? That's the contradiction they want to. That's exactly. Really what they do, right?
Listen, the less symptoms you have, the more you're infected.
Yeah, the more dangerous you are. Because you don't know that you're sick, you're more likely to spread it.
Yeah, the Typhoid Mary story, right? That's really what it is, the Typhoid Mary story all over. I don't know if you're aware of Typhoid Mary. Mary, this person in England,
no.
Mary had typhoid and she went around. She didn't have symptoms, but she ran around spreading it to everybody. Yeah, I mean, I heard about this even when I was a kid. So that's the idea. That's the thing. Whether that story is even true in the first place, because there's a component to it where the courts tried to force her to be locked in her house, her not to leave her house, but she kept leaving. Then I think they ended up institutionalizing her. So this is kind of like the foundation of this. We're going to lock you down and quarantine you for public health.
Oh yeah, I have many stories of people I know that are that they need to sit in their house for 7 + 5 days without having anything. Right? Somebody in their family had a positive test, didn't have anything, and then the whole house need to stay indoors for 7 + 5 days without having anything. No symptom, no cough, no runny nose, nothing. So our whole economy is being trashed with people staying indoors, not working. It's ridiculous. I mean, so this is the contradiction they have brainwashed with everyone with, that you are, when you're healthy, you're still sick. It's
So people are getting sick though. From something. Is there another alternative reason?
I mean, as long as I have lived, right?
How about the common cold?
Right. So long as I have lived my life, it became spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And in the autumn and the winter, people get sick, right? That's how it's always been, right? People got a runny nose, throat, achy throat, whatever, right? That's just how long everybody who's ever been alive, right?
Where did the flu go?
This is just what happens every autumn and winter. It's just how life works. People get
So
sick.
then, would you say that losing your taste was completely a mental creation?
No, I mean, I've been sick from the flu like 3 years ago, and I was like on my couch for 3 days. Couldn't eat anything. Didn't taste anything. Right? I was snot running out of every.
Yeah, when your sense of taste and your sense of smell are connected. If your sinuses are all plugged up and you can't smell shit, you don't taste shit. This is not a new symptom of anything.
I know.
It's like everybody a hypochondriac of these particular symptoms.
I do believe, I do believe that's another thing, right? If you get fed propaganda for 2 years, right, that you could die, you could kill your grandmother, and then if you have only a slight runny nose, then you think you're gonna die, right? It's just
Me personally, I have a personal experience. My mother, she did the whole 9 in 2019. The ventilator, the attacks here and there. The whole house went taste blind. I still don't believe it's what they say, but maybe there's something to it that there is something.
Oh, it's a complex psyop.
Yeah. Anyway, so
I mean, even if you were to, oh, sorry.
No, I just want to remind people that, again, before when this all happened, people got sick too in the autumn and the winter. So that's not new. It's something that happened every autumn and winter, and still is happening. So now we have this test. Yeah, now we have this test that says that you have something that could kill your grandmother. Now, okay, old people died before this all happened.
Number
from
one.
I mean,
for sure. No, for sure. Yeah. And
yeah,
so I tie into, I for sure, I understand completely. I tie it into, maybe there is something going on. And if it was going on, if there was something, there has to be, I feel like, a little bit of something. I feel like there has to be something. Of course, it's the flu. Of course, it's not the 50% of the world like they're. It's like a fraction of 1% are actually getting extremely sick from the flu. But why are they getting now more so than ever? I don't know.
It's more things together too.
There was, they kept on saying it in the media. They kept on trying to pretend like there was a huge issue before they had their so-called cure, right? But almost anybody I talked to anywhere didn't actually know anybody until people started getting injected. Then something seems to be happening. Some people are getting really ill and hospitalized.
For sure. Has anybody heard the 5G idea?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, right? I think that was so if they want to have a totalitarian control state, then you need people to be hooked up to an internet, right? So that just ties in with that, right? The Internet of Things, Internet of People.
The theory was more so this, that we are electromagnetic beings, and that they changed worldwide the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, and some people reacted poorly to it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
It could be, but I don't know.
I don't think that they've changed it worldwide. I think that what they've done is they've turned on the towers in specific areas, and the people were feeling the effects, right? Because it was changing the frequency of the air, so people weren't able to breathe because the air was not resonating at a frequency that they could breathe. You know what I'm saying? And I looked into this in the beginning, and I've got screenshots of like Italy, where all of the towers were going up and getting turned on, and all the major locations of people having the pneumonia symptoms were in those regions. So I mean, there's correlation, but whether it's the cause, I mean, that's speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would just make you think. That makes me personally think, not everybody, but that maybe there is something.
Oh, you're roboting
to it. Maybe there is some people. It's not just all in their head.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, I said. I'm sorry. I was saying that. Then it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably a compounding effect, right? People are. It's not like that. People are living healthy these days. Could be compounding effects, right? So people are eating bad GMOs, extra electromagnetic frequencies in the air. The autumn is coming. People's bodies are preparing for the winter, so they get sick, right? It's just compounding.
You're describing soft kill technology.
Look, even if there is, like, let's just go on the presumption, like you're saying, let's say there is something going on. It's definitely not anything so extreme as to warrant all of the change that they've been putting into place, stripping people of their freedoms, their liberties, you know, all the mandates and shit like that. They're just completely out of line. It's not like, I mean, just take a look. Even if you use their statistics, which are obviously fudged and bullshit, there's no like elevated amount of morbidity, not anything to warrant this anyway. Like,
it's definitely an attack to slow down the economy. Yeah.
Yeah, destroying the economies of every country around the world. None of it makes sense, even if you accept their story.
It does seem to be getting more obvious. Like, is there anyone here who thinks it's not something to do with the economy? Yeah.
Maybe capitalism was working, and they had to hurry up and stop that. I don't know.
No, it's not the economy per se. It's to create dependency. dependency on the government to survive. They don't like self-sufficiency.
Yep. AKA socialism.
Yeah,
Not even socialism. Not socialism like that. I mean a dependency. Like
parasiticism, right?
Like listen, like you can't object. They say don't bite the hand that feeds you. If there's only one hand that's able to feed you, you can't bite the hand that feeds you because it's suicide. Right? So we can't protest. They'll stop sending us checks, or they'll stop doing this, right? They made all these people completely dependent on the government by saying you can't go to work. Now you're dependent on us. Well, how do you protest? How do you protest the government, right? You can't. Think of it like you're living in somebody's house and you don't want to be homeless. Pretty much got to do everything they say, no matter how outrageous it is. My house, my rules, that type of deal.
Yeah, there's zero doubt that they have, no matter whether there's something happening, not happening, whatever, there's zero doubt that they are capitalizing, for sure, on any situation, and then creating it further, and whatnot.
At this
There's
point, there should
no
be
doubt in anybody's mind.
There should be zero doubt that any of this is like this isn't a reactionary thing. This isn't something that they came up with a plan of how to fix it after the fact. All of this was the plan from the beginning. That should be painfully obvious.
It is to me, but to everybody, I'm not sure. I'm starting to see it more so now. Like the way the fear goes away, the more people who are getting sick, the less people who are afraid. Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I don't know, I would like to say us, but I mean, you could see it a mile away. You could see it coming a mile away, and it is super frustrating. Then it's like you call it a year before, 6 months before it happens. It's like, I told you so, I told you so. You just get sick of it. It's like, okay, I'll just wait it out. If I'm a slave in 10 years, I guess I'm a slave. I'll still be alive. But I mean, I'll still have my family or whatever. I'll just be in a different system. What can I mean, you get to the point where what can you do? But you see it coming every time. And it's like, I guess I'm a prophet. We're all prophets. I don't know.
Our media
Fear is an
and our
accident for false
finances.
evidence appearing real.
I mean,
Yeah.
our media and our finances here in the U.S. are really being controlled way too much now.
I was doing pretty well in this. I mean, it sounds stupid, right? But I was doing really well with just playing with the stock market. When you dive deep into Twitter and watch how people are responding to different situations, you know what to buy. I mean, even me, the simplest, I could see what to buy and invest in next because I get deeper on the Twitter than you see it a little bit before it happens with unfiltered information. So imagine what they can see happening before it happens, You can make investments and they will work out because you can see where it's leading. You can see the next steps before it hits the mainstream. Yeah.
Did you invest in Zoom before anybody even heard of it, like all the politicians did?
No. No, and it's not to say that I did so well that now I have just playing around with them. You could just have fun but see where it was going so easily. It's really, if anybody else had done the same thing, they could have maybe chime in, but it was easier once you go deeper into that hole and then see the next planned steps, and then you can invest in it and actually watch it happen and watch it benefit, and then correlate to the people who are really willing to take risk and benefit, or not so much a risk, but you can just see it real clear.
Yeah, all the politicians, they bought Zoom just like right before 9/11 when they did all their short sales on freaking American Airlines and United. It's funny how they always seem to make the right move just before everything happens.
It's crazy the level of like propaganda that hits people at the emotional level. Like it's not just like, you know, trying to put thoughts in their head. It's like putting emotions in their head. Like my mom, for instance, came to me the other day and she's all for this whole jab thing. And somehow or another, she'd got it in her mind that like I was gonna die because of this if I didn't get jabbed. So she came over and like guilt tripped me, being her only son, trying to get me to go get this shit.
My baby boy.
Or to just read Pfizer's own study, clinical trial. That's all you have to do. Does more harm than good. Pfizer's own clinical trial shows that it not only doesn't work, more people have worse outcomes after being jabbed than before. Their data, like it's irrefutable, it's their data.
That's the thing. She's like one of those people that won't look at it if it's not on the news.
Yeah, everybody just has their favorite talking head. You know, like if you're conservative, you're listening to Fox, and you're going to listen to Tucker Carlson and everything that he's got to say or whatever. And if you're liberal, it's going to be CNN and whoever you like over there, and you're just going to believe whatever they have to say. And they're not even they don't even have to tell the truth. Like they're Smith Montag, like they don't have to fucking. They're legally allowed to use propaganda against the people. But that's where you're getting your information from.
Maybe it was just a plan to get everybody in front of a TV and in front of a censored internet, and then they could feed you what they needed for the next steps. That's it. Was just get you in front of the TV that has a Globe commercial every segment, at least one, or space. You'll see astronauts jumping in Nikes or whatever, and then censor the content on the internet completely and feed you what they need. Yeah.
I learned something about one of my uncles recently. I already knew you had. All right, so you'd think that he's a pretty smart dude, being he's got a high-paying job, working on the front lines. He's a nurse at anesthetist or whatever, however you say that. Forget. And even he though would tell you that what's in the media is overblown, overhyped, but he still believes that this whole thing is real. Okay, so then it's like, all right, well, you're entitled to, you know, you have the right to think that, especially with your job. But then I find out recently with talking to my grandma, his mother, just how much of a fucking idiot he actually is. She's concerned about inflation and stuff like that, and he's trying to tell her that there is no inflation and there never will be. A dollar will always be worth a dollar. Doesn't understand what inflation is, how it works, that it's about the purchasing power of a dollar. Like, I'm like, okay, so for an educated person to make a statement like that, I now know he's a complete fucking idiot. No wonder he believes this shit's real.
Purchasing power is real. I mean, that is really the only power. Yeah.
No, he's just saying because a dollar will always say it's worth a dollar on it, that it's a dollar. You know, a dollar is a dollar is a dollar. It is what it is. You know, that's it. That's what it means to him.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I can see what he's saying if he's coming from the point of view of all that matters is purchasing power, meaning
No. He doesn't. No, my point is purchasing power. He doesn't have a fucking clue about it. He's trying to it's not about how much bread and eggs you can buy with that dollar. It's a dollar says it's worth a dollar, so it's a dollar. 30 years from now, a dollar will be a dollar. There is no inflation. That's what he said to my grandma.
Well, maybe he's just trying to let her down softly because she's older. That her money's worthless now.
No, he's just a dumb fuck. That's it.
Yeah. And then I sometimes ask, I'll say, where are all of these geniuses who supposedly know how to rocket science their way around everything? Where are they? I never run into them. And the ones who I do run into who are in the highest positions, you know, seem to be the dumbest people. They're just they don't know how to put in their own light bulb. They pay somebody $400 to screw in a light bulb. It's like, okay, you're the smart guys. All right, gotcha.
Yeah, but we all needed a push, didn't we? Come on.
Push?
Yeah. Well, you know, someone told us something, right? We came to the conclusion either on our own or whatever, but we still got the information from someone else, right? And we still went through that same kind of dissonance, right? And was like trying to defend it and all that. Didn't we all do that?
No.
No, I actually at all. The second I heard the information, I was like, well, fuck. I'll go and test this myself. When I tested it, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, they're right. I honestly did not have any period of distance. I just wanted to test it.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't have too much either. But I did, you know, of course, do the searches of, okay, we went around the globe. Let me see how many times we went top to bottom. Never. Okay. Then I went to the next thing. Then I asked, you know, out of the box questions and tried to find the answers to that. But it was a great feeling. I'll say that. It was like of a high to be mind blown that hard. Yeah, that was awesome.
I've been questioning authority my entire life, even as a young kid. Like that was one playing in my toy room closet or whatever. Like first story, I was probably like 5 years old. My mom came in and she told me this story about how, you know, I was playing with like maybe a toy police car or something, and she just came to check up on me, and I was like, she was about to leave, and I was like, hey, I have a question. Like, so what happens if a police officer breaks the law? And she thought that was a pretty amazing question for a 5-year-old, you know, like, I don't know, a little bit later on, seeing all the stuff about like Waco and everything on the news. And I was paying attention at, like, you know, as a young kid, like, to this stuff. And always knew that there was something more to the story than what they're presenting on TV. Never trusting authority. Didn't need anybody to teach me that.
Yeah, like the whole, you know, wear a mask, all that stuff, do what you want to do, just as long as I have my rights. But then now they're getting, you know, to the point where your rights are taken. So then it becomes a really big issue. Yeah, sure, do have your opinions, do your stuff, do your searches, but now to enforce it, you know, mandatory. Yeah, that's a problem.
Hey, Crypto, I want to congratulate you.
Okay, can I ask why?
Well, the UK is the first country in the EU stopping everything. So, guys are lucky.
Yeah, I heard about 2 weeks' time, isn't it? Everything's done now in this country.
Yeah.
Like, there's no self-isolation, there's no masks, there's nothing there. It's just done.
Awesome stuff, man.
Hopefully that's true. I wouldn't count the chickens before the eggs hatch, but
but I mean, bear in mind
yeah.
This stuff is only relevant as long as people follow it anyway, right? So people just aren't following it anymore. Like, so I think they've just realised it was like the Italian restaurant thing in 2020. If you guys heard about that, like 50,000 Italian restaurants decided all on the same day they were, and the government were like, "Oh, we can't stop that," so they just didn't do anything. So the Italian restaurants that wanted to open opened, and that was it. It's like if people just turn around and go, "Nah, fuck you, we're doing this." Like the government can't really do much. Anyway, thank you, Roger.
What is the government except a corporate fiction, a legal fiction in and of itself?
Yeah, government doesn't exist. There's nothing in reality. Like it's a government of a country is like a concept anchored to another concept. Like there's nothing real there.
Well, just like everyone is a person with that all caps name, the government, by becoming a corporation, lowered itself to the status of a person.
I'm just waiting for the Jesuit response. What country's going to attack what country?
Oh, we
Well,
have this new thing.
They got us all warmed up for what is it, with Russia attacking
Ukraine,
and now the United States giving them an ultimatum.
The weird thing about this whole thing is that it's like all the orders are coming from this like organization that isn't even part of any like country, you know? Like the CDC, who?
The World Economic Forum, yeah. Yeah, our country, and this was like 5 years, I don't know exactly how long ago, but we had this national referendum where if you had so many signatures, you could go to your government, and then the whole nation could vote on something, right? So it's a national referendum. And before they stopped the national referendum, they just said, well, it doesn't work. It did work, but not how they wanted it to work. So they just stopped that. The government just said, well, we're not going to do that. But anyway, so the Dutch people voted against the fact that the Ukraine would become a EU country. So we didn't want the Ukraine in the EU. That was the vote, right? No, was the vote. Then our government said, the people voted no, but we're still going to do it, right? We're still going to allow the Ukraine in the EU. So that was that. And then they chucked the referendum. They just said, we're not going to do that anymore. And now the shit is happening with, this is just a proxy war again, right? So now Russia is going against the Ukraine, which is now an EU country, and now the whole of the EU has to do something about it, right? So we're now probably going to be at war with Russia again. Crazy. And then we had this, just after the Ukraine government was replaced by a more Western-minded government, the an airplane was shot down above the Ukraine, killing like 190 Dutch people. So that was this big thing, national disaster.
I think that's air.
Sorry? I don't think Resolve is hot micing.
I think that's air.
Anyway, so this airplane got shot down and the Russians were blamed for doing it because they had some kind of launching capability and they landed to Ukraine rebels, separatists, and then probably they claim they shot it down. But there are stories, there are signs that this wasn't done by the Russians, maybe done by Ukraine fighter pilots. And that was a problem for them because you can't have a Western government, Ukraine Western government shooting down Western civilian planes. So they kind of made it like Russia did it. The US promised us satellite images of the launch, never got it, right? So it's a big fuck up that. And now they.
Well, no wonder you
Right.
never got the satellite images because it's
Mhm.
actually satelloons. Come on.
Right. Yeah, I left. Well, I left. I heard about the Tonga thing, right? And that communications is difficult because an internet cable was cut, so they had to send a cable laying ship to repair the internet cable to regain communication with Tonga, which is ridiculous, right? We don't have, so that there are not satellites there. It's amazing.
That shot they got from supposedly space of it blowing up or whatever. That if you really look at that picture, you can see it's a flat like image that they just like cropped in a way to make it look like part of a ball. You know, like the way the light goes across it and everything.
Oh, what I found interesting is that so apparently there was this big bang and the air pressure was even measured here in the Netherlands, they told us. So the air pressure went down and up or up and down because of that. So this happened in the middle of the ocean and then our air pressure went a little bit up and down on a ball. What?
Yeah, it does seem fishy.
Yeah, on a ball. Currently, air pressure must be attracted by gravity.
Yeah.
So air pressure itself is attracted by gravity. So the concept of air pressure is subject to gravitational forces. Like, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
That's craziness. That's utter craziness.
I mean, of course, we had this dip in the air pressure because the Earth is flat and it can travel over vast distances over flat water, right? Not over a ball.
Well, the reason I was saying it like that is because how does an airplane fly, right? Airplane flies because the top part of the wing has a lower pressure than the bottom part, right? So, and they say that pressure, right? You know how they say, oh, planes don't have to tip down because gravity's pulling them down and they just stay at one height to go around the ball. Well, how does air pressure go around the ball, right? How can it possibly go around the ball? Unless it's attracted by gravity. The air pressure itself must be attracted by gravity. Right? Because it's going to take a trajectory, right? It has an inertia in one direction. How does it turn, right? How does it go around the curve? How does it come back around? You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, I understand.
How does that happen?
Yeah. Yeah, the explosion pushed the air in one direction, not around the ball. That doesn't happen.
Well, unless the air pressure is like in an orbit, falling down around the ball. Only way it can happen.
Right. Anyway, have a good one, guys. My dinner's ready. Talk to you later.
You mean Mike?
Have a good morning, Roger.
Right.
Later, Roger. Has anybody been reading the YouTube chat, or do we care?
I know I don't give a fuck what those trolls said. The people in that
No,
chat are the
and
people
no.
that got banned from here. The people who are in that chat are the people who got banned from here, and
Is
they
that
still
really what
want
it
to
is?
use their
I
final
figured
fucking
some of
version.
that.
Yeah, we already decided we don't want to talk to them.
Oh, is
Well,
that
there's no
why they're
point in
arguing
it,
with me
right?
about what science we should base things on? And I said scientific method-based science, and they're like blah 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 blah. They just run on. It's like really funny. I just thought it was
Look,
interesting.
there's no point in talking to them. That's the thing about that chat, is that they are time wasters. You can tell them whatever. They're going to pretend you didn't say anything. They won't even respond to you. They just sit there preaching like silly creatures, man. Like priests, recounting and reading Wikipedia and spewing back whatever so-called facts are on that. That is all they do, is just sit there and puke that stuff back. If you just prove them wrong, they'll just change the subject, right? And to just keep doing this forever. They're time wasters. That's why they're not here. They won't address anything. They won't answer anything. They don't know anything. Pathetic.
I don't know. It just sounds like some people on there are afraid to come on the show and talk about what maybe they think they got evidence for, and everybody's so rude to them that they just don't want to come on. But I mean, I get it. You know, like we get tired of, you know, people just coming in and trolling, or just people that are, you know, hard-headed and aren't really looking to learn anything. They're just looking to argue. But I mean, I think some of those people might actually be really curious and, you know, get chased away because of that. You know, sometimes the attitude isn't that great. You know what I
It's
mean?
very kind of you to give them the benefit of the doubt, but
yes.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, come on, somebody has to, right?
Well,
Like,
listen. How do you debate or talk to somebody, right, that thinks claims are evidence, right? So they'll say something like, "Okay, gravity holds the air down to the earth, and that's what causes air pressure." And you okay, what's the evidence for that? Oh, all the
I got
scientists say,
evidence
or
against
everybody
it.
believes it, or all these. What's talking to people that actually think making a claim is the evidence of the claim? There's no point.
Right. I get you.
You got to these.
I would just say,
I'm just
well, get
talking
a balloon
particularly
and
about the
I'll
people
prove to you
in
that's not
YouTube
true.
chat.
Right.
The YouTube chat
Simply
people
just,
are a special case. They're not like the normal Globers. They sit in there for freaking 10 hours a day. Do you think that's normal?
yeah, well, I spend a lot of hours in here. So, I mean, I'm not in another chat like trying to go against them. I'm just here where I think that people want to learn from it. Right.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not
Well,
here to
I
like teach
understand, but
people that
would you
don't
go
care.
someplace? Would you go to someplace you hate and do it there
No,
for 10
that's the
hours?
thing. I would never think to do that unless they attack me first. But no, I've never gone onto like some kind of ball earth believing thing that's against flat earth and argued with them. No, I would never. I don't think that would be like I mean, why bother, right?
That's why we conclude that they're being paid to do so. And they don't come on here because it's not in their script. They're not allowed to, just like deGrasse Tyson and, you know, Bill Nye are not allowed to debate flat earthers because they're the head figures, the spokes figures. They can't have them being proven wrong on a massive scale. So they're not allowed to do that. So these guys that are on the YouTube chat aren't allowed to come in here and talk to us about the obvious.
Because they might be scientists with a degree, but they're just on TV acting for TV. That's what people don't realize, I think. Hey, you know, going back to that, you were talking about the argument that, the earth and the air just spins and gravity holds it on. You could take a balloon, simple balloon, just fill up a balloon with air, right? And you notice before you blow up the balloon and you drop the balloon, it falls to the floor pretty quick, right? And then you fill it with air, right? And what happens? It becomes buoyant and it kind of floats around the room. Why does it do that? Because the pressure differential causes a different change of buoyancy or density, right? It's not really any lighter or heavier. It's just the way it's used and the pressure that's inside that causes that reaction. So if you take a balloon, the balloon and we're all moving through space supposedly, right? So if you take a balloon, then you pop it while we're standing right here and the gravity's being activated. Why is it that when you pop the balloon, it pops in the first place? Why does it pop in all directions? It does. It goes in every direction. It doesn't go down, right? It doesn't just stay. It still explodes, right? Otherwise, if gravity was holding it down, why would it explode? It doesn't make sense to me at all. That to me is the proof for me. I saw a video on that and I thought, wow, that's interesting. And then I tested it out and it was true. I was like, wow. But it did take me actually wanting to know the truth about it and to go and read about it and learn all the things I can from both sides of the argument. So therefore, I did go through some of that where I went and researched it, but I never went and tried to con my way in or convince anybody over there on the other side of the argument, I figure I can do better here. Where there's people who want to learn, right?
Well, I agree with that completely. I'm just saying the people in the YouTube chat they're anti flat earthers. They're not like vulgars. They're not like normal people.
Yeah, I think you're right about a lot of them. Like I've only been going in there for like a few weeks. I never really paid attention to it before, but I've noticed that there's a lot of people that are always in there. You're right. They spend hours, or at least they're just hanging out when they're at work or whatever.
It's the same people. It's the same people. They literally it's almost like a
CGI fan, and all of those guys. They're all regulars. Over the last few weeks, they're like always in here. I'm like, really? Why do you guys come in here every day just to argue about stuff you don't really know anything about? And they're like,
it's not just that. They don't interact with people other than to call them names. Like I said, they'll make a claim. You ask them for the evidence, or you provide evidence against that claim. They'll act like you didn't say anything and just keep talking to nobody. It's like if they're not interacting in a chat, what's the purpose of being there? Right? They're monologuing basically. And their only interaction with other people is to call them stupid.
Like you would think, anybody that spends that much time arguing with somebody just for the sake of arguing would be paid for it, right? Or something. some kind of like modus operandi, you know what I mean?
Sure hope they're not doing it for free.
Well, maybe some people are sick in the head like that, you know, and just get off on like attacking people for no reason. But I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that do stuff like that. It usually takes like someone on the other side to like attack them first or something, and then they get mad and they want to get revenge. But revenge that lasts weeks at a time, that's odd.
Well, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Is I think most of them, I highly doubt most of them are paid. Especially with these younger generation, most of us in here don't really quite understand it, but they've they just make a hobby out of internet trolling all day, every day. Um, Being keyboard warriors or whatever else. Like a lot of them did come in here at one point. They probably acted a fool, got called names, and got sent on their way. Now this is their way of trying to get back.
Yeah, that I mean, seriously, 2 or 3 weeks of like trying to still get back. Like, does that
Oh,
make
it's
sense
not
to you?
it's not 2 or 3 weeks. These guys do it for years on
Well,
end.
right, but I mean, from what I know, right, like from what I've seen so far, based on what I, you know, my experience. Well, in that case, I kind of feel sorry for him then, because I go in there and like try to like talk to him nice and try to be cool and discuss things and show that I know a lot of stuff about electricity and with this and that. You know, I'm not an expert, but you know, I try to like just show them like the stuff that does have to be questioned, right? And then let them look at it on their own. I hope that's all I can do is hope for that.
Look, I obviously not everybody agrees with me here, but it's my opinion that we shouldn't even have a comment section on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I've been thinking a lot about it the last few
Share that
days. And I was
opinion.
like,
They did away
But I
with
guess
it.
I don't have a lot of experience, so
And they
I'm
brought it
sorry, I
back.
didn't mean to.
I
They did
just
away
don't know
with
what purpose it serves.
Yeah, we have
They
plenty
did
of
away with
tabs
what?
right here. The other thing about the YouTube chat is you can't like go back through it and find like where people said they're stupid shit. On here you can.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's a way you could record it on screen. I mean, I can get it on my TV through my cable company, so.
You can, if
Nah,
you
look, it
replay the
just
YouTube
encourages.
chat, it'll show the chat again.
Yeah,
When you replay it, it shows the chat.
but it just
No, I
it
mean,
just
if you record
encourages.
it from like the feed, you know what I'm saying? If you were recording through your TV, because if you can pipe it through your TV, then you can record it, right?
It's all recorded. That's the thing.
I know, but you know what I mean, and you have an access to it. So I'm sorry, I'm rambling on. I apologize.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
forgot.
for a lot of those trolls, that's their little safe space. Most often, there's not anybody moderating them, calling them out for their bullshit. They get to get away with having the final word of anything that anybody says in here, um, and it goes unchallenged. If there is a random person who comes and starts watching the live stream and reading those comments, then we've got them as the naysayer with the final say. Like, thing is that's extremely rare. There's very rare that anybody new comes in there. The people who are watching that stream are members here. A lot of them are staff, and they're the trolls that have been either banned from here or refuse to come in here.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you have a point. It's kind of like it just kind of like it was a good idea, but then it kind of went sour, and it hasn't been moderated for a while, or whatever.
I was on another YouTube channel on their 24-hour feed, communicating with everybody there. I still go there. But then I got Discord so I can communicate with the moderators whenever somebody was acting out of line and whatnot. And then they published the YouTube channel on the chat. So I went to the YouTube, stayed on the YouTube, and then joined the Discord, hung out in the lobby for about a month. I don't know how long. You can check it. And then I got my perms.
It's a little unrelated, but also, I mean, you guys know of the broken mic, how all these people come in. They we ask them to join the conversation. They say, "Oh, I don't have a mic," or my mic is broken." All of those people are lying. They're people who have either been banned from here or they've come in with an alt account. They already have a history. They're afraid that we're going to recognize their voice. They're just here to monitor. That's it.
You have a very good point there. I agree with you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to kill the chat.
Another example of just like the levels of trolls that we get is like, basically it's a thing to like try to speed run getting banned, like how quick you can get banned.
Yeah, these troll groups, it's a badge of honor. I think they're earning tags in their own server for doing it.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Troll scouts. Yeah.
More like brownies, right? Or, brown nose.
Yeah.
How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? when my first daughter was like 8 years old. We were sitting at the dining room table, having dinner, and she had heard me talk about that song and that part of the song at the end, or whatever it is in the song. And then she said it in the middle of dinner, and I laughed so hard I almost fell out of my chair.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1, season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants
Almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. Now, carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him, said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the Earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the Earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Preach. Oh, sugar. Hot micing. But true, preach. What's up, people? Everyone sleeping?
Nope, I just got up. It's still early for me.
What was that? You definitely sound like you're sleeping.
My bad. I'm not speaking up, probably, is what it is. My voice is kind of messed up today. I don't know why.
Wait, get some ginger, some lemon, some honey. smooth that thing out.
What a talkative bunch on here today. Good morning, Discord, or afternoon, or night, whatever it is. It's Dead Air Dave from Kentucky.
What's up, Dave?
You got to meet my YouTube.
Dead Air Dave is way too catchy. I love it. What's going on, guys?
Another day on the plane of existence. We continue to exist. Well, that's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, reporting from the lobby, you guys might remember a user named Snow Forest. I think he was in the VC debating maybe a couple days ago. And he said that if we wait 30 minutes, he's going to roll up with some of his boys into the VC. So get your coffee, your tea ready.
Globe proceeds incoming. Cool. I love that when I bring the Globe proceeds. Maybe Indio will believe one this time. See if he does like. At this point, for me, just speaking for myself, they can bring anything they want. The Globe is bullshit. So that's the end of my debate. Show me some curvature and shut the fuck up. But that's kind of limits the conversation, I understand, but
It's really what the whole thing boils down to.
Yeah.
If they can't show you that, the rest of it is just weeds.
We know we've got vast acres of oceans out there that are not fully involved. And these people continue to think that they are. It's bullshit. So anyway. The Pacific Ocean is a big ball of water like 500 miles high in the middle. Okay, then. You show me that. Take a satellite photo and show me the curvy Pacific Ocean. Can't do it, can you? Indio must be busy. I try to prompt him to get on here. So we got 30 minutes to prepare for the Globe. Oh my God, what are we going to do, CB? These guys might be professionals.
Well, personally, I got a nice hot cup of tea steaming right now, so I'm prepared. I think that's all I need.
I would recommend some popcorn for people if you're going to be listening. We might get some good numpty clips out of it or something. If I'm talking in it, I'll be civil as long as they are. That's just me, though. But like I said, at this point, after 7 years of examining this subject, I never did actively participate much in the debates anyway, because we're talking about objective realities. It's kind of silly to be debating about what is objectively true. But again, just my opinion. So supposedly in less than 30 minutes, we have Snow Forest is going to join us and defend his outer space monkey religion. That's not the right words to use, but y'all know what I mean. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. We've got maybe an upcoming discussion. We're just here every day looking for proof of the globe that we all got taught we live on. Just need to see that. You got more snow heading at you, CB. You know that?
You
Where's
say that
that?
again? It was melted. Are you saying it's coming back?
Tomorrow night, probably gonna be coming your way. Maybe you might get it like early Friday morning.
I'm prepared. This creation bear has turned into a bit of a polar bear lately, so I think I can
Yeah,
handle it.
yeah. Yeah, I got my snow boots and stuff. We don't get worst we've got so far is like close to a foot, and it wasn't too bad. It melted off pretty quick.
Yeah, same here.
As long as the globe keeps spinning the right way, it gets rid of the snow somehow. So it all works out.
Yeah, we're tilted toward the sun, I guess. So it helps too.
Aren't we in their model so closer to the sun during winter? That's one of the hilarious things. Another hilarious thing I'd like to point out from last night, I remember the analemma, which everybody listening may probably knows what that is. It's just a picture of the path of the sun over a year, and it makes a bigger loop in the southern hemisphere, hemisphere, whatever you want to call it, and it's literally printed on globes, debunking it. It's printed on the globes on most of them. I think that's funny. Because if it was a ball, each half would be getting equal sunlight. You wouldn't have things like the analemma. Anyway. That's all I got. Anybody else wants to talk, feel free to pipe up. Did every day. Signing off.
I'm still here. Sorry, I'm just thinking about something else right at the moment.
It's all good, man. It's opening up the floor. I can sit here and ramble on, but nobody wants to hear that shit. Hopefully, we got some
Well,
people
I
coming
don't
here.
mind if somebody rambles on as long as it's conversational and it attracts people, right? If it gets
Yeah.
people talking.
Yeah, I'm not too good at that, so I'm better at just muting my mic. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, I ramble on too, and then I feel like, oops, I shouldn't have done that.
Anybody happen to be listening? There's 20 people watching on YouTube allegedly right now. The link is in the description if you'd like to come in and discuss the subject. We will be civil, and we will, as long as you're civil and honest, you have no issues here. Come in here and talk about it. You might be sitting there thinking, they taught me about this globe in school, but did they actually, they really prove anything to me, or they just tell me about it? Kind of weird, ain't it? Then you go out to prove this globular object that we allegedly live on, and first thing that's going to come to your attention is the curvature that has to be there isn't there. You know, if it was there, like this would have been shut down like 5 or 6 years ago. Two Glovers would have went to like a random stretch of ocean over like 20 miles, and they would have showed everybody the 200 and some foot drop. And none of us would exist right now on the internet bitching about how we don't live on a globe. All right, end of ring.
That's absolutely true. You're absolutely right. I'm still waiting for it too. I haven't had anybody that I've asked actually say it or actually even try to come up with anything. They would just say, "Oh, I'm not going to bother with it because you're crazy." I'm like, whatever.
Yep, it's still an uphill struggle. Hopefully, it's getting better every day, but the large majority of people are like, smart guys got that figured out. These guys are idiots. They're not going to look into it, man.
We
Smart
got somebody
science.
in here that's not verified yet.
Hello,
Quetz,
who's the new person? Go ahead.
Coat. Quetzal Coat.
Quetzal Code, are you there? Can you use your mic? Let's see, you have a flat Earth map as your icon. So that's it. BC verified. If you'd like to talk, here's your opportunity. Welcome to the server. Quetzalcoatl going once.
Oh, hey guys. For some reason, it didn't unmute when you gave me the.
Oh, there you go. I was going to say you probably didn't.
Yeah, we hear
probably
you
didn't
now.
work with the person.
Yeah, I had to rejoin. Sorry about that. It didn't work. Yeah, thanks for the welcoming.
I'm just going to make an assumption, which I don't like doing, but by your icon, you kind of deny the globe existence.
Yeah, sure. I've been looking into the Weiss and Hibbler productions and such. There's been fair questioning reasonings there.
How long have you been looking at it?
Some months, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a good resource. You've landed on your feet here. We've got all kinds of stuff at the bottom of the server, information you may not have seen. We've got a lot of observations and tests and different things down there. So feel free to utilize that. And you sound legit so far. What's the number one thing that makes you know you're not living on a globe?
Probably go with what Dave Weiss has been mentioning, that we can see too far beyond the horizon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The supposed curve, as they say on the globe model, so to say.
Yeah, it's like I was just saying that I looked at this 7 years ago now, and first thing I looked for was the curvature that has to be there, and it's just not there. So that's a good one.
Well, the thing is, I mentioned it to a guy that still believes in globe. He told me when he was a kid, he used the binoculars. What do you call them? Yeah, but sorry about my English. It's not my native language, so excuse me.
Biologist.
Sounds good to me.
That's how you say it.
Yeah. So he said he could see the boat, but he couldn't see the bottom of the boat. So for that reason, in his mind was that that's not a flat Earth to him. I don't know how he reasons that way.
He looks into angular distance and perspective and all that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Come on.
So he said he could see it, but he couldn't see the bottom of it, basically. So therefore, he says, it's not flat. I'm like, but I mean, you still see the boat when you use the binoculars, but without it, you can't see it, or barely. Depends on the distance, of course, due to the angular resolution and whatnot.
But obviously, you showed him people zooming back in on boats. What do you say about that? I mean,
which one?
You've showed him the videos where you can zoom back in on boats, right?
Or you told them to use binoculars, or you just wouldn't go do this?
No, he mentioned himself as he was when he was younger in some school trip. They were down at the beach, binoculars, and he used that. I don't know. For some reason, he said he still didn't believe it's flat. I don't know, for that very reason. So for me, it's kind of weird how you cannot see it with your eyes.
Some people just won't accept it. Yeah, they get cognitive dissonance, and then it goes from there. Yeah.
Yeah, usually, and that's what I'm thinking. And he was mentioning, I'm not the guy you want to debate with or anything. I mean, I was trying to spread information, and I said, if you want to know more stuff about flat theories and whatnot, look up Dave Weiss. I said, look him up. He has a YouTube channel. He answers all the questions you usually what Globers usually asks, as we say. So, but he did mention one thing that I couldn't answer. He was talking about the 3 wells. I don't know if you're familiar with that. The 3 wells. Like you had one well and 2 wells.
We're definitely familiar with that.
Yeah. He was mentioning that, and he said that proves the Earth is not flat. He said, I was like, okay. But I had no idea what to say about that because I didn't read it.
He's talking about Aristosthenes. That doesn't prove either way. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention the sticks and the shadows, but he wasn't interested in that part. He went straight for the wells, some kind of experiment that he did back then. I'm not sure about the name of it now, but it's something about to do with the 3rd well, and then the whole experiment failed or something. I don't know. Maybe you guys are familiar with that one. How that proves the Earth is not flat, or is it flat?
I've heard of it.
So so I've got a quick question. You said you've been looking at this for a few months. So how did you first hear about it, if you don't mind sharing?
Oh, where was it? I think it was just some random thing in YouTube that popped up. That was, I did hear about the subject of flat talks basically around here and there, but I was like, didn't catch my attention to that point of me researching it by myself. And then eventually, some time later on, something popped up in the YouTube, I think, and then I was watching a clip. I was like, okay, interesting. And then I don't know. Then I kept looking at it.
Last question for me.
Sorry. I was watching the American Moon documentary as well.
Okay.
I think that was a bit of eye-opening for me when I realized the deception of what we've been deceived by NASA, basically. The fake moon landing.
That was actually my next question. If you had any previous things where you knew that whoever they are, aren't telling us the truth about stuff. So you already know about the moon landings. Is that what you said?
What's my saying about the moon landing?
You already know the moon landings were just bullshit filmed in Hollywood.
Yeah. I could see. Like I said, there's a documentary on YouTube called "The American Moon." Well done, well made one, and it showed both parties what they were saying, and then the stuff they questioned about the things they were showing and telling us from the official narrative. So a lot of things didn't make any sense. You could see that all things could be done as well in the studio and recorded somewhere else and broadcasted without the majority of the people working there knowing where it comes from. These kind of things. So for me, at that point, I realized something is not right, and I researched more. And one thing led to another, and then I came into the David Weiss, I believe, at some point by looking up Flat Earth.
Yeah, he does a lot of good stuff. He definitely done a lot of shows and stuff. He's spreading a lot of good information.
Tons of podcasts. It's amazing. And and you feel yourself, you've been there once. You feel yourself with those people.
Sometimes he comes by here every now and then. So. But welcome
in this Discord?
Huh?
Where did he come by? This Discord, you said? Or?
Yeah, he was here a few months ago.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
That's nice. Good for a little while, and chatted with us, told us about his app and stuff. So I'll let other guys talk to you. Welcome to the server, man. I got to get ready to go to work here. So welcome.
All right, cool. Thanks very much.
Rookie, you still there? You busy?
I'm still here. I was just finishing a piece of candy.
Okay.
It was stuck to the roof of my mouth, and I didn't want to sound like a weirdo.
Okay. Or anybody else who wants to pipe in, I got to meet up for a few minutes. I was just welcoming this new guy. He sounds legit to me. You listened to him, didn't
you? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh, well, we're not trying to talk about you like a third person, but...
Yeah. Well, this will directly tell you, as long as you're an honest truth seeker, you'll be welcome here. You will have no issues. That's all I'm saying. In my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's some people in here that can get rough with you on certain issues and things like that. But just remember that we all don't necessarily on the same level of understanding or knowledge about it. So some of us, can come up short on that, like not understanding certain things, and we don't agree about everything. So just be careful. Don't try not to group us into one pile. You know what I'm saying? And say that we're all just this or that. Let each person that you talk to individually, take them for who they are, because they don't necessarily represent us, like some of us are, whatever, we're higher up on the ladder, but that we can talk better, more, or whatever.
That's a great point, Rookie.
Yeah. But, don't be afraid to talk to different people and try to get information in case somebody else is rude to you or for whatever reason.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I'm here to learn more, of course. And so I'm not here to put anyone on any certain level of the topic or whereabouts about this. Just more about sharing the knowledge, basically, and showing what's been hidden from us. Learn more about it. I mean, once this is like once you see it and is something in your like gut feeling like you've been hidden from for a long time. You want to search for it and learn more about it. It's like you hunger for it, basically. So if I can talk to like-minded people, it doesn't matter the level of it. Sure, people might be smarter in ways of calculating or thinking about certain topics way better than others. That's fine. I mean, I'm not here to that someone is better than anyone here. It's not about that. So just basically sharing the knowledge and talking with like-minded people, basically. That's my take on it.
And I guess I can say, welcome to Flat Earth. And do check out the resources down if you scroll down at the bottom, there's a bunch of information that you have access to now. If somebody gave you the VC verified and Flat Earth or whatever, then you can go down there and you can, because a lot of the questions and stuff and research stuff is down there. You can check out in case you're interested.
Sure.
Don't forget about that.
Yes. I'm using Telegram as well, so I'm in a couple of Flat Earth groups as well.
Cool.
I've been checking out the Flat Earth, what do you call it? Ivaranon? I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's been making the the lost history of Flat Earth. I'm not sure you know. Evaranon. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but maybe you know. But the documentaries he's been making.
Not necessarily, but anybody who's, doing the same stuff as we are, I guess we're with, not necessarily associated with, but, we're promoting the truth. That's what I have it.
Just putting it out there. Yeah.
It's a Warren on. It's
a Warren. Yeah, sorry about the
Lost History, Flat Earth. He's got a lot of good stuff. I mean, it's there's a lot of things that are kind of speculative about it, but he does share a lot of good factual information. So I would recommend that.
Yeah, the Tartarians as well. That was pretty cool. I didn't know about the lost ancient civilization or whatever you can call it, like type of technology at that time that doesn't make any sense in the current history books. That they are hiding.
Yeah, that's an interesting subject, researching history and the truth about it. I'm not sure that it's, all it's cracked up to be, like on my side of it, because I haven't done a lot of research on it, but there's a lot of anomalies about buildings and things and that I've seen that are considered Tartaria. And I think it's fascinating that it's possible that there was, at one time a higher civilization than us, and that, they ruled the world differently. It is fascinating. But I mean, I'd like to see more proof of it. That's all. I mean, I've seen a lot of mud flood stuff and what have you, but you know what I mean? I take it with a grain of salt, because I know there's not a lot of, real solid evidence for it. It's just, an idea that all these buildings seem to look alike and they have similar symmetry and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that, some people think that the crack, the Grand Canyon could be like a plasma lightning bolt that came down and hit the earth and basically, like a big bolt of electricity that was hot enough to burn through the rock and split open the earth, kind of like, when electricity is run through like wood or whatever, it'll go through it a certain way. And you take pictures of lightning, how it spreads out and branches. That I found that very fascinating.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought or a theory about that. And the excavation sites as well. like with the giant trees, as they've been talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, I've seen some of these shaped mountains, and they do look like tree stumps. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, where did the tree itself go? Like, did they cut them down and then like burn them, or like what happened to it all? If that's the case, wouldn't there be like an abundance of like dead plant? And well, maybe that's what our surface is made out of. I don't know. I
They
guess it's
became part of
possible.
the landscape. There's actually a video on that. Somebody found remains of a huge tree in somewhere like Madagascar. The stump was about 9 miles wide, and then right around it, it just looks like terrain. But when you zoom in, you could see branches and leaves of what looks like a giant cedar tree. I'll post the video for you.
But
Yeah,
suppose it
they
was made
talk
of.
about cedar trees a lot in a lot of. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Oh no,
I
no
was going
worries,
to
no worries.
say,
Yeah.
in religious texts and things, they talk about that. That's why I find it fascinating. It seems to match.
And it's also made of out of silicon. If I'm, that's what the main resource that we're trying to pull out from the trees and whatnot they were cutting down and excavating, and using that for, I don't know what else they were using it for.
Well, I guess we can't. Well, I guess the reason why I tend to lean towards it is because I guess the height of the place we live in, where however big it is, it seems like it's tall enough for trees to be that big. Maybe things were really bigger and we're just smaller beings. Maybe God shrunk us down or something. I don't know. There's so many like weird things. Like last night, I was watching the moon, right? And I swear I see these straight lines form in the clouds. It's like a big triangle flying through the sky. It's exactly what it looked like, but it was cloaked like when it moved, like it just looked like something moving in front of the moon. Between me and the moon, me and my buddy were sitting out in the yard looking up at it, going, "What the hell is that?" Because it literally had straight lines that were almost in a perfect triangle, and it moved around and it kept changing directions. It was weird looking. I mean, it might have just been our imagination and all, but it was pretty. It had me freaking. I was like, I tried to get a picture of it, but it wouldn't come out.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. I don't know, never seen that before.
Well, that and there was this weird like rainbow look between the moon and us. Like when you look up at it and those clouds, it was like a lot of moisture. We've had a lot of moisture lately. So it's like the fog was moving over and some clouds, and it just looked strange. It was like only one part of the clouds, like this one section was moving, and the rest of it was just kind of like just sitting there static and like just moving with it slightly. It was just strange. It was like this jet stream of something flying by. It was just really weird. I'm not saying that's what it was, but I'm saying it just looked like there could have been some kind of cloaked thing flying around up there. It was just strange.
What do you boys think of aliens?
Nothing really.
I don't think much about that because,
There's so much
aliens, what do you mean by aliens? What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean people that are from here that are just farther away, or maybe a place we
Nah,
haven't
bro,
been,
like
or are you talking about from outside of
extraterrestrial shit.
wherever we live? Extraterrestrials, I don't believe in them, but I do believe there's a higher rule of race, obviously, because there's somebody put us here, right? That's the way I look at it. It's like, how can I deny that, somebody put me here and gave me the knowledge and the ability to think for myself and decide for myself what I want to, how far I want to go in this place and how much I want to learn, That's basically what it's really about, right?
Yeah, it's weird to think about. But like when I think of aliens, I don't even think like. So we always get told like aliens are like these like grey looking like cunts like from outer space, right? But I reckon there might be like extra dimensional shit. To be honest.
What does the word extraterrestrial mean?
Well, I guess terrestrial would just be like Earth, I'm pretty sure, right? And then extra would just be
Exactly, it
beyond.
would mean land. So do you believe there's more land in the sky?
What'd you say, sorry?
Do you believe there's more land in the sky?
Is more land in the sky? What do you mean?
Right, the word extraterrestrial means extra land, right? I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
it
do you
means
think there's
it came from
extraterrestrial?
another land. Yeah.
You're talking about more land beyond the South Pole. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking him about the land in the sky. That could be.
Yeah, we're talking about
we
above
don't
our
know about
heads.
that.
Like, you believe that
I
there's
guess
other
it'd just be like
places
other
we could live?
planets and shit, right? Like I'm confused.
So
Like
what are
what
planets?
the exact question is.
You would have to believe that planets are physical terra firmas, right? But they're not. All they are, they're lights in the sky.
Planets are lights in the sky. Why do you think that?
Luminaries, we
We
say
don't know.
now.
They're called heavenly
I don't know.
luminaries. They're just lights in the sky, bro. Some twinkle, some just shine, some are circular.
Yeah.
Some have somatic effects, like that's all they are. Lights in the sky, we don't know what they are.
Okay, hold on. No, I asked you why you think that, and then you just said you don't
Because
know.
I see it. That's what I see, and that's what you see too. So we don't have to believe anything. We all see lights in the sky that rotate in circles.
I mean, technically,
right.
yeah. We don't have to
What
believe anything.
is
Like our
planet-
own
what does
perception of
planet mean to
reality.
you?
Like even when you're speaking to me, you're presupposing that
Oh, I
your
know what's
perception
going
of
on.
reality is the same as
I'm
mine,
not
right?
presupposing
So like it's
anything.
technically you're
I'm
right.
telling you what I see and what you see. That's all I'm telling you. You're coming up with stories. I'm just telling you what I see and what you see. I didn't say anything else. You coming up with stories, dude. So what is the?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I've looked
I
through a telescope,
misinterpreted.
and I'm telling you, the planets that they claim are planets are not planets. They're just lights that are squiggling in the sky. They look like they're protruding through water or something, like you're in a swimming pool. It's weird.
They look like pulsating orbs of lights.
Okay. No, I understand
Yeah,
they look
you
like
know
that, but just hold on. Just so we're on the same page, are you saying they are literal lights?
Illuminaries.
That's what we see, bro.
Illuminaries.
That's what we see. That's what you see.
How do you explain
You
what?
can believe
Yeah,
whatever
but you
you
can
want,
see it at all.
but what you see is a light in the sky.
Okay, why does that mean it is like just an actual light?
Because that's what you see. And nobody cares about the fantasies that you come up with or that you believe and the stories that you tell about it.
No, that's
We all
circular.
see-
I asked you your
That's what we see,
justification,
bro.
and you went back to the premise.
What?
Yeah, so like the premise in right now, right, is that planets are lights. And then when I asked you why do you think they're
What's a
lights, you went
planet?
back
You're
to
using
saying
that
they
word.
are
You don't even
lights.
know what it is.
So the
So what's the word
justification is
planet?
the premise.
What does it mean? What does planet mean
Like,
to
what's
you?
the actual evidence for like what you're saying?
What
That's
does
all I need.
planet mean to you? What is a planet?
I guess it would be like a celestial body, like once it reaches like a certain size,
So
right?
do you guess
I
it's
don't
a
know the
body?
specific
Do you
size
have
off my
any
head.
proof? Do you have any proof that it's a body? That it's not just a
No,
light?
we're on your claim right now. We can go into like what I believe in my evidence for what I'm saying, but like we're on your claim right now.
So
For
you're
them
using
being lights.
words. You using words that you don't know meaning to. You don't know what a planet is. How can you ask me what? You understand?
Right, can I come in? This is going round and round.
I didn't see how that's relevant. I want to ask you what your evidence is for like them being
Yeah,
lights.
let's slow down a little bit, guys. Let's let one person at a time talk here. Okay?
Guys. This is an open forum, yeah? This is going around in circles. It's not going anywhere. So why don't we start from the very basic first? Let's start from the very first principle. What do we see?
Observations first, then
Yeah.
conclusions.
So what do we see in the sky? Anyone?
We see
Drip.
light.
The luminaries.
Okay,
That's
answer.
what
What do
I'm
you see?
seeing.
So we look in the sky and we
What
see
do I
something.
see?
What do you see? Yeah.
Okay, so we look in the sky and we see a light.
Lots of
So
light.
how do we know what that is the question that should be asked, right? How do we know what that is? Any ideas?
You
Okay,
wouldn't,
cool.
because you can't grab it. You can't get close enough to make any,
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it?
yeah.
So then there's no point talking about the claims that it isn't a planet because there's no evidence that it is, right? There's no evidence that it is terra firma. So there's no claim. Basically, there's a statement of no evidence, but there isn't a claim, right? So the claim from NASA is that they are physical terra firma, and nobody has any evidence for that, so we can discard that. Okay, that's how this works.
So let me just get this straight. So like everyone that was saying that the planets are lights, they're not actually asserting they're lights. They're just taking a neutral stance and saying that we don't know.
Well, from what I could tell, people were saying, I see a light, which is factually what you see. I don't know that anyone was claiming anything, but there's certainly no evidence to believe that they're anything else. So the claim would be that what you observe isn't true, right? So that's the claim, and that's NASA's claim, and I don't see any evidence for it.
They used to be called wandering stars, so then they named them after the gods, the so-called planets. So
yeah, that's the etymology of the word planet.
Yeah.
Sure. But regardless, I was trying to get it back into like a purely logical stance because
I get it. Yeah. It's cool. That's the way to do it.
There's no point. There's no point saying that your claim is against the claim. Okay, no, that's not how this works. Like the claim is the thing that goes against evidence in this instance. So we see a light in the sky. No one knows that it's a light. No one can possibly prove that. But certainly it's a very large claim to say that isn't actually a light, it's a floating rock. And there's no evidence for that.
Right, because we don't feel any movement, where there's no curvature, and of course the third thing, which is entropy.
But I mean that I'm not even talking about the Earth at this point. We're talking about the stuff we see in the sky, right? So that's kind of disconnected from in a logical sense.
Yeah, it's wrong it's wrong to reference the two together because they're so unalike.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about two fundamentally different things, like.
Yeah, it's like, what exactly do you guys reckon like these lights are?
I see a light. I see a light in the distance. Therefore, it's a Mercedes SLR headlight. I see a red light in the distance. Therefore, a Lamborghini tail lights.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, no one here can know what those things are.
Yeah,
we don't.
Yeah. So there's no point even making a guess. It's pointless.
What do you think about like telescopes? Like the Hubble telescope. Yeah.
The Hubble telescope.
What would you see then?
Ask yourself why they don't turn around the telescopes and face it towards the Earth and take pictures or zoom into a human being or something else. They never done that before.
Wait, what? Wait. Repeat that. What?
The telescopes that's supposed to be out there. Yeah, are you aware of that or not?
I don't understand the question. You said, why don't we turn the
He's asking you how come there isn't. He's asking you how come there isn't a single photograph of Earth from space. A single photograph of Earth from space. How come?
There is. What do you mean? There's loads.
No,
really?
CGI composites.
Images and CGI does not count as photographs, buddy. You know what photographs are?
Why do you think?
Find the negatives for those photos.
Why do you think? Like you guys know the NASA live stream, right?
No.
I'm pretty sure they have that shit on live.
That's not what I
I'm pretty sure you don't know how a live stream from space, a NASA live stream from space is made.
How's it made?
I'm pretty sure it takes a lot of expensive cranes, a giant, big curved screen, super high definition screen, in front of which they can hang all sorts of things, tin cans, which you call them satellites. Yeah, and they position very precisely in this studio a camera at a very precise angle, which only these well-paid movie directors know.
Okay, can you please prove this? Can you please prove this is what they do?
If you were doing any research in regards to this, you would have had evidence.
Just link me to the research. I'll read it right now.
I can show you a GIF showing you all that I said.
Hold on. We need to get back to logic again, okay? So we're talking about a thing that exists. The claim is that it is legitimate, okay? And the question would be, how would you go about verifying the legitimacy of this stream?
You asking me like why NASA's like legitimate?
No, I didn't ask that at all. I asked what I asked, which was, how would you go about verifying the legitimacy of this live stream?
Just like the most simplest assumption.
Gonna take it on value.
That didn't answer my question. I'll ask it again. How would you, as an individual, go about verifying the legitimacy of this live stream?
Sure. So I'll elaborate on what I said, what I mean by simplest assumption, right? What I mean by simplest assumption is that in this case, right, we've got this recording from NASA, right, from outer space, and they're showing Earth, right? So we've got this one interpretation. On the other hand, the other interpretation, which is, you know, like there's like a camera in front of a TV, and the TV's like showing like a fake picture of the Earth or whatever, right? It's like one interpretation just inherently has less assumptions to it, right?
No.
And like if we just apply Occam's razor, like
NASA's a film studio. They own the biggest.
I don't need anyone else to leap in. It's fine. First of all, I didn't ask about a razor. Okay, razors are philosophical, useful tools, but don't apply to logic in this way. So they're useless in this regard. And second of all, you haven't answered my question.
Why don't they apply to logic?
Because they're philosophical razors.
Bodying.
And you haven't answered my question. How would you go about
so it can be a philosophical razor. And you're, in fact, actually, when we started speaking, were you not applying logic from the beginning? Like, are you just having a logical conversation right now? What do you mean by it doesn't apply to logic? Go ahead and name the different types of logic and name which type of logic we're using right now in this conversation.
Again, this isn't the conversation. I'm asking you how you verify the legitimacy of this live stream.
I already explained it.
No, you haven't. You've just said Occam's razor, bro. That's not an answer.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You just made it. I want to ask what your justification is for what you just said.
If I say to you 2 + 2 and you say orange juice, right? And then I say that's not an answer and you go, why? This would be a stupid conversation. That's about as stupid as this conversation. Your answer
That's not
isn't
analogous at
sufficient.
all. Just not
Your
analogous
answer
at all, right? Because you made an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So what's wrong with me just like asking for that evidence?
To verify the legitimacy of your claim. That isn't a claim.
Talking about your claim. Well, I've already made my claim. I'm talking about what you just said.
I didn't make a fucking claim. You did, and I'm asking you to verify the legitimacy of your live stream.
Yeah, I've already done that, but I think you forgot what I was
No,
questioning you about, right? You said to me that, oh, well, it doesn't apply to this logic, right? So then I asked you to name what type of logic are we using in this conversation, and why does Occam's razor not apply to this specific type of logic? That's what we're on right now. So just to jog your memory, like, you up to date now?
Aren't involved in truth. They're useful, but they're not actually used to get to truth. Now, what we're talking about is how you, like, I want you to tell me the methodology behind how you'd go about verifying the legitimacy of this. I don't want to know anything
I
else.
just want to address what you just said, because you said we don't use it to get proof. The definition of proof is just a physical piece of evidence, right? Physical pieces of evidence are used in like all kinds of like dialectics. So what do you mean, like I can't use the razor?
You're having trouble.
You're gonna give me an
I didn't
actual
say-
reason?
I didn't say.
I
didn't say proof.
You said proof. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. I said truth, not
Did
proof.
anyone else?
And
Anyone
heard
else
proof.
say proof?
okay, so I said truth, and I can tell you right now, this is recorded. So if you're bullshitting, everyone
But
knows
even if
it.
you said the
and
truth,
everyone-
wait. Even if you said the truth, it doesn't change like what I just argued. Like, it's still the exact same thing. The truth. Wait, hold on. Let me just ask you something. I want to ask you something. I need a clarification right now.
And that's the
When you say
issue.
truth, wait, I want to
If
ask you.
you're not listening, didn't finish.
I've
If
got a
you're
question.
not listening, if you're not listening, which seems to be the problem, then this is a very difficult conversation to have. Because you need to actually listen to what the other person says in order to adequately respond. Now, I've asked you the same question 4 times. You have not adequately answered it. I've pointed this out 4 times, and you don't seem to be prepared to answer it properly. So there's nowhere for this conversation to go.
Something. You truth. What exactly do you mean by truth? Like, are you trying to imply that there's some sort of like objective truth? Is that what you're trying to say?
So you, first of all, what I'm trying to say doesn't matter. I will say what I say. Okay, I don't need you to put words in my mouth. I don't need you to attempt straw men on me. That's not where we're going here. My question.
That's exactly what I just tried to avoid by asking a clarification. What do you mean, straw man?
I'm trying to actually
you.
secondary and tertiary arguments. The primary question is how you go about verifying the live stream. How
I'm stuck in a time loop. I've already answered that.
No, Occam's razor is not an answer.
You didn't give any justifiable reason for that, so I asked you multiple times, sure.
I actually legitimately think you might be low intelligence right now because I'm asking
understanding what he's saying.
And you're giving me a philosophical razor, and you don't understand why that's inadequate.
You haven't given any reason as to why it's inadequate. Yeah, I would just assume that.
I'm absolutely stunned at how thick you are. Does anyone else want to take this over?
No, not really.
I bet you could get your boys to jump in. That's fine. I don't even think they can save your position right now.
For a methodology, and you think a philosophical razor is the answer? That's stunning.
Correct. I don't know if it might be stunning for you, but
there's no way this conversation
is like understanding what I'm saying.
Is he putting forward
methodology for verification? That's the only way you get out of this. You can't say Occam's razor. It's not an answer.
We're just going to keep going in circles. I'm just going to keep saying why not, and you're just going to keep repeating that. Sure. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
You're objectively wrong.
Why am I objectively wrong? Prove that right now.
I need a method.
Go ahead. Actually, wait, that presupposes that objective claims exist, so go ahead and prove that
I
exists.
need a methodology from you. I don't need a distraction. I know you're trying to get away from the central point because you're getting absolutely destroyed on the central point, but I still need a methodology from you. How can you go about verifying the legitimacy of that live stream? And if you can't, you just need to admit it.
Yeah, that would be a simple answer. Just say you can't, and that's it, and move on.
I already have, but it's fine. You can think that I haven't.
No, you haven't. No.
We're asking you for a reason.
I
verify the live stream.
I explain like how I came to like the most likely assumption, right? With the least amount of assumptions to come to the most likely assumption, right? I haven't seen any refutations to that.
Probability fallacy. I'm asking you how you verify the legitimacy
fallacy. Wait. What's a probability fallacy? You talking about an argument from probability?
Yeah, that's literally what you just did.
Okay, no, an argument from probability is when I use a probability and assert that it's a certainty, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying my claim is more likely than yours.
No one cares if it's likely, because I didn't ask you if it was likely. I asked you how you validate or verify that it's legitimate. That's a different question.
Wait, that's a concession. That's a concession. You just agreed that my claim is more likely than yours.
No, he didn't. Hey, wait. He has no. He's crypto.
Yes, you did.
No, hold on.
And I can explain why.
You're lying now. You're just like flat out lying now. I said I don't care. I didn't say it's more likely. I said I don't care because it's not relevant.
You're implying, exactly. So you're implying it's like a pseudo steel man, right? You're saying that what you're essentially saying is that even if your claim was to be more likely, I wouldn't care. But what you're not understanding is if my claim is more likely, then I just win the argument. That's all that matters. Because there is no such thing as an objective truth or like objective claims. Everything's subjective. Your perception of reality, when you presuppose it's the same as everyone else's, that's subjective. So everything is subjective. So all I would need is a likelihood.
I know all of this shit. I know that you think that you've done like 6 months of philosophy and that you can out-argue people. I don't care about any of this. It's not relevant. What matters is that you made a claim that there is a NASA live stream, and I asked you, probably for the 10th time now, how you would verify the legitimacy of that live stream. The fact that you know what a steel man is doesn't matter.
Bro, niggas are getting salty and shit.
In other words, do you have the ability to fly up there and see for yourself that they're telling you the truth? That's what he's saying.
Why would I need to do that? Like, I think I've already proven my claim. So that's fine.
You haven't proven shit. You've come in here and you've said it's probably true that this live stream is what they say it is.
when people are
Yeah,
just
I think it's more likely to be correct than it is wrong. Yep.
usually when people are intentionally intellectually dishonest, the other side, the other party tends to get annoyed. So
I don't
that's
think
what
it's
you're
even thankfully
experiencing right
dishonest.
now with
I
crypto.
don't think
So
any of your
if you don't
understanding
want
what
him to
Drip's
be
trying to say.
annoyed, then maybe you should be more direct with your answers. I would recommend that.
Well,
I
could
don't
Drip
think
just
any of
answer me
you
this?
understand what
Drip,
he's trying to
Drip,
say.
Drip. 2 seconds. Drip.
Someone's
Do you
calling my
do you
name.
think are you saying that you can or you can't verify a live stream from NASA?
I'm saying I can, and I already have like 3 times, maybe
Okay, so
4
how did
actually.
you verify it? Tell us your method.
I don't feel like repeating myself. I've already said like I've already
No, you
explained like
didn't verify
So
it.
you can't. So you didn't verify it then.
And
So
you
your
can think
method
that
would
actually.
be you watch the live stream and you believe it's real. That's not verifying.
I think can I like I think he's saying like if you just look at the live stream, there's a possibility it's fake and there's a possibility it's real. What he's trying to
Yes.
say is
So
hold on,
case, if
let
it's
me
either
let me
if
finish.
it's either or, it can't be
The
presented
pos
as
wait, hold on.
proof
The
of your
possible
worldview. No, Snow Forest.
no
I'm
no
getting this point concluded because, yes, like you say, it might be real, it might be fake according to you, but you can't verify it's real, so you can't present it as real proof. Obviously,
Why did
Drip's
Snow get
being a
muted? He was
moron.
trying to make a point. Someone
using
unmute
the
No,
Snow.
razor,
because
it's more
Drip, because you
real.
understand that when you can't verify
That's
it, when you can't
assumptions
verify
that
it,
come in
Wait,
with
Wolfgang. Yeah, I've already heard that. Snow, what were you saying, bro?
yeah, like what Drip's trying to say is that when it comes to both of these dualities, the likelihood is that it's real because it requires less assumptions in order to
no.
reach the
You don't just
conclusion.
get to assert it's likely real because I want it to be real. That's bullshit.
No, I didn't.
That's
He
not the
didn't
reason.
start with likely
Yeah,
real. He
that's
said
what he
that
said.
no. He's starting with a 50-50. It might be real, might be fake, and then
No,
using
it's
like
not
the
starting with a
razor,
50-50.
to then come to the
It's starting
conclusion that
with
it's
it's
more
starting with
likely to be real because there's less assumptions that
no.
are added into the conclusion.
No. There's more assumptions because you only
How?
observe and experience a flat and motionless Earth. Your assumption is that there is some group of people somewhere on Earth that can prove my observable reality is incorrect. That's an assumption. So we don't make that assumption. You have to be able to verify that. So
No, you're trying to verify whether the live stream itself is
watching
real.
an unverifiable video and claiming it's more likely it's true because I say so is just
But he didn't.
fallacious and dumb.
He didn't. Oh gosh, I don't think you understand what he's trying to say. He didn't say
No,
because
I
he
do
said
understand what he's trying to say. He's pleading to his emotional belief
he's
that
not.
it's
He's
real.
pleading to Occam's razor that it's more
There is
likely the case because of less assumptions embedded
Occam's
into it.
razor doesn't work for the globe because Occam's razor would say the least
Work for
assumptions is the
anything when it comes
likeliest.
to two possibilities where one has more or less assumptions.
Yeah, and you have more
And the one
assumptions
with
because
and the one with the less assumption is the one that's more likely to be true.
no, listen, you assume the flat horizon that you see is actually curved. You assume the
We're not
motionless
talking
Earth
about
you
that. We're talking about the live
experience.
stream.
No, we are talking about that because the live
We're talking
stream
about the
is
live stream. Me
relating
asking him about
exactly
the
to
live stream.
this. No, because your assumption that the live stream is true is built on your assumption that the flat horizon is actually curved and that the
No, it's
observably
not because the live
motionless
stream itself
ground
would then be
is
proof
actually in
of
motion, right? So
what you believe.
you've already got assumptions built in before you start assuming that the video is real. So you've already lost on Occam's razor as well. That's more assumptions than we have. We make no assumptions. We experience a flat, motionless Earth, right? And we don't accept, I've watched a video on TV, so it's real. That's retarded, and it's hilarious that this drip kid thinks that he's got some kind of intellectual standing. He's arguing that he believes the TV. It makes sense for me to believe the TV because why would TV lie to me?
That's not what he's saying. He's saying when you
Yeah,
have
it
like
is.
no, it's not. When you have a 50, when you have like two two conclusions, true or false, the conclusion with less assumption. What he's trying to say is that the conclusion that the TV or the live
Well, let's
stream,
not assume
is less,
what he thinks. Why don't we ask him?
sure.
Well, he never gives a strange answer, though. That's the problem.
What's the
So
question now?
let's just do the radius first,
Right,
right?
but I
But
mean,
you
if
can
he's
see
defending
that when
him,
you
and it's like he can do.
both has more
No,
solutions.
he needs to show that he has the intellectual honesty to be able to have a conversation. And to do that, he needs to be
No, but you
intellectually honest.
trying to
So
say though.
Drip, You
Wait,
realize that you
wait.
can't.
I've been completely honest.
You can't. Well, you're not admitting that you can't verify a video that you can't verify. That's not honest.
When did I admit that? Because I said I've already done that.
All right, so you do agree that you can't verify the live stream.
What? No, I'm saying I didn't do that. I'm saying I've
Yeah, so
already
you're
given
saying you
out
can
like 4
verify it.
times.
So you can verify the live stream.
I've already verified it like 5-7 times now.
How
It's
did
crazy.
you do that? How did you do that?
Because I gave you the argument, right? I said we've
No,
got 2
no, an
instances.
argument.
One
No,
fake,
I'm talking
one
about
that's real.
verifying a video. No, I'm talking about verifying a video. It has nothing to do with you making an argument. How did you verify that video you watched, you muppet?
What do you mean it has nothing to do with... Okay, so you're arguing
So you're sitting at your computer. You're sitting at your
It's an
computer.
argument.
You're watching
I'm
a
going to
live
argue
stream.
why what I'm saying is correct. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so you're watching this video on YouTube. I'm asking you, what's your next step to then go and verify that that video is real? What do you do?
Genuinely cannot be fucked to repeat myself. Is there any new questions?
So you can't do. So you can't. Okay, so just accept then that you can't verify it, and we can go to the next question.
You mean you can think that? That's fine. But what's the other
No,
question?
no. See, this is the intellectual honesty thing. For some reason, this guy is not able to either realize or admit that when he's sitting watching a YouTube video from NASA that claims to be a live stream of a spinning ball Earth, he can't verify it because that's very clear.
How about this? How about this? How about this? I'll answer it one last time. I'll answer it one last time, and I'll
Of how you
try
verified the
somehow
video.
and word what I said previously in a different way. So hopefully more of you can understand. So let me put it this way.
You're the only one who doesn't understand, bud.
How are you going to ask me a question and speak over me?
Before you waste your
How are you going to
breath,
ask me a
it's
question
not.
and speak over
Before
me?
you waste your breath, it's not the wording or the understanding of us that's the problem. It's the fact that you don't understand what verification is. Now, we've got a lovely definition posted by Creation Bear in the chat. So let me just read that. The process of establishing truth, accuracy, or validity of something. Okay. The establishment of empirical means of the validity of a proposition. Cool. So I think that second one's a pretty useful definition. So we're looking for the empiricism behind the live stream. How have you established that?
Yeah, like NAS. So like we've got a camera pointing at the Earth and it's recording the Earth. Right.
How do you know
so
that?
empirical just means
How
the
did you
knowledge,
verify that?
the knowledge
How do you
that we know, right? Based on what we know.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Because that's what we've been told.
Oh,
Right, okay.
there it is. There it is.
Oh, there we have
I was being told. Right, so you understand that being told something is not verification of that. You've just been told a story, you moron.
But you're assuming it's just a story. Why
Yeah, but why
isn't
is it
that?
a
I don't
story?
know. Why
We
isn't
just went through the
why,
definition.
why
No,
isn't the live
stop.
stream itself just
No,
evidence
we
that
just
this is
went through the
happening?
definition. Snowforest, we just went through the definition of verification.
Yeah, we have went through the definition.
So, and that's when he realized and he said, well, we know it because we've been told.
No, what he's trying to say is that we can.
No,
Wait, hold
Snowforest,
on, wait.
you're not, Snowforest, you are not Drip's manager. You are not his personal interpreter. So stop trying to step in and say, what Drip means is...
Well, no, they probably
Drip,
came in together.
you hire this guy as your personal PR spokesman. Is that what's going on? Do you somehow know this guy?
Wait. Yeah, so when I said that's what we've been told, right? And then everyone was like, "Oh, we got him, guys!"
Yeah,
right?
you admitted you just believe what you've been told.
What's wrong with wait? But what's wrong with what they're telling
Sucks,
us? Why is that wrong?
It's not verification. That's what's wrong with it.
How's it not verification?
The definition of verification.
Wait, are you
again,
special?
in the chat.
Drip, are you
Yeah,
special?
sure. The process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something, right?
Right. The
So
establishment by empirical
if we
means.
know, wait, hold on.
Wow, is this really happening?
Explain.
You haven't done those things. You just said that's what we.
Planned attack.
Can I explain? Can I please explain? Okay, so the definition of verification, right? You just give me a second. I'll be quick. So the process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something, right? So in this case, we've got a statement, right? This statement of and like we've got this footage, right? It's either right or it's wrong, right?
You
On
have
one
to
case,
take their
we've got it
word
being
for
right,
it.
and there's no contradictions with it being right. So Why would I just assume it to be fake? Why is that the most likely?
Why would you assume it to be real?
It's real again. So it's not
Are you hard of?
verification. So
I
again,
think he's
you
just
can't
hard of hearing.
verify the video, right? So you can't
We don't.
verify the video drip, is what you've said.
Well, it's just his
Harry's got us
accuracy.
muted
Right?
in his
If you,
earphone.
like, are you guys trying to imply like it has to be like 100% chance? Because I've already
No,
explained.
We're
how
not
it is
implying
up there.
anything. Open your ears and listen. How do you verify? How is an action? Describe the action. Go.
How is an action? Describe the action.
He believes what he's been told. He's already told us.
Okay,
right?
okay.
So-
Yeah,
Hold up.
we need to
Hold up.
tag him. He
I've
needs to
already
be
told you,
tagged.
like, why
No,
would
you
NASA
haven't told it. You haven't
said it
told
was
us
a story,
anything.
right?
How
With
have you
NASA, they make
verified
this
it?
up.
How is an action? Tell us how you did it.
Was an action. So what do you mean? Like,
Stop
what action are you
repeating.
talking
Just
about?
answer the question, or shut your mouth.
I don't know what you're asking me. What the fuck?
Then you're
Let's
hard
just
of
say
hearing.
we
I
asked
can't
you-
help. I can't help
Asking
you.
me what is the
I don't
action?
have a
What
hear.
action
I
are you
don't have a
talking
hearing
about?
aid. I don't have
What
the
action are you
ability
talking about?
to give you understanding. This is a waste of time.
Holy
Next.
shit.
My thing is, I don't think he's verified anything. I think he's taken it all and just believed it like a faith. It's his religion.
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
said
I
it.
think
He's
he
either
needed
taking
a
the piss
tag.
or he's incapable.
you.
But he's probably both. So I can't be bothered.
1 second.
What action are you
second.
talking about?
This
Fuck.
definition of verification that you brought up, right?
Has he
See this picture?
Objective truth doesn't exist.
Neither does your ball. That's why you have to make stupid arguments like that.
Well, hold on, we got a new.
Yeah, you'd be able to just demonstrate it objectively. If it existed in objective reality, you wouldn't have to mop it around.
So, 1 second.
Go ahead, visionary. What would you like to add?
According to your right, what we've been told is not trustworthy. But you got this definition from Google, right? How is Google trustworthy?
This is an example for those who are. I can address this if you don't mind. This is an example for those who are willing to listen and who don't know, to learn something, right? So with the word verification, how did we verify the definition? We can actually go and pick up a physical dictionary. We can actually
Why
go.
is the dictionary?
We can actually go. We can actually go to the sources of these information, right? And go, oh look, what we looked up in Google that came up with this definition, we find in physical paper. You can go and confirm, right? That's verification, and this is exactly why we were laughing and having so much fun with this guy's response, because he didn't get it. He didn't go and do anything. He just said, oh, because we were told. So there's an example of verification. You can go and pick up a dictionary. You can go to the shop. You can go and search another site. You can go and search another site. You can go and do as many things as you want to confirm this definition, right? Whereas when somebody says, oh, I saw a live stream, oh, and so we know this is true because we've been told, that's not verification. That's just gullibility. So anyway, it's not really worth too much exposition. The definition of verification is pretty simple. If you don't understand that, then you're probably not capable of having a discourse in this way.
But it's double logic to say what we've been told is not trustworthy, right? When
No, we're not talking. We're not saying that you
That's
can't trust the definition of basic words that are well established. Everyone knows the meaning of these words. They have definitions and have done for hundreds of years, which you can go and check out yourself. There's a difference between knowing the definition of a basic word and watching a live stream of a claimed ball Earth spinning in space and saying, well, then that must be real if the definition of verification exists.
Yeah,
That's a retarded argument.
If you're gonna try and break down someone's logic, but take it out of context, then that's illogical by definition. You got to keep it within the frame of what it's being used. You can't mix the two together. So mixing definitions and trusting definitions with the. Oh, I don't know. Say that again. We spoke.
Repeat the definition of verification or to verify something.
I can't be bothered, man. If you don't,
Google it.
it's really not that hard.
Here's the definition of verification.
What?
The process of establishing the truth, accuracy, or validity of something.
Okay, can you define validity for like 2 seconds?
Wait, hold. What's your agenda?
Does something have to be like deductively valid for it to be true?
This is
Like,
when the
you're
globe is
I
full.
didn't ask that. I asked what your agenda was.
I think the answer to that question.
No, I'm asking you a question. Does something
No,
have
no,
to
no,
be?
no, 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 no,
I
guys,
asked you a
stop,
question.
guys, stop. Listen, this is
No,
just
answer the
another
question.
one of
Why are you
those
running away
globy
from it?
tactics where you say then, how can I? Well, I don't get to say that anything is real or anything is not real because we can't trust anything. So I just get to believe that the Earth is a globe. It's retarded. We're not going down this line. If you are
That's why I
if you are
didn't answer.
distrusting of basic words that have well established definitions, then take that up with a dictionary, right? We're not here to redefine words. These words already exist. You know that your worldview is in crisis when to even try to argue for your globe, which you're not doing, you first have to start claiming that words don't mean anything, right? First, you have to destroy words and meaning. Then you have to start denying observable reality and saying observable reality doesn't matter. It's insane.
Isn't
So
there a fallacy for this?
For you globe guys, visionary, snow forest, if you want to discuss your globe belief or the earth, feel free, but we're not going to try and convince you that dictionaries exist.
Okay, but we can also say that we can establish that the Earth is a globe, right?
How can you
We can say
establish that?
has been established.
Go for it.
Go
We're
and
all
establish
ears.
it then. How do you do that?
Because by the example you just used, right, we can go to dictionaries, right?
No,
And we
you can't go to a fucking dictionary to tell you live on a globe, you fool.
No, but you used the dictionary as an example, right? For what words mean, right?
For how to define a word, yeah.
Why can't we use the same pieces of
Curved
information
adjacent.
to tell whether the Earth is flat or not?
Because you're talking
That's what I
about the
mean.
ground that you stand on and its
Yeah,
nature.
it's
You're not
global
talking
logic,
about the
though, right?
definition of a word. You're talking about the physical nature of the earth.
Why are those things different?
Because one's a
Did you
word
get dropped
and
on your
one is
head?
the
What's wrong
physical
with you?
ground that you live on. Holy shit. And you know what? These guys probably consider themselves the smart guys in their friendship groups
This
because
is
they
so
can
jobless.
wordily masturbate themselves like this. So, Visionary, do you know what the radius of the globe is claimed to be? The thing that you believe in, that you think you've verified through a dictionary?
I mean, I would have to look through Google to search it out.
Okay, well, we already know that. So if you
There it
want to
is.
learn, maybe you should ask and start having a real discussion. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting our time.
I was just pointing out the flaws in your logic, right?
No, there's no
you
flaws in
weren't.
our
You were
logic.
pointing out the flaws in your own reasoning.
No. You said we can't trust what we're told, but you want to go around and now
You're
use what
you're
to define
misapplying what
our
we're saying. You're not keeping things within context and within the line that the statements were made. You're just
Can I
taking the
interrupt
piss.
you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to address what he said for 2 seconds. So he's basically saying you trust the dictionary, right, on the meaning of the words. Why don't you trust the dictionary on what they say about the shape of the globe, right? This is basically what he's asking. And earlier, the same question along the same line was asked, like, how come you accept Google, right? You accept their explanation of the word, right, but you don't accept, right? They're talking about the shape of the Earth. What he's trying to do is he's dancing around the genetic fallacy, right? That's like saying, well, it came on the news, so
Just take.
yeah,
Sorry, that was rude of me. Go ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. He's basically saying, you know, like if you're a truther and you saw it on the news, therefore it must not be real, right? And actually, a broken clock is right twice a day. So you can get valid information from everybody, but all information is that what it is. It's just information. You have to go and independently verify every single bit of information. So, for example, I deliver pizza. I can prove it, right? I can verify it, right? And it can be validated as truth because I can provide paperwork, right? Check stubs over long periods of years, like 20 years worth of check stubs. I can provide all sorts of bank account information, right? This is something that's verifiable. The shape
Or
of
you
the
could
earth, right?
give someone a pizza.
Right, yeah, that too. The shape of the earth, that's different, right? You have to actually go out and measure it yourself. That's how you verify it. You don't look on a computer screen and watch cartoons and clap your hands like SpongeBob and Patrick, like, I verified it.
Wait, can I ask the question again? Does something have to be deductively valid for it to be true?
State your purpose.
Because you're clowning what's his name, Drip, for saying
Now he clowned on himself.
No, you clown him.
Let's move the
Saying-
conversation
You're clowning-
forward.
He came in here with lying from the
Your
beginning.
purpose is
So.
basically
though.
your agenda is
Doesn't
just
have to
what?
be deductively valid for it to be true.
No, his agenda is to try and claim that there is no truth, so he can just believe whatever he wants to believe because he's emotionally attached to the globe. And no,
So
Drip did
jobless.
clown himself because Drip was dancing around the fact that he couldn't verify a video from NASA whilst trying to act like he could. And when he was actually pushed to answer how he verified it, he said, well, because they told us. So, yeah, he clowned himself.
And that was a
And-
half hour ago.
And visionary, even if you read a definition in the dictionary of what the Earth is, you wouldn't know it to be true because you don't understand what you believe the Earth is. You have some vague idea about a ball, but when I asked you what the claimed size of this ball is, you said, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. So you have a belief and one that you don't even understand. So reading a dictionary isn't going to help you figure that out. So what you need to do is research your belief, which is the globe, understand what the claim is that you're making, and then try and verify it. And we've just went over quite thoroughly what verification means and what empiricism is. And it's not about, well, if I believe it makes more sense, that's verified. That's retarded. So no, you need to get out there, as Hank is saying. Test the claims of the globe model. And if you want to understand how to do that, you can talk to us about it, and we can talk to you about it. But no, looking into a dictionary, looking into a book, looking at a screen is not telling you what you live on, right? You're ignoring what you live on.
Yeah, if there's no presentation of anything tangible.
Oh my gosh, I've never heard anybody say it that way before. Sorry to interrupt. Because you're looking at a screen, that's what you believe in, because you're looking at something on a screen. That's crazy. You said it way better than me, but I can appreciate that, the way you said it. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask a question? Do you all know what abductively valid means?
Can I ask a question? What's your agenda?
Again,
you're not getting anywhere. You're just a merry-go-round with the same nonsense.
Okay, no. If you can argue that something abductively valid, then you can just use Occam's razor to say that his argument has less assumptions.
You don't even understand how to apply it, because if you were to apply it correctly, then you would by no means give any credence to any of the things that you're calling evidence, because they have no evidence.
The live stream is evidence.
No, there's no evidence. There's no evidence for the live stream.
Yeah,
Give me
this is a
something.
merry-go-round.
Give me something tangible.
That can then be debated on the validity of
Snow Forest. Give me something tangible.
The live stream.
That's not tangible. Give me something tangible.
Snow Forest, I thought you were good from yesterday. What happened?
What do you mean by
how did you verify the live stream, Snow Forest, to know that it's tangible evidence? How did you verify it?
No, I'm asking you, what do you mean by tangible evidence?
Well,
You know exactly what the word means. Don't take the piss. Either present something tangible that someone can go and listen, don't interrupt. Either present something tangible that someone can independently verify, or do us a favor and keep your mouth shut.
But it can be verified. Just something that's tangible just means it's real and can be verified.
So, Snow Forest, if I show you a video of Bigfoot, will you believe in Bigfoot?
If Bigfoot goes against biological what's it called? The laws of biology.
It's a simple question, right? I've got a video of Bigfoot. I show you this video of Bigfoot. It even says live in the bottom corner. It's actually a live stream of Bigfoot. So do you believe
it? No.
What? Why? It's live. It's a video.
What?
It's a live video. You can verify it because by Occam's razor, if Bigfoot was real and someone filmed him, then we'd have a video of Bigfoot. So that's Occam's razor, right? Because I'm not assuming that someone's lying or that video is wrong, right? So why don't you believe it?
Because the people because the people that took the video can then be questioned to tell whether they're lying.
So what about the people who took the other video? Can they be questioned?
Yeah, they can, and we've questioned them several times.
So how would you go about verifying if it's real?
By the same process that Drip said over and over again.
Oh wait, so we just claim Occam's razor, it's real. Okay, so Occam's razor is real because it's a video.
No, because the people on the video can then be questioned. We can tell whether or not a video is fake or edited.
What is the point in that? You don't need to question them. If you can independently verify it, then you have no need to speak to anybody. Stop talking me.
To tell whether
Stop
video
over talking
No,
me.
Forrest, stop, bro.
There's no need to question anybody. If something is verifiable independently, you don't need to talk to someone. If someone makes a claim that this house is so tall and so wide, etc., I don't need to go and talk to these people and question them like a flipping Gestapo agent. I just go with a measuring stick or a laser or whatever, and I go and confirm the measurements that they claimed. End of story. So if you can't do that for the live stream, if that's not been done and it cannot be done, then why on earth would you give it any credence?
You literally showed me the what's it called? The website which showed whether videos are fake or not. We have that technology. So a video of we can tell whether it's fake or not. A video of NASA, we can also tell whether it's fake or not.
I think you're just hard of hearing. I'm done.
Really?
I'm not unmuting you.
Yeah,
It's a waste of time. If anyone unmutes, I'm just gonna mute him again. It's not a waste. It's not a productive use of
He's
anyone's
been
time.
spiraling
Next.
for a couple of days now.
Yeah, the only question I was gonna have for you, Wolfgang, to actually make it slightly productive, isn't there a fallacy under something to do with moving the goalposts, which is basically what they were doing earlier? I know some of you people like this topic, so I thought
goalposts for what?
because they like they were reordering the definitions and you know trying to flip the logic, even though we weren't applying that logic to this topic, etc., etc. They were just taking the piss, basically.
Honestly,
but isn't there an actual fallacy that kind of goes in that way of moving?
Yeah, it might even be called a moving the goalpost fallacy. I'm not sure, but the globies blend together so many fallacies at once. It's almost impossible to untangle them all.
Okay, so it's just special needs on crack. Gotcha. Right, next topic.
And they planned this stuff. They obviously planned to come in here together.
But
Because somebody came in before they did and warned us that in about 30 minutes there was going to be a group of people coming in. And
All right.
they all showed up. So
let me see if this Homo sapien person is here. Homo sapien, are you here? Homo sapien.
No. Where do these people come from, though? Like you said 30 minutes ago. Where did you?
No response.
Anime forums and Reddit and places like that. Petar.
Oh, okay. Anime
Petar. Etar. Are you here?
Can I add something? Like,
yeah,
I think they used the burden of proof reversal fallacy as well, because basically they were asked about the validity or how they proved the validity of the video presented, and like they wanted us to come up with a alternative because they said that they had less assumptions. Right?
Yeah.
But we don't have any claim. We just ask them for verification. So like it's their claim, it's their burden of proof. So like we have no responsibility, and they are trying to shift that burden basically.
Yeah,
right. It's not our job. It's not our job to convince you of things that can
like
ring true to you.
Yeah, pretty much
clickbait type approach. Because when I came in, it was basically just you can't deny it, therefore it's true. So what do you mean, bruv? That's
because they're literally coming in.
Because when crypto was still here, he was like, that's got nothing to do with what I asked you. Because that's the thing that because obviously they know they can't, right? It's like we asked you to verify, not to prove how your argument makes your argument true.
Yeah, Literally what they say. They say, disprove my belief or my belief is real. It's like, well,
Oh,
we
you
don't need
know
to
you
disprove your
are,
belief
but
in the
what am
TV.
I? It's like, you're a clown. Shut up and prove it.
Yeah, it's insane. Visionary, are you still here? Do you want to have a conversation about the Earth? Are you deep in the dictionaries? Trying to figure out where you live? All right. Well, if any of you guys do want to jump in, comments, questions, feel free.
I think Petar was about to speak before Haida speak.
Nah, I just heard someone say call me. Well,
Oh yeah, I was just saying hello. What's up? How's it going?
not much. I'm just listening to whatever that was.
Yeah, what was that, Petar? Peter? How do you say your name?
Petar.
Petar. Okay.
Yeah, or just call me Peter if you're an English speaker. I don't mind.
Okay, that's cool of
As long
you.
as I know
So-
you're calling me, that's good.
Yeah, that's cool. So, did you just listen to that conversation?
Yep. I mean, more or less, yeah.
What
I was
would
also reading at the same time somewhere.
So, when we're talking about, say, a video from NASA, or this guy's in space, this guy's doing that, do you understand what we mean when we say, how do you verify that?
Like, how do you know it's true?
Yeah.
I mean,
so
yeah, that is like a valid point to say, nowadays, there, if you watch certain movies, there's the effects and stuff, make it look so damn real. You never, if
Yeah.
it's just on a video, you never know it's real or not.
Right. So,
Like,
do you think it's
if you got-
unreasonable of us? So, do you think it's unreasonable of us that we get a little frustrated when people won't even just be honest and say, "Oh yeah, I guess I can't prove that that's real"?
I mean, that is kind of dishonest and also just, I guess.
Thank you. Yes, it is very dishonest. No
You're
forest.
welcome.
Take note. So, how did you find the server, Petar?
I've only been listening every once in a while, look through it. I haven't been as much on in the past months.
Okay, cool. So, have you looked into the topic at all, or?
Barely every now and then. I mean, just earlier, just watched a random Flat Earth video, or
Okay.
no, it's like how to explain that? It's basically just a random topic in my life that I maybe look into every once in a while.
Yeah.
Right now, I guess you could say that I'm a little bit more skeptical about this whole globe Earth stuff, but I
Yeah.
don't necessarily believe that the world is completely flat either. So I'm like, yeah, I said it in the Livestream voice text somewhere that I don't know what the fuck I am anymore, but the conversation was interesting to listen to. I hope I make somewhat sense.
No, that
I'm just
does make sense. I was just letting Snow Forest is getting a little bit upset because you recognise that not being able to admit that you can't verify NASA videos and images is dishonest. But somehow these guys want to make it seem like they are being honest. It makes sense for me to believe the TV and not question it because, well, someone told me, which is what that literally boiled down to by their own admission. So, what percentage would you say you are for believing that you live on a ball? Like 70%, 80%?
Wait, hold up. My brother just came into my room. I will be right back. Give me a minute.
Yeah, some of the earlier videos, Eric Dubay, it just says it doesn't make a claim to be flat. It just says 200 proofs the Earth is not a globe. So you don't have to believe that it's flat, but you can verify that it's not a globe.
Yeah, Snow Forest guy still in here?
He's back again, more terror than ever.
He's regressed, what's it? After last night, he's gone deeper into his globe belief. And now he's asking us things like...
What happened last night? Regale me.
Almost sounded like he had a meltdown or something.
Well, we spoke to him for a little while, and we were showing him some quotes from the likes of Hubble and things, saying that heliocentrism is just a philosophy. It's not anything scientific or empirical. It's literally a an emotional choice they've made, because he was under the impression that it's based in science and logic and things like that. But we showed him that, Lawrence Strauss and Edwin Hubble and all these greats of astronomy throughout the years have been very open in admitting that it's a philosophical assumption, because they just don't want to be, they abhor a special position, right? That's what they say. They don't want to be in a special position. So it is completely emotional, not empirical or logical even. So that was pretty much it. And now Snow Forest is back today asking us, how do we know anything is true? What is true? Nothing matters. And inductive reasoning, that's how we know we live on a ball. Like, just all these hard globe copes. So it's kind of sad.
Yeah, he seems to side with he wants to go to the psychological part of it, which he likes to go there.
He thinks you can disprove the horizontal horizon with philosophy. So that pretty much sums it up.
Oh, dang, you even talked to him about the need of a physical horizon. What I remember, what I was here for, is like what Wolfgang just said, and then he was telling us that the scientific consensus is that we can send people back to the moon, and then we were like, no, they actually say they can't do that, and then he said, I'll go look into it. I'm sure I can find it. And I was like, oh, okay, so then you didn't actually know. So hopefully it's the fundamental thing, man. You have one of two ways to go. And it's either you're going to be honest, right? Or you're going to be dishonest. So I guess it's interesting that you're still here. I guess you're still struggling with that decision. I will give you a pointer, though. The most simple, effective, easiest way is to be honest.
Well, I unmuted Snow since we were talking.
we're not
about
asking
him.
for much,
So
right?
if you'd like to respond, feel free.
Can you unmute Drip?
Cry more. Focus on yourself.
Is he
Who?
He's not even here.
Well, yeah, I saw you came off mute, man, and I saw you light up, so I started just really directing it to you because we were talking yesterday. So do you kind of see what I'm putting down here? If you lie, it's going to be much more difficult to get to the truth, right? Because intrinsically, the pursuit of
But it's
truth
difficult to
requires
get to the
honesty.
truth when you're talking against like dishonest people.
So you mean?
No,
Right. So, like, look,
literally
I'll
the
watch.
servant.
Snow Forest, I'm going to give you a brand new chance, and we'll see if you'll be honest then, okay? Because you're now saying that people in here are dishonest, so we'll see if you're honest. Snow Forest, do you know the radius of the Earth?
Why does this matter?
See, it matters because if the Earth is a ball with a certain radius, right, the way you would test if that's true or not is by testing that radius.
Okay.
So how could it not matter?
Because the discussion we were having wasn't about the shape of the Earth. It was about how to verify it.
It's always
And
about
then
the shape of the Earth. Don't get
no.
confused.
And then you wouldn't answer my question. Can't you verify something objectively?
All
You
right, look,
skip
I'm
the
going to
over
give
and
you
over again.
how about this, Snow Forest? What I'll do is I have this thing. I have an honesty litmus test, okay? And we'll give it to you. The first one is, if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Anyway, I have to go in like 3 minutes, so I'll probably carry on this discussion in like 3 hours.
It's just a word. It has an answer. See, questions have answers. The reason it's an honesty litmus test is to see if you can even have honest dialogue.
Can have an honest dialogue against honest people, sure.
Okay, so stop
Saying we're not
self-projecting
honest.
dishonesty,
Okay, but
right?
maybe
Because
y'all need to just
I'm
stop
giving you an
randomly muting
opportunity.
for no reason.
I'm giving you an opportunity. You're interrupting because you have impulse right now to not let it be heard. I'm giving you an opportunity to be honest. So if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
You're asking me a question with an already predetermined answer by already assuming that it's not curving.
No, listen, brother. It's a litmus test, right? So that's why I said if. That's why the first word is if. It's a hypothetical preface. So
Yeah,
if
but
the
the
surface of the Earth,
hypothetical question already has an answer tied to it.
It's
yeah,
not a
and we're
gotcha,
trying to
bro.
see if you're able. We're trying to see if you're able to give the honest answer.
Stay on
Sure,
this.
if we're adding your assumption into the question, there's only one conclusion.
No, I'm not. That's why I said if at the beginning.
I'm talking about if. Even if
Yeah,
we add that
what's the conclusion to his hypothetical question? Just say it.
With the
I already
conclusion.
said it. If
Right, so if
you're
it's
adding
not
these
curving
assumptions,
anywhere, what is it?
no, but again, I already told you this already has an assumption that
Yeah, with the assumption,
it's not
answer it.
curving
With the,
anyway.
yeah, with the assumption and all of it. Yeah.
Sure, with the assumption.
No, there's no assumption. There's just a correct answer to the question. If something
No, it
has got
isn't a correct
correct,
answer if you're going
it
to
is
start with your
going to be
conclusion.
the
That's just
voice.
circular.
Right.
So
Okay, look, let me
this
give
is
you a
why you
question,
were
Snow
muted.
Forest. If a boy is not a girl, what is it?
Well, again, that's exactly like your last question. There's only one answer.
Oh God.
Then say it.
Right, but
Just
you
say
can't
it.
say it.
There is an answer
That's
to
how
the
truth
question.
works.
He should be
If
silenced
the
again.
surface,
No,
yeah, right.
no,
Because
let's
look, here's
start
the
with
deal, Snow Forest. You have to be honest, brother. You gotta be honest, or it's just a waste of time, and we're not gonna do it.
So come on, Snow Forest. If a surface is not curving anywhere, how would it be described?
Well, if it's
Very
not
simple.
curving anyway, then what do you mean by the surface? When you mean
So
the
if you've got
entire
a
object?
surface, any surface, it's not curving anywhere, what would it be?
Well, if it's not curving anywhere, then it would be a non-curved surface. It'd be flat.
Oh,
Thank you.
There
Thank you.
you go.
Okay, so what is this
So,
hypothetical that only
wait,
has
here we
one
go. We're gonna move
conclusion
on. Snow
mean or
Forest.
anything?
Snow Forest. That's just the first question. The first question was really hard. It's like a 5-question little quiz, bro. You're struggling with the first one. So, water finds its level, and we have something called sea level. So, is the sea level level? Yes or no?
Could you repeat that?
Is the water in the sea all over the earth level? Yes or no?
What do you mean by level? I mean, if you assume that the Earth is flat, it would. If you assume it's a ball, then no, it wouldn't.
Okay, let me explain something to you, man. You can't just say,
It's
what
like
do
you
you
said, it's
mean
a person.
by a word? Because words have meanings, right? There's
Not
something called the
inherently, no,
Socratic
they don't have
method.
meaning.
There's something called, you're interrupting, bro, and that's why you can't learn. So
No, but
you
you
have
make
to
it like
agree
words that
upon,
have
stop
inherent meanings.
interrupting, Snow Forest. You have to agree upon terminology. It's called the Socratic method. You should maybe write down and take notes or something. Don't pretend you're going to teach in ignorance, right? That is
Words
foolish.
don't have inherent meanings.
Hey, man. Okay, how about this? Define level. You define level.
But you're the one that's asking the question. You define it.
See? So you're contending. We all know what level means. It has an agreed upon factual
Here's the
definition.
definition of level: a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Thank you, Siri.
Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so then if we have sea level all over the world, then the sea all over the world is level, right?
That's not how it works. Just one sea is level doesn't mean all of them are level.
Okay, can you name one sea that isn't level?
Sure, if I can find it.
He's looking for the spherical sea.
Someone is on point
Stay
with
with
these
him.
sound effects.
All right, let me explain something to you to help you out. I'm going to throw you a life jacket of sorts, okay? The only way we have elevation of any cities or anything is by having sea level, and then you measure above that all over the entire world.
And the Pacific Ocean is connected to the Atlantic Ocean, which is connected to the Mediterranean Sea, which is connected to all of these different water bodies. And what
Yeah,
we
but
know
it's just
about
on the
water
sphere of Earth.
is
It will
that
not
they
be
will
exactly
mix
level.
together. They will mix together to find a new
No, just
level.
because they
Well, hold on. It sounded like Snow Forest was saying that only some of the oceans might be level. So could you tell us which of the oceans are level and which are not, Snow Forest?
No, I'm not saying. I'm
Were they
saying that the assumption that you're in your argument only works if
no
you
assumption.
assume that
What
all of them are
assumption?
living.
We've agreed on
He's asking
definitions.
you, is sea level?
In
He said, is sea
certain
level level?
areas, sure.
Is sea
What?
level level?
Snow Forest
when are
is
you guys
sea
gonna stop
level.
playing with your food?
No. Is sea level level?
Basic terminology, man. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
Or you want to phone a friend?
Okay, Snow Forest. This is
Fucking
getting bad.
You are the
And do not be this person for those of you at home.
Okay.
Hey, I've got a question for the room. If the answer is no, what is the question?
No, what is the answer, you mean?
Is Earth a ball?
There you go.
Is Snowflake honest? Snowflake.
Can you prove the Earth is a sphere flying through space at nearly 1,000,000 miles an hour?
Basically, insert any bullshit. The answer is always no.
Well, did he? Oh, he's left.
Oh, yeah. He said he had to
I
go
guess
like in a few minutes.
sea level being level was just one stretch too far.
Okay,
That's beautiful.
let's
We helped him out. We helped him out.
Yeah. I'd like to know if Drip thinks sea level is level.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's now
but I
called
just wanted
because we
to
were
talk
told.
about because before someone said like my
Oh,
only
it's
proof is
there.
that the statement, right? So I just wanted to quickly, because I only have a couple of minutes left, but I just wanted to quickly talk about that. So what I was saying, right, is that in this instance we've got either it's
We don't have to go backwards though.
whether it's no, but this is I'm saying something new.
Whoa, dude, you don't just jump in and say I have 2 minutes. I'm about to just talk about this. We're talking about sea level. Do
I
you
finished.
agree?
Wait,
No,
you guys
if
don't
you
have a
answer
go
the
at me for
question,
like.
This is why you were muted. Stop
if
that
you answer
music.
my
I didn't
question,
get to finish what I was saying.
Hey,
I didn't
listen,
get to
since
finish
you're
what I was
jumping in, if you'll just answer
Fill out
my
a
question,
complaint
that
form.
was the part of the
Let me
conversation,
finish.
then you can go on and make
Let
your
me finish
point,
what I
okay?
was saying, and then
Yeah,
you
and I
can talk.
completely
Let me
would
finish.
let the
I was already speaking.
I just wouldn't listen. I would just talk
Hold
and then
on.
just say words and then just like totally just say words. Yeah.
Okay, no. What we're gonna do is
Just let me finish what I was going to say.
Yeah, we'll let Drip. We'll give you 10 seconds to quickly summarize what you're saying, and then you can answer is sea level, okay? Right, I've unmuted you.
To say what? Okay, so
So
it might be
10
more than
seconds.
all I wanted to say was that there's no. It's like when you were talking to Snow, yeah, you brought up the Bigfoot example, right? But the problem is it's not analogous because in this case, why would
Time's up.
NASA just create like a fictitious story, right? Like, why would they just create?
We're out of
Wait.
time. Come
So-
back next week.
So it's not like
so
so
you just
the
timed
unverifiable
what I'm
video
saying.
of
So you just gonna
Bigfoot
stop playing
isn't like.
music. Nice.
Wait. So you're saying the unverifiable video of Bigfoot isn't like the unverifiable video of NASA because why would NASA lie?
Yeah, so like it just comes
Yeah,
it links into
that's
back the
retarded.
first thing I said, right?
That's
So there's
very
there's
retarded.
no reason for like
That's so
NASA
dumb.
and like all of these space stations to
Dude,
just like
stop
create
embarrassing
CGI.
yourself.
Okay, wait. Because we
There's
were
an
told,
inherent
what you're
difference.
listen. What you're asking us is why would an agency that was admittedly started with Nazis after Operation Paperclip lie with propaganda? We're asking you, does sea level mean that the seas are level?
Sure, yeah. I mean, of course, it's like in the name, right? Sea level.
Right. And so, do you know what level is?
I don't want to misphrase it. So like, let's just look at the definition of sea level quickly. So sea level, often short to emerson, is an average level of one or more among Earth's coastal bodies of water from which height such as elevation may be measured. So basically, all that's happening is they're just taking the average elevation, right, and they're just giving like a mean for it. But I think what you're doing is you're trying to say
Is
like
it level?
you're taking the definition hyper literally, right? You're saying because it's sea level, right, and level means to be completely flat, whatever, right? Then it must also it creates like some sort of like contradiction.
Is it level or is it curved?
You're just taking a hyper literally.
All right, so here's
Like
the deal,
if
buddy.
words
Here's the
had
deal.
a
It's
meaning.
not.
Post
I'm
the
not taking
definition.
it
Mate,
hyper
that's the whole
literally.
point of
I'm just
definitions.
Hold on.
right. Like I'm just. It's not
No,
that
it
it's
isn't. You don't know
hyper
what hyper literal
literal
means.
because we were told. Listen, it's not because it's hyper literal. It's because it's what the word means, and that's why it's called that. Because the way you get elevation is you measure a distance above horizontal sea level.
Okay, but wait, can someone give me perms to like post this? Because I want to post this.
Okay,
in
wait.
chat.
Do you know what horizontal means?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what horizontal means?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical, having its parts working in horizontal direction, being combining films, or at the horizon. Like the multiple definitions. What's your argument?
Okay. So instead of just reading things, do you know what horizontal is?
I just said what it is. I didn't want to like misphrase it, so I just read it off Google.
Okay, so it's horizontal to a plane, right? Or parallel to a plane.
Are you talking about sea level?
Horizontal is parallel
Elevation.
to a plane. Horizontal, like where you get the word horizon, it's flat, right?
Not the definition of sea level I'm looking at, which is why I want you to give me perms so I can post this in chat.
Well, we're talking about the word horizontal.
Okay.
Okay, so do you know what a plane is?
Plane?
Yeah.
Kind of asking me these like specific definitions. I know what it is.
Well,
but,
you
like,
can
I
just, you don't have to
describe the
cite it
definition.
perfectly. I want to make sure you understand things, right? So, like, if it's parallel to a plane, it's horizontal, it's flat. A plane is a flat surface, right? Like, if you have a straight line, it's parallel, horizontal, flat.
It could also mean a level of existence. Yeah.
Okay, so to get elevation, we have to measure a distance above the horizontal or flat sea level.
Why does it have to be flat? I've already told you how we take averages.
It's the only way you
know what
can
average
get
is?
elevation. Listen, it's the only way you can get elevation around the whole world. This is how we have elevations of everywhere on the world.
So
No, it's not averages. Listen. Elevation is not averages. You measure a physical distance above sea level.
Okay, so I just keep getting muted and like keep getting claims thrown at me. Okay, so
Yeah, don't speak
you know
over
what? So you're asking me
everyone.
definitions, right? So let me ask you: do you know the definition of? Do you know what an average? Do you know what I'm talking about in this case? What an average is?
Yeah, it's not in any way relevant because there is no average
Yeah, it
involved
is.
in a physical. You're not listening. There is no average involved in a physical measurement above sea level. You do not have an average elevation.
Yes, this is why. Like, I want you to give me a perm so I can post in chat because this is
I
literally
told you
how
in the
we calculate
check-in,
it.
if you need to post something, DM it. I already DM'd you as well, so pay attention.
He's
just wrong. So, and we know what you're saying. You're saying what you need, what you
You
don't
didn't
know
tell me
about
that
that.
in check-in.
Because
I
we were told what
absolutely
you're.
did. I absolutely did,
No,
and
you
I
did
DM'd
not.
you. So, well, I DM'd you
You
anyway.
DM me now,
so-
but it's just because like it's all the way like at the top because like this server is like near the middle.
You're
and I have to,
freaking
like,
out,
Yeah,
man.
well,
You're freaking
anyway,
out.
stop tap dancing.
It
Anyway,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're freaking out. So, elevation
Whoa,
is
shut up,
a
bro.
Listen carefully, bro. It's a physically measured distance above sea level. That's how you have elevation of cities, locations, mountains, everything all over the entire world. Sea level, a distance measured above a horizontal, flat surface, a plane. This is literally how we have elevation around the whole world. I'm being reiterative because you don't want to address it. What you're talking about is an average where you say, well, it looks like it's flat everywhere, but we're going to take a radius value, assume a sphere, fluctuate some averages looking in the distance. No, listen, it's a non sequitur. You're going to adjust the point. So whenever you get elevation, do you measure distance above a horizontal sea level? Yes or no?
I would, even on a flat plane, just to get rid of some of the mist and, at least a few feet off the ground, off the ocean.
Looks like he left. Oh.
No, he didn't
Okay,
leave.
sorry, I was just speaking to my parents. Yeah,
Okay,
so
I'm gonna re-ask the question then. So to get an elevation, do you measure a distance above a horizontal plane of sea level? Yes or no?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, I've told you 3 times at least.
What's your proof for that?
Every elevation that's known around the entire world ever.
Now, how do you know, like, where you getting information about the elevation from? Trust me, this is the reason. There's a reason I'm asking this, because I'm gonna twist your logic on you. Where you getting this information from?
I mean, if you're gonna twist logic, then what's the point in talking to you? Just clownish.
The point is to show like a contradiction in your own like logic. That's the point. So yeah, answer my question, please.
That's not a way to just to let you know, argue a point. Like when
Right.
you're having a conversation or perhaps a debate and someone makes a point, the best thing to do would be to address it directly rather than trying to play a game of, well, twisting logic. If his logic is fallacious and flawed, i.e., a logical fallacy, you could point that out. That would be fair. If you can't do that, then you're wasting our time.
So let me just tell you why that's stupid, right? So a refutation is a logical contradiction. So if he's contradicting what he's saying, then he's just he's self-conceding the point. So what's wrong with me pointing out a contradiction? So now I'm
okay,
going to
we agree, but no. I'll mute you. You don't get to start saying a bunch of stuff. So we agree with you that if you say something that contradicts your own point, then it's fallacious and it should be called out. That's actually what we're telling you, but you've yet to catch up yet, because you're saying that the level horizontal plane that's flat that you measure above to get distances, you're saying that that flat horizontal level is actually curved. You are objectively contradicting yourself. It is literally antithetical to one another.
Hold on, but you're
Thanks
making
for playing, bro.
You're making the claim right now, right? You're the one saying that it's like you're taking elevation, right? You're taking sea level, and then you're like saying, "Oh, but look how we measure these things, right? It has to be from a horizontal flat plane, right?" And then when I asked you to show me why you think that, I know you're dodging the burden because I know what's going to come to you. You're just going to pull something off Google, or you're going to say it's from like this source of knowledge. And then the reason this is going to be contradicting your own logic is because at the beginning you guys were asking me, how do I know this is real? Like, where am I getting this information from? Right? So
that's fine. Listen, that's
and
fine.
it's similar to like what Snowflakes were saying as well before, right?
You're welcome. Listen, we're asking. You act as though asking someone to cite a source is wrong. The first step when you're having a conversation, you're allowed to say, "Hey, where you're getting that from?" The person then responds, "I got this information from here." You then, as the person, look at the source, look at the information, and then you look for how they have validated their statements in reality. If all of these requirements are met, then it is a valid citation. So there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care if you got it from Google. I don't care if you got it from a book. I don't care if you got it from Facebook. I don't care if you got it from YouTube. So long as I can follow it to its conclusion, which would be the information is validated by something in reality. So you pointing out people saying, "Oh, you that's irrelevant and ridiculous." Let's talk about the information.
Yeah, I agreed with everything you said up until the end part, right? All I'm trying to say is that we've basically we've obviously got a basis
What
for our
in part?
knowledge, right? We've got a
What in
basis for
part do
what
you
we're saying.
disagree with? What in part do you
And
disagree
all
with?
I'm trying to say is, sorry, what's that? What you
What
said.
do you disagree with specifically? Don't be vague. You have all the time in the world. You're talking fast. No one's rushing you. What specifically that I said do you disagree with?
You said something at the end like everything I'm saying is like I don't want to misphrase you. What was your wording again? You said like what I'm saying is like irrelevant or like
Yeah,
you
you
said something
saying
about what I'm saying.
you saying that you are basically using a tactic, which is a tactic we're using, which actually is a straw man, because no one is saying that it's wrong to present sources. We're simply asking you for sources and if those sources can be validated. They're verifiable. The information with the source is also verifiable. So
Yeah,
you're
exactly. That's what I'm
that
saying.
we're wrong for asking you to back up the shit you're saying.
No,
No,
wait, no,
you're
no,
not
no,
wrong.
no, no, I'm not. Wait, wait, that's not what I'm saying. Why you're wrong, right? Okay, so this is the problem, right? So like,
That's
as
what
we
you
reach
said.
this wall. Wait,
That's what you said.
let me speak.
So
I
I
let
don't
you
want to
speak.
talk
So
about
let me speak now.
I
Let
don't
me
want to talk
speak.
about the problem. Listen, I don't want to talk about the problem. If you have information, just present it. Like, let's start from there. Let's start over. Let's start from there. Now that we're of the understanding that there isn't anything wrong with presenting information if asked for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like
So,
someone just keeps
are
muting
you?
me and I'm like, unable to like respond to what
We
he's
don't
saying.
care. We don't
So,
care. Are you going to address what I
so you
said?
don't
Or
care about having
you're
a dialectic?
no, no, because you're not. Because you're not being honest. So you questioned me when I told you how elevation measurements were made, and it's just objective. Everyone in the world knows it. You know nothing about it. Clearly, because you wouldn't contend what is objectively known by everyone in the entire world. So you don't even realize how ignorant you are. But of course, that is self-explanatory. That's what ignorance is. Now, if you want to stop pretending you know things you clearly do not, then we can have honest dialect, can't we? So while you're pretending, it won't happen. Okay? So the only way you get elevation measurements is to measure above sea level, assumed to be horizontal and flat, hence the word level. Do you understand?
So I've just been like shotgunned with like multiple things. There was like so many things the other guy said, and now this guy's like saying stuff,
You're
and I
tap
just keep
dancing
getting muted.
again.
Same
Like, we're
thing the
just not
entire
even having
time.
a dialect
Yeah,
with
you're
this
just
thing.
tap dancing. I said this to you earlier. This is like the third,
Yeah,
or
and you
it's
guys
actually
keep
the
muting
fifth
me
time I've
because
said it to you.
obviously, yeah, you guys keep muting me and over talking me because obviously you don't believe you can respond to what I'm saying, right? That's the only
No, look,
reason
I
why you
just now
do it.
cited the
Wow,
government
projection.
measuring elevations in the live stream text.
Oh, wait. Why is the government? Wait. Why is the government trustworthy?
Well, you believe everything they say, clearly. You're like a
Well,
good little
hold on,
slave.
man. Hold on. Number one, Witsit said something, right? And all you did was ad hom, which is attack people such as me. When I say attack, I don't mean you literally punch me in the face. What you did was talk about me and how I chose to do whatever I did instead of talking about what he brought up. Then you said, "Ooh, now you're listening to the government, blah, blah, blah." But I just told you it doesn't matter who the source is as long as the information is valid. So what's your problem? Do you want to have the conversation
Okay, so
about
you
the
said I
information
said
or not?
ad hominems. When did I attack your character as proof, like for my argument?
Okay, so this is what happened. You didn't have an argument, okay? What Witsit did was lay something out to you to then be answered, and all you did
Wait,
was instead of answering for that, you spoke about me instead. That is the definition of an ad hoc.
ad hom. Okay, so you basically, so you just agreed that if
Drip,
didn't have an
stop
argument,
tap
right? How
dancing.
can
You've
how
been
can
asked
ad
several
hominem?
direct questions.
Yeah,
Just
dude.
I'm just
answer
gonna
the
just take that
question.
shit.
Also, sea level is level.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, but basically,
Okay,
what I was
well,
saying about the government shit, right? Before I got I was literally muted mid sentence, right? So what I was saying, like, the whole reason I said that, right, is before you were saying like, oh, how can we trust NASA? Like, they could just be making like CGI images, and this could
No,
just be
we
a
were
camera
asking you to
holding their
verify the
phone,
live
right?
stream.
And now look, and now you're bringing up the government, and now you're
yeah,
trying to
watch
argue
this.
like that
Like, I'm
they're
going to
all
show you
correct.
why. Wait.
Why
I'm
are
going to
you
mute you if I
picking
have
and
to, but I'm
choosing?
going to now explain because you said it twice. I've now explained it. I'm going to explain it why I brought up the government. Okay. Here's the government who thinks the Earth's a ball, and here's them talking about their national measurements using sea level. Okay. And it shows all the averages. The averages are that the water moves up and down. These are tidal charts, the primary way that you get elevation in the United States. He just left, I think. See, okay, so and just so everyone can hear it, just so you know, isn't that obviously hilarious, right? So geodetic datums, right? You come down, and surveying and geodesy, a datum is a reference point on the Earth's surface against which position measurements are made, an associated model of the shape of the Earth for computing positions. Horizontal datums are used for describing a point on the Earth's surface in latitude and longitude. Vertical datums are used to measure elevations or underwater depths. It literally says to explain the Earth as a ball, we have to literally measure everything like it's flat.
This is why people can't get past the basics at the first level. There's really no point in going past like 1 minute, let alone an hour. It's fruitless.
Sure. The only way I just else will hear it.
Yeah, but I know you came in fresh, but these people are not worth engaging with.
No, yeah, sure.
No, which is right. This is what the live stream's for. When we get someone like that who can't tell us whether sea level is level, can't tell us whether or not a non-curving surface is flat. This is what people need to hear. Like, this is like people need to know what the fuck we're dealing with every day because it's literally insane. That's the juice. So yeah, it is annoying though. I get that.
Once or twice, and then carry on because
Side by side, people also need to understand that logical fallacies aren't permitted. They must not be permitted because you can't make a logical you can't make logical statements off of illogical premises. That doesn't make sense. So if the person that we're talking to can't get past logical fallacy number one, it might be best not to let the audience know that no, stopping there is what's necessary. Because the only reason we're in this mess in the first place is literally because most people have no problems with using fallacies for their argumentation. That's the reason that the earth is a ball. That's the reason that lies are perpetuated throughout the world. Literally, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just super funny, right? So, like, to get elevation all around the world, you have to assume the Earth is flat, and that the sea level means level in horizontal plane, parallel to a plane, horizontal, flat, over and over. That's all right. And then you go to the geodetic. Oh, it literally says so. To try to make it a ball, you got to pretend it's a ball and do some computing positions when you take the data from a horizontal on the surface.
With it, you don't have to assume it's flat or level. It just is.
Yeah, touche. I just say that.
No assumption necessary.
Right. Utilize it as such.
Yeah, and the laughable point. But this is why it's good to just kind of point them out, mute them, finish them. If they're going to be like that, right? If they can't even have a discourse, I don't think it's productive to give them much more time, because everything he was trying to do was just circle jerking, as you lot say in the States, right? It was just a waste of time.
Right, but this is
because if you were with someone who had intellectual honesty, which I made a comment requires intellect to begin with, right? You could have got to the stage which I want to talk about, where they brought up erroneously that it's an average, right? And you were trying to educate them on that Witsit. But the thing that's funny with the average claim is that when you actually look into how these things operate, like altimeters, for instance, in aeroplanes and etc., different places that need them, they work on a specific measurement under specific rules with mercury, or depending on what the equipment is, right? That has nothing to do with average. That's literally just a calibrated thing to the region, and then boom, you go. You lift it up and down, and it changes. There is no calculation there. It's just calibrate and let it go. So that's the kind of thing that's actually productive. You know what I mean? But the problem is, Witzer, you were explaining that like at its core, at its definition, but this person was not willing in any shape or form to engage with that, because all they wanted to do was, like they said, right, twist your own logic. Because they thought
Right.
if they kept doing that, trying to make it like it was like a childish gotcha game, like it was doing a rap battle or something. It's like, oh, good one, but your thing didn't mean anything. So when you stop falling over the floor laughing, can you get to the point that you don't have anything?
Right.
So I know that was a ramble, but it's just it's so useless. But I just thought I'd point that out because maybe some people are just hard of hearing. So the definition thing that you were running through, we get it. Most people should be able to get that, but some people just can't, right? But you could just go to the example of, well, look at how altitude is actually measured. Get the equipment that you can go and look at, study, read up on, and nowhere in there is there a need for an average. It just is. It's just the distance between. It's just the y elevation off the x-axis. That's it. Simple as that.
Yeah. So this just so everyone knows what happened.
Sorry, Karen.
The guy couldn't answer like if the surface of something isn't curving, what is it, for the longest, and then we just talked about sea level, and it's only beneficial to the honest third party because this guy's being blatantly dishonest and self-projecting intellectual insecurity and ignorance onto others by attacking them, pretending that that is in fact them and they have intellectual superiority or high ground over them, is very, very entry and remedial self-projection. It's nothing new. It's probably happened since the beginning of time, right? But when truth makes people uncomfortable, they feel the need to defend the truth by attacking the people bringing the truth and shooting the messenger instead of looking at the message. And that's all these people are doing. They don't even intellectualize it. They're very impulsive. They don't understand. But, like to do anything, to have any maps, to have any elevations, to know anything, right? We measure above a horizontal sea level. I cited, we can show them, like, this is what the people on your side say. You think we're crazy if you're not believing your side? Well, you don't know your side yet, but here you go. We'll help you find out what your side says. They'll learn it and pretend they knew it. They'll hear what someone says, pretend they knew it, or they'll dismiss it. And so it's far beyond trying to help that person. Like the people talking and crazy in the chat right now, they're not even close to a position to handle big boy truth. They're little kids still, right? So it's for someone else to be like, wow, to defend the globe Earth, I have to say that sea level, that means horizontal and flat, is level, and that's why it's called sea level. But actually, it's curving. We just have to assume it's level, and it always is level, and we can't do anything without treating it as it's level and flat. But actually, it's not. And you're stupid if you think it's flat. It's like really, it's really crazy psychology that you're dealing with. I don't think that it's much more than that. That's why I was surprised this guy was back here, because I couldn't imagine him lasting much longer. We gave him tons of rope yesterday.
Enough rope to hang themselves.
Yeah, just like to the people that can listen, or you can always clip these out, right? Like, it's just, you don't want to be on that side, and the honest person's going to watch and be like, they're honestly, I would watch that interaction and I would feel uncomfortable just hearing those guys. I would feel uncomfortable for them,
right? But this is the thing, right? Depending on what level of numptyism or perspective you come from, the cringe could be, uncomfortable cringe, whatever you want to call it. If it comes from a point of ignorance, they're just going to assume because you sound the way you sound that you're the one who's wrong, because that's where they're getting the cringe from. So it's just, if they don't understand, they're not really gonna learn, right? They're not gonna get it, because someone like that just doing the just trying to, because all he was trying to do was like win what? Like, he couldn't even get off the definition stage. So you have to, I think it's how would I say this? I think in general, we have to help people and for our own selves, right? Go to the first principles, go to the core of everything. So like what you were doing, right? But to a way that's just undeniable, at least in plain language, right? So you were doing the definitions. This is the foundation by which we then deal with this subject, being elevation, for instance. And then the other thing is first principles, or the core of the idea, the foundation of the idea. Because when you take any of these claims that they make to their core, to their foundation, it goes back to an assumption or a presupposition or whatever. And one of the ones that I think is the funniest when it comes to these kind of discussions with elevation and geodetics or whatever rubbish, right, is they assume the curvature, they assume radius, but I think it's even funnier than that. They assume that they know where the center of the earth is, yet they've never been there. And I think if we can get people to understand or to at least contemplate that, it's like you realize you're talking about something that nobody has ever seen. Like magma what? Magma where? Magma how? Officially, the deepest anyone's gone is 8 miles, or roughly speaking, right? So how is anyone in with any degree of honesty gonna really say, well, we know what the Earth is like, we know where the center is, we know how far away it is. So how? You don't.
Right, and let's just address what they're saying. They just say they're echo chambers. This is just an echo chamber, and it's hilarious, right? Because you were just recorded. It's 2022. I don't know who you think you're fooling, but you're literally acting out this process of trying to convince yourself that you didn't just get intellectually dominated at every corner, every second, every piece of information, every logical aspect of it.
They can't. They can't comprehend it. A fool cannot comprehend that he's a fool, really.
That's correct, but
Like I think it's next to impossible.
I love to make them shut down like Cogdis clones, though. So, like, the truth is that when you say it's an echo chamber, actually, we can't even have the conversation with you that you pretend that you're ready to have, because you don't even know the basic, most remedial understandings. In fact, you lack the comprehension skills to understand them when presented to you. You can't even step up to the plate to begin to pretend that you're going to have the conversation yet. So to pretend that it's an echo chamber is really sad, and you're never going to grow up. You're never going to learn things. You're never going to be productive. You're never going to be respected until you drop this little immature act as if you can pretend you know all things when in fact you're completely ignorant of just about all things. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think these people want to, though. Like, this is why sometimes I do the kind of things that I do. Is like, well, what's your agenda? Because forget your question. What's your agenda? Because the question that they're asking invariably is not the question that they're actually asking. And I know that sounds a bit contradictory, but what I mean is the question that they're physically saying with their mouth is not what they're actually wanting to know or wanting to say or wanting to express inwardly. And you can test them on that like multiple times, and I would kind of challenge people to do that when they come in with these what if this is that, or all these like loaded questions that they do, right? Just go, then what is it that you actually want? And when you get to what is it that you actually want, you either find out that they want to feel comfortable about their idea, or they want to actually try and get you on some point, or whatever. You can have a much speedier resolution to where that conversation is going to go, and it's way more productive, I think. So I don't know, if no one's ever thought about that, I would encourage people to think about that whenever people come in with the questions. And this is in general, by the way. This is not just in a debate type thing with a controversial topic like this. This is in normal conversation. For instance, when somebody asks you what the time is, right? Now, if it's a dude who's just like, what's the time because he's late for work or whatever, situation. But depending on who's asking you, that is not the question they're asking you. They're looking for an excuse to talk to you or something like that. Now, in general life, you don't have to be, a piss take and get to the core of why they're asking the question. You can just kind of let it let it go. But with more important topics, I think it would benefit both parties if you actually go, what is it that you actually want? So I don't know. Try that next time, or give me an example, or why doesn't someone ask a question, and we'll mess around with that.
Well, the point of his argument with the NASA live feed was that he believes in NASA. He hasn't found out the deception yet about it. The green screens they use, the technology and all that stuff they can actually use to deceive with. He doesn't understand that part as well. Hasn't seen it.
I don't even think that was just an avenue. In my opinion, that was just an avenue for him to do what he came in here to do, which was just basically take the piss.
Yeah, that's like,
because if it wasn't that, it would have been something else, and he would have used the same like tactical approach to basically run you lot round the bush, because nothing was achieved. I want that to be understood. Nothing in the last hour was achieved by anybody.
No, I lost brain cells by listening to that conversation with from. Not gonna lie.
I would take one slight exception to that. There may be possibly somebody listening that can see the state of the globe argument, but that may be the only thing that could be achieved with people like that. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I don't want to obviously generalize, but you have to generalize generally. Yeah, it's I don't know, something that grows with exposure or experience, but maybe it's because they're from England and you lot aren't. I don't know, but it's just you can just smell it from the get go. It's like, nah, he wasn't even focusing on his own tactics, right? His tactics were just a means to a meaningless end. Anyway, fundamentally fruitless. That's why I just don't think it's worth engaging. It's like, what's the answer? Yes or no? You're gonna play the game? You're not gonna play the game? All right, move on. That's my approach.
Yeah, I think that it boils down to listening. Sorry, bud. I just wanted to say I think it boils down to listening, and they demonstrate daily that they lack the ability to actually listen.
No, it's not just about listening. I think it's also thinking. At some point, this thinking just regurgitates.
But it's, for example, if
they've been believed in.
But for example, if they actually listened to the words that came out of Whitsett's mouth and how succinctly he put it, they would have been silent for about 30 seconds, because if they'd really listened, they would now be having to be forced to comprehend what was said. But if they do not listen, then their comprehension that should be built upon that is then lacking. But I think the root is their ability to listen. So we should ask them a question and then ask them to answer it. And based on that, we determine whether they're listening, whether you should actually continue to speak to them, you know?
Yeah.
But comprehension, absolutely. That's definitely demonstrable.
Yeah, because I mean, just imagine these guys if they had to have conversations with females in a public venue. Like, where the hell would that go? Well, your question is based on an assumption. It's like, bro, she's talking to you. You should be happy. This is nonsense. It's like, yeah, I've asked you a question. Why are you gonna dissect my question? Either answer the question or shut up.
Elisha, I think you're giving them too much credit. I don't think these kind of guys do speak to women.
But that's the point that I'm right. Yeah, but that's my point though. Is the way they're talking, they wouldn't do that, right? That's not how people have discourse or whatever. Even the most slimy, like well prepared debaters, right, don't do that. Like, if you've ever watched these big time whatevers, they will do like sophisticated, or even if it's a pre-recorded video, not very sophisticated at all. But they will go and present their arguments in a way that it sounds plausible and it sounds believable. They will not waste their time going with this assumption, just interrupting and never actually getting to anywhere. That's what they were doing. They weren't getting anywhere. I mean, the fact that we're still talking about it is kind of stupid, to be honest. But there you go.
What it seems like is like they're taking the time while Whitsitt or somebody is explaining just a simple definition. They're like taking their time to come up with any reason, any way to make sure that Whitsitt's wrong. You know, they just want us to be wrong when we're just simply citing things, you know.